experimenting with his mechanics. If he continues like this, it will be difficult for his rivals to keep up with him. These three riders really battled it out, but when Marc Marquez is in that kind of form, there's no one who can
famous re-race of the tyres you buy in Mario. Massive favourite to win big once again in Balaton. Feels like he did a lot of the hard work in qualifying yesterday morning by taking pole when some of his expected rivals faltered, and then he got through this chaotic first lap safely. Let's work backwards, because there was an incident in turn one which put Enea Bastianini here at the back of the field. He ran into the back of Johann Zarco into the chicane of turn 9. Now, if you're wondering why Enea Bastianini has a double long lap penalty, and the cause of the turn 1 incident, who we'll see shortly, has just a single long lap penalty, as you can see on screen, it is a second offence of the season for Enea Bastianini. You might recall he took Pecco Bagnaia, amongst others, out at the first chicane in the French Grand Prix. That was his first offence. This is his second, which carries a double long lap penalty. Fabio Quartararo, who was largely responsible for Bastianini being in the back of the field in the first place, he has one long lap to serve today. Tried to plead his innocence, tried to plead not guilty, didn't he, Enea Bastianini? Said that there was an issue with his ride height device which caused him to flop his braking marker into turn 9. Unfortunately, Enea, the F1 MotoGP stewards had a very different opinion. I think most people come to the conclusion that it was a fair and just penalty. I have to say, Johann Zarco was fairly fortunate to get away unscathed after that massive trap that he took, a real T-bone, wasn't it, on the LCR from the rider. Fabio Di Gianantonio there leaves pit lane. Marc Marquez going through what was a perilous route. We always felt it was going to be a very tricky, treacherous first corner, as Fabio Quartararo found out to his cost. Well, I'm told it's been quite a task to get into the Balaton Park circuit this morning. Long queues to get in to see MotoGP riders in action for the first time in over 3 decades, which I guess bodes well. The Hungarian fans looking forward to their first taste of Premier Class action. So, Enea Bastianini didn't really get to show his full potential in yesterday's sprint after that first lap drama. We'll go down to pit lane very, very shortly. We're just going to cover up, of course, Fabio Quartararo. As mentioned, he has a long lap penalty in the upcoming 26 lap Grand Prix. This is a replay of Fabio Quartararo starting at the back of the second row in 6th place. Got an initial good launch away. He's pretty much side by side with Frankie Morbidelli. Darts to the inside line, and unfortunately it's a dirty part of the circuit. How fortunate with the Gianantonio and Bettesecchi not to get hit by the factory Yamaha rider. Not so fortunate was Enea Bastianini, who got run wide to the outside line. Quartararo falling on the factory Yamaha. Long lap penalty coming his way for that indiscretion at turn 1. Thanks for your patience. Tech 3, boss Nico Goyon and Jack Appleyard down in pit. Let's get the thoughts of the double long lap incoming for Enea from the boss. Yeah, thank you very much. Good morning to everybody at home as well. Good morning to Nico. We've just seen that incident with Fabio, Nico. When we spoke to Enea last night, he said that there was some damage to his ride height device, and he felt that was potentially the cause of the incident that then followed with Johann Zarco and Alex Rins. So to get a double long lap penalty, do you feel it's sort of hard sometimes? Yeah, sure, no, it's really hard to see that on another way. I understand this one yesterday with all the stewards. And this is the second offense, so this is the rule. It's true that we've had an issue after Quartararo crash. We've had an issue with the right high device, and the bike was low at this turn 9 braking. But it looks like the steward didn't really put this into account, and they estimated that even with this issue, the braking should have been anticipated a little bit earlier. So we've had a talk yesterday, and anyway, this is the decision. In the end, we feel it really hard because we did a really good start. We were second, and we are quite sure that without this issue, this crash from Quartararo, we would have done a great sprint. But in the end, this is what happened. Yeah, we were last, and it was last for sure. It was a little bit hot, and anyway, yeah. He had this crash with Zarco, so we can talk about this. This is a rule, but in the end, it's really hard for us, double long lap, and so the race will be super difficult today. Yeah, we saw the challenges of trying to overtake yesterday. A double long lap penalty at the start of race is going to put Enea likely right at the back of the pack. I mean, what it was hard at doing. The target is to do as much as possible, but we're going to try to do some long laps in this morning warm-up. We saw Ruth did it yesterday, didn't lost a lot of laps. So, well, we're going to try and try to minimize, but it's going to be at least 5 to go. It's going to be difficult. We will be behind while we could have done a good result here. It's frustrating, but this is what it is, so we have to deal with it and try to find the best way possible. Thanks, Nico. Have a good day. Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to KTM Tech 3 boss Nico Goyon. And as he just alluded to there, you can't be giving up that 5/10 and hope to fight for the podium here in Balaton Pie, let alone the 5 seconds that he's at least likely to lose. With the 2 trips through the long lap penalty loop, just for your reference, for those of you that are watching at home, with the long lap playing such a key role in this afternoon's Grand Prix. It's on the outside of turn 11, right there actually on screens, on the outside of turn number 11. That's where we will see Quartararo and Bastianini, hopefully just those two in a long lap penalty loop in the Grand Prix this afternoon. Well, of course, they aren't the only penalties that have been handed out this weekend. Going back as far as Friday, we saw Pecco Bagnaia held up by both Alex Marquez and Jack Miller as he was trying to get himself unsuccessfully into qualifying 2. Both of those riders take 3-place grid penalties from where they qualified yesterday, which does mean a little bit of a reshuffle in the midfield pack. So Pecco Bagnaia moves up 2 places from his qualifying position of 15th up to 13th on the grid. So he and Alex Marquez start next to each other. Alex Marquez is 14th ahead of Raul Fernandez. Jorge Martin goes up 1 to 16th on the grid, and Jack Miller's 3-place grid penalty drops him all the way down to 17th place. Pecco Bagnaia had another miserable sprint here in Balaton yesterday. His worst drive sprint finish in what, the 2.5 years we've been sprinting in MotoGP. 13th for the checkered flag, which was a little bit fortuitous. And when we saw Bastianini, Quartararo and Zarco all that contention ahead of him, his weekend has been a story of 15th, 14th, 18th, 15th. 13th. He's really troubled even the top 10 this weekend, let alone the top 6 or the podium positions has Bagnaia. They tried a very radical new setup on the factory Ducati. Big changes, hoping for big results as far as the Italian is concerned. There was no obvious immediate jump forward in confidence on the front end of the factory Ducati, and it's been a troubled warm-up so far as well for the Double MotoGP World Champion. We saw him early on struggling to string a fast lap together right at the start of the 10-minute warm-up, and at the moment, as you just saw there on screens, Pecco Bagnaia at the moment has not yet set a timed lap in this session. There were some critical looks at his factory Ducati as he was going to way around his first time lap of the session while we're hearing from Nico Goyon. We were wondering whether he might have come straight up pit lane at the end of that lap. He didn't, carried on for one more tour round, but has now come straight up pit lane, and that's essentially going to be his warm-up over, save for a practice start potentially right at the end. We've only got 3 minutes of this session remaining. A session currently being led by Fermin Aldeguer. Some fast runners coming through from the 3rd row of the grid later on this afternoon. Pedro Acosta 7. Fermin Aldeguer 8, probably should be a little bit higher on the grid based on their pace and potential so far this weekend. So long lap penalty to the riders on row 2 will happen, but both riders are out of position from where they really should be starting on the grid. Yeah, Pedro Acosta slipping off in that battle with Martin in the sprint yesterday at turn 4, his 3rd crash of the weekend. You really feel it's been a weekend that's promised so much, but delivered very little as far as the 21-year-old Spaniard is concerned. He had a massive crash at turn 8 in Q2 yesterday, the reason why he was on that 3rd row. Let's get an Acosta update from Jack. Yeah, he mentioned yesterday evening, quite interesting. I've just had a quick word with Sebastian Reese there, just to get an understanding, who is the technical director down at KTM, about a special set of thoughts that Pedro had been using at the start of this weekend. And he mentioned the fact that he'd lost them in that big qualifying crash. And he felt a big difference in the sprint, having to move across the number 2 bike, and they sort of prototype forks, which Sebastian Reese has just described them as, weren't giving him that same rigid feeling on the front end, which he liked. So Pedro said the feeling on the bike was very different in the sprint, nowhere near what it was like during Friday's running. So I think as a result of that, the expectations for the KTM team are maybe just slightly reduced. The fact that that single set of prototype front forks they won't have for this weekend, given the damage to them during that qualifying crash. Yeah, thanks very much for that update, Jack. We've seen Fabio Quartararo just have a frustrated run-off going through turn 15. We initially had a graphic there saying that Marc Marquez had gone down. We think that's incorrect because he's up and running and I can't see any damage to his Ducati. Agura is the rider who has gone down somewhere in the second sector. Agura set to start from the very back of the grid for this afternoon's Hungarian Grand Prix. His race day has started with a crash at turn 7. Yeah, fast one that. One of the fastest crashes you can have around this Balaton Park circuit. He's had a few of late, hasn't he? Fast old crashes which have really put big dents in the confidence of the rookie. Said yesterday he struggled to get anything out of a mixed and soft rear tyre. Couldn't really tell the difference between a medium or a soft when he was going for a hot lap. Here was Bagnaia then, who is still yet to trouble the timing screens. This should be his first time lap of this session. He's now coming through the left-hander of turn 4, then it's hard on the gas and then attacking towards one of the hardest braking zones, one of 5 real harsh braking zones here in Hungary. Turn 1, 5, 9, the chicane, 12 into the second chicane, then into turn 15. Yeah, this is the second bike that Pecco Bagnaia is on in this warm-up session, so whatever was going on bike number 1, Bagnaia isn't continuing with it for the rest of this warm-up session, and he's looking set to end this warm-up right down at the back of the field here, because as you can see on screens already, this is not a particularly fast lap from Pecco Bagnaia, who I think is quite keen already just to see the back of Balaton Park. Yeah, as we said, he just has really been nowhere near the top 10 at any stage of the weekend. He feared when he came in the summer break that the characteristics, the tight technical layout that is the Balaton Park circuit, given his current woes in stopping the Ducati, certainly sort of flicking the bike on its side and attacking towards the apex, it was always going to expose his big weaknesses so far this year on the GP25. Sadly, his predictions have been absolutely bang on the money. Can he salvage anything in the Grand Prix here this afternoon? 13th over the line in the sprint yesterday. A woeful qualifying, his worst qualifying, his worst grid position yesterday when he was 15th in almost 70 Grand Prix. He's finally registered a lap time, albeit on his spare factory Ducati. It's a 1:40.518. Fabio Quartararo, who's getting under the collar right here a lap or two ago, is this time safely through 15 and 16. And this is going to dump Pecco Bagnaia right all the way to the back of the field in 21st place, as Quartararo could move himself up into the top 6 with this one. Across line he goes, it's just outside there in 8th place. It won't surprise you at all to hear that Marc Marquez has topped this warm-up session from Jorge Martin, this year's likely world champion, leading the current defending world champion. Well, the problems just seem to mount, don't they, as far as Pecco Bagnaia is concerned. A far from smooth pre-race warm-up session for him here in Hungary. Jack, what's been going on? Yeah, seems as though it's a gearbox issue for Pecco Bagnaia's number 63 machine, which that's the reason that he had to pull down pit lane and jump onto his number 2 bike. I know that they were also trying to try some pretty radical setup changes, and they have done all weekend. But obviously, the fact that he had that gearbox issue meant that he couldn't even get any understanding of whether that radical setup change has been a help or not. Thanks ever so much, Jack. There's some late fireworks here between Bears and Joan Mir. This is on the run down into the first corner. A shake of the head from Bears on the factory Aprilia. He's sort of pointing to Joan Mir, saying, you know, you're looking, pal. And then Joan Mir flips the visor up and really starts venting his frustration after what was a real strong sprint Saturday as far as the Honda HRC Castrol team are concerned. What a brilliant ride it was by Luca Marini, who, having negotiated his way through all of the first lap chaos, took the checkered flag in 4th place. Marini's best sprint since Qatar 2023. Brilliant job by the 28-year-old Italian. First time in a sprint we've had 200s inside the top 6, and it was a first sprint top 6 for HRC as well for Mir, who's got a little bit hot on the collar late on in that warm-up. I suspect, I'm not sure whether that was following the final laps of the session, but Joan Mir might have said to Kubicki there, well, Jim Hatback, the checkered flag is out. You don't need to be getting that close to me at this stage of the session. But certainly green shoots of recovery for the Honda squad, particularly the chassis that seems to be bringing rewards, although Joan Mir might have ran it in the sprint yesterday, but said it might appear to be generally faster, but it does take a little bit of initial time to get fully comfortable with it and to get the bike properly set up, so he's on that process as we speak, as once again, we've said this word already a few times this weekend, a forlorn Pecco Bagnaia makes his way up pit lane. This is his practice start. It's a session that looks like from start to the very, very end, it's gone wrong for Pecco. Practice start to forget. Dearly me, you cannot catch a break at all, can you, right now at the man of you, I think Pecco saying that. Yeah, a gearbox issue which looked like put pay to his challenge on that on the number 1 bike, and then more issues on the second bike. Yeah, look at just how aggressively flips up the vise there, and it's very rare you see that kind of stuff. The seat. Yeah, he's really angry, he's really miffed. He is just about sick of the size of that GP25 right now. Christian Gavarini probably quite rightly just giving him a couple of seconds just to chill out and calm down. Yeah, face of thunder. He looks up at the screens. He glares at our camera operators inside the factory Ducati garage. As we mentioned, the tail of his weekend, 15th on Friday morning, 14th Friday afternoon, 18th yesterday morning, 15th on the grid, and nowhere in 13th in the sprint. It has been arguably the toughest, or one of the toughest weekends of his Ducati career. Top job once again by Martin. He had an excellent sprint yesterday, fighting his way through from 17th on the grid to claim his first sprint point of the season in 9th. Hey, he's growing in confidence, he's growing in stature, isn't he, the Martinator, on that factory Aprilia. That'll be another shot in the arm for him, that 3rd place in that warm-up session. A warm-up which was, once again, dominated by Marc Marquez, although we did see on the graphic Marc was out on a brand new medium rear tyre. You wonder whether most of the field were just out on used rubbers is normally the tactic, so that would have certainly helped Marquez once again pummel the competition in that 10-minute session. Fabio Aldeguer, who we're looking at, was also on a brand new medium rear tyre to take 2nd place out of picture just as the session came to a close. He joined Marc Marquez in the 1:37s. It was a Ducati 1-2, Aprilia at 3rd, and Yamaha in 4th. Jack Miller taking 4th place, and whilst tonight have had some slightly disappointing news with the 3 players group punting the 3rd this weekend, it would appear that off track the murmurings, the whispers, the rumours are that some good news in terms of his 2026 prospects have been sent the way of the Aussie. Yeah, there were some key meetings here with Yamaha management on Thursday evening, I believe, after Jack had cut loose somewhat on the delays and the stalling of the decision on the second rider alongside Razgat Lioglu. And it does look like, yes, Miller has won that particular battle. His main competition, of course, was from his current teammate Miguel Oliveira and Moto2 World Championship leader Manu Gonzalez. But it looks like Aussie fans are going to have one of their own in the MotoGP field next season. Well, he's cracked a smile. That's more like it, isn't it, Pecco? I guess when things aren't so bad, all you can do is try and put a brave face in it, try and smile your way through what's seemingly an endless run of adverse situations as far as Bagnaia is concerned, and not the pre-race build-up that Agura-san was looking for, the Moto2 World Champion from 2024. He's just hit the buffers a little bit of late on that track house. Aprilia 18th he was in that warmer session after the crash at turn 7. So Marc Marquez will head into this afternoon's Hungarian Grand Prix as the huge runaway favourite, and that status has not taken any kind of dent with the 10 minutes we've seen in the warm-up session. He topped it by half a second, 1:37.354 for the World Championship leader. Fabio Aldeguer 2nd, as he was to Marc in Austria last weekend. Jorge Martin 3rd, ahead of Jack Miller, top Yamaha, and Alex Marquez, who, remind you, starts 14th later. And Nea Bastianini, who has 2 long laps later, 6th from Joan Mir, and Fabio Quartararo, who of course has just the 1. Di Gianantonio Oliveira, Binder, Rins and Marini next up. Paul Espargaro 14th after scoring some, well, just outside the points actually. 10th he was in the sprint yesterday. Benteke 15th from Morbidelli, Ralph Fernandez. Ayagoro at his 4 at turn 7, 18th. Johan Zarco 19th. And Pedro Costa and Pecco Bagnaia. Some big names. But no down in that warm-up session. Bagnaia, problems persist. And they do indeed. Marc Marquez then taking our first ever sprint success at the Balaton Park circuit here in Hungary, and he is fully geared up and in the groove, ready to complete what would be a magnificent 7th successive sprint and Grand Prix victory double. He's the man to beat in Balaton, no question. Have a great race day, folks, here in Hungary. Good morning and welcome to the Michelin Grand Prix of Hungary here at the beautiful Balaton Park. We've got lovely weather here this morning, a little bit chilly, but not to worry. Blue skies, not really a cloud in sight as well. And we, of course, have just had MotoGP warm-up here. And as you can see, I'm sandwiched in between two quite tall figures. Unfortunately for myself, I'm not quite 6 foot, but I'm being shown up here. Tiagus and Pedro, handball players here in Hungary. Tiagus, tell us about yourself and how you've enjoyed MotoGP so far. Yes, I'm from Brazil. I'm living now in Hungary for 1 month, and I really enjoyed the MotoGP. Back in time when Alexandre Barros was right there yet, and then I'm excited to be here today. Excited to have you here. And Pedro, good to see you here. How are you? Introduce yourself and how you've enjoyed MotoGP as well. Yeah, I'm Pedro. I'm from Spain, but I'm also play with Hungarian national team. I follow MotoGP, a lot of Spanish riders, and I'm a big fan of that. So I'm living in Hungary the last 10 years. I'm here with the people, and I'm happy to be here. We're all happy to be here back in Hungary for the first time in over 20 years, over 30 years. In fact, we've of course just had MotoGP Open. As you can see, they've got handballs in their hands. If you saw the Qatar talk show that we did, obviously back in Qatar, what feels months ago now, but also 5 minutes ago at the same time, we've got a target here as well for hopefully the riders to come in and have a bit of a game. Talk us through. Brad, good to see you. So we're going to get Brad to try and throw some targets. Brad, have you ever thrown a handball before? The only thing I can more or less do is if it has handlebars. If not, I'm useless. I can't kick, catch, or throw. So this should go well then. Yeah, it's going to be amazing. Which one are you aiming for, Brad? 60. Yeah, so we've got 2 lines here. We've got the 4-meter line, not a bad shot, and the 6-meter line. So I've got to say this is already easier than the football challenge we did over in Qatar. Useless today. Let's go for 100. Yeah, go for 100 in the top corner. Not too bad. Have you guys got any tips for the riders on maybe how to throw it and... What's any tip? You have to put your arms up there. Like that and try to make it. Okay, get the pro to show how it's done. There we go. Makes that look pretty easy. Strong. Very consistent. There we go. Nice work, Brad. To make it easy to I'm going to leave that to you guys. Thank you to Brad Binder. Not bad to be fair. I say it's already easier than the football challenge we did. I've also got Brad's pen here, man. I'll give this a still one. Johan, come in. Pedro and Tiagus. Good to see you, Johan. How are you feeling ahead of the race today? How was warm-up? Here in Balaton, we don't have any pace this weekend, so I just hope to get some points this weekend. That'd be good to see. Have you ever played handball before? In school, maybe a bit, you know. You do it for a few weeks, and we try. I remember, maybe I was, I don't know, 12 or 13. Alright, let's get Johan to get some targets. Yeah, Brad went for the 60, Johan, so... Or maybe just shoot it straight, don't make some movement, yeah. Again, very consistent. There we go. Not bad. The 100 is pretty difficult. Even for us. I think Johan's going to have a go at the 100s. Oh, I tell you what. That was not far away at all. Have one more go at the 4 metres, Johan. We need to try and get the riders to do the 6 metre as well. I've got to say, we are playing handball, if you're wondering why. It's a very big sport in this part of the world. Tiagus is a 3-time Champions League winner as well. I was sandwiched in between them. Compared to MotoGP riders, and I think the whole paddock, it's quite a difference. Sure, but anyone is on spot, you know, and it's normal. They cannot be on the bike, they are too tall. Or they can go on the alley and do a road trip through America. Johan, we'll let you go. Thank you for your time and good luck for today's Grand Prix. We've got a couple more riders coming in. Thank you, Johan, once again. I'm just going to roll this. Get out the way. Sabine, how are you? Good. How are you feeling ahead of the Grand Prix today? You've looked really strong all weekend, especially after your podium in Austria as well. I'm super ready for today, for sure. The race will be difficult because it's impossible to overtake, but we try to do our best start and yeah, do our best. You're much better with a bike, of course. Have you ever played handball? These two guys are Spanish and Portuguese as well? Yeah, for sure. I think I'm better with this than with the foot because with the football, I'm shit. Apologies for the language there, if you heard that. Right, Fermin, from the 4 metre board, let's see what Fermin can do. It's definitely not the word so far that he used. Which one are you going for me? 60. 60, okay, yeah, that seems the popular pick at this moment. Not bad. It's close. One more. Oh, unlucky for me. Not bad though. Just missed the 40 mark, so... Okay. He's gone for the 80, not bad. I mean, it's easier than football, right? Yeah, it's just about I'm saying also. It's okay, it's not your profession. There we go. Thank you for your time, for being good luck for today's race. Another Spaniard incoming. Raul, how are you? How's this weekend been so far? Oh, sorry? This weekend, how has it been so far on track? Now I think a little bit better, because we try to change something on the bike to feel again comfortable, because today I start to feel again with this feeling, but anyway, I think the team are making a really good job, so let's try to enjoy the race. I think we have the pace, especially in the last part of the race, so let's try to recover in some places, because today we'll start a little bit in a better position on the inside part, so let's try to overtake. Hope to see you do that. Right, Raul, what's your handball skills like? Well, I never play. I think the last time that I played is when I was younger on the school with my friends. But I am so bad, sorry. We're gonna see it in a minute. You're a keen paddle player though, so your hand-eye coordination is pretty good. Looks like easier, but I think it's difficult, eh? It's really difficult. Let's have a look then. These are the 4 metre boards. Which one are you going for? A lot of the riders gone for the 60. Yeah. But you have to try the maximum, 100, no? You try and work out the if I get? It's too high, it's too difficult. That's a challenge. Can I try or not? Yeah. Well, looks like it's all ridiculous because I don't have the demo. This could be a clip on social media. Right, go on then, Raul. Not bad. Not bad. I will try 60. Yeah, you said that's really hard. Yeah. You definitely have more than just once at school. Yeah. It's not that easy. I mean, you're the quickest rider to get. Hopefully, also the quickest rider on track. Hopefully. Raul, we'll let you go if you don't want any more goes. Thank you for your time and good luck for the race. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to Raul Fernandez. Hopefully we do see him batting inside the top 10. Who have we got next? Fabio Di Giannantonio. P2 in the sprint yesterday. Fabio, how are you? Good, good, thank you. Good. Good sprint yesterday, a very good sprint actually. How you feeling ahead of the race? Did you find anything else in more that could help today? I felt a little better from this morning, but we are not that far at the end. We did a good lap time and good thing. So, yeah, ready to fight again. Ready to fight. Good to see you here this morning, right. Handball, asking all the riders. A lot of played in school. Have you played in school when you were younger? Football, yes, but I think it's handball. It's handball. No, never. Let's see how this one goes then. Raul. First challenge. Oh, hey, Martino's joined us as well. Right, Fabio. Raul went straight for the 100. Quite, but then he did go for the 60 and got that pretty much straight away. Fabio, yeah, but as many as you want. If you stand at the 4-meter board, not bad. Just look at him like that in the fluids. The world champ is here for a reason. That's why he's world champion. I guess so, yeah. One shot gone. Oh, hey, Martin, fair play. Okay, Fabio. Yeah, let's see a couple of the professionals go. Fair enough. Yeah, second go. The 100 looks... We can reach the 100, but we don't go keep it harder. Liverpool Blue in the ball is substitute for us, because because the blue, it takes more adherence in the hand, and you can make it easier, the movement, everything. The blue, I'm not happy. Yeah, it's difficult. Fabio, thank you for your time. Good luck for the race. Today, I'd love to expect Jorge Martin a little bit more, but the world champion came, shot one, got it, and cleared off. Fair play. Franco! You... Come on, Franco. How are you, Franco? Very good. Good. Hey, yeah, go on, straight away then. Jorge Martin did it in... No. It's handball. Handball! Give it one with you. A throw. Anyway, it's a tough sport, eh? I watch it. You're huge. But it's good because they can hit the guys, the other guys who can fight a little bit. It's really nice. And I bet it's tough to fight with you. I agree with that. Franco, do you want one more go with you to throw it? Yeah. Let's go. Come on. Go from the 4-meter board as well. It's a little bit easier. Okay. Franco's first go. 2 bats. In the ballpark. Close. He's going to say something again. It's strong. Doesn't matter if it's going up or down. It's strong, it's going to go straight. There we go. Thank you, Franco. Yeah. Good luck for today's race, Franco. Thank you. Brazilian connection. No, I can't. I don't think I can actually allow that, but you do what you want, Paul. Paul, good to see you here in Hungary. You're looking keen. Have you played handball before? Never, ever. But I born in a place where maybe she knows it, where it's super famous, the handball is Granollers. I played a lot of times when I played in the Spanish League, and I like to play there. I'm born in Granollers, so yeah, we have a good tradition there. Yeah, of course. That doesn't mean I'm good, huh? I think it does, Paul. You just built it up, so... So, Paul, pretty much everyone's gone for the 60. No way. You're trying, you didn't make it, huh? Go on then, Paul. Go for the 60. It's all good. As many as you want, Paul. There we go. get 100, 5 points today or? 100 points. For the championship. Yeah, 100 is impossible for the championship. Paul, for that you get 5 points for the championship. Thank you, Paul. Great to have Paul with us. You enjoying it so far, lads? Yeah, for sure. It's really nice, and they are so funny. They came, they try, but for the 100, it's very hard for us. Yeah, I'm agree with him. We normally use a product in the ball, so for us, shoot there, it's very difficult. It's a big ball and a lot of weight, and they do good. I'm happy to, they try and they do good. They did this in Qatar. They made one of them pretty much impossible. Do you want to go and actually see if it fits the ball? Yeah, it fits for sure. It fits for sure. Okay. I mean, yeah, just about. I think someone will get it eventually. Have we got any more eyes waiting? Anea Bastianini. Anea, come join us. Anea, how are you? Fine. Not bad from yesterday, great, but okay. Yeah, good to see you're all okay. Have you played handball before, Anea? The 20 or the 40, but let's see. Right, so you throw it with the hand. Yeah. So come to the 4-meter board, Anea. Yeah, so a lot of the riders gone for the... Oh. It's okay, like, stop when you're on top. Yeah, no. Third place, yeah. Will you take third today? Yeah, today will be a hard race. And thank you for your time. First one. Oh, Jorge Martin also got it first time as well. So you and Jorge 60? 60. Okay. You're level with Jorge, not bad. We can try the 100, but there you go. Someone will get the 100, I'm sure of it. Come on, Anea, let's have 2 and 2. Not too bad. There we go. Thank you, Anea. So Anea so far is the champion. It's possible to hit the 100. Well, you guys can keep trying for sure. Is the technique to always throw it as hard as you can? We shoot a lot of times, but how I told before, we normally put a product in the ball, you know, so the ball is more aggressive and to the hand. The ball movement totally different. I'm sure that if they put this product, they won't shoot the ball with balls. Mr. Pedro, how are you, Alex? It's not football, it's handball. I'm sure you're from Spain. The Spanish players have played this in school, have you? Yeah, once or times. Yeah, but yeah, I know that the selection of Spain always is are good there. So yeah, I know some guys. Right. So Anea and Jorge got the 60 first try. So no pressure. You gonna go for the 60? Yeah, the 80 and 100, they see towards the one. Anea actually got the 100 after his third try, so if you get the 60, Anea, yeah? He's good there. He was, no, to be fair, he was quite good, right. Who's your ball? Stand at the 4-meter board. Do that. A second go. Go for the... Yeah, go for the 100 now. Yeah. The 60, so... Go on, go 100. Not too bad. Different technique. I mean, it's not far. It's not far away. It's very difficult. How are you feeling ahead of the Grand Prix today, Alex? I mean, we're stuck right on the back, so it will be difficult, but for sure we'll try our best as always. And yes, it will be difficult, but all the challenges are there, no? So we need to be brave, but especially to be intelligent. Good luck today, Alex. Won't keep you wait much longer. And have a great Sunday afternoon. We'll wait for a few more riders to finish up with the fans. Boys, want to keep having a go at the 100? I need to see one of you get it at some point. Start at 100. Are we going from 6? Yeah, let's go from... I mean, it's close. That 100 is, especially from this angle. Oh, there we go. Over to you, Pedro. The defender. Where you go? Is it are you playing in the season at the moment in time? Is it pre-season or? Yeah, not pre-season. Yeah, pre-season. Okay, man. It's not time for us. We play like 60 games a year. So, yeah, now we are getting shape to start to play all the games, all the years. Yeah, like we play Europe during the week, and in the weekend it's the Hungarian National League, and it's a lot of games. How much are you looking forward to seeing MotoGP today? Have you got any favourite riders? Any people you're looking at thinking, I want them to win today? Yeah, there's Franco, I'm looking for the Brazilian guys, and we see if they are not there, so for the Spanish ones. Because my wife, she's Spanish, so it's better. We've got a very famous Spanish rider, Marc Marquez. Mark, how are you? But between them, I feel it more. Have you played handball before, Mark? No. Never. Are you able to throw or? Okay. Do you want to? Because you can throw the American football. Do you want to have a go? I can. One opportunity. Okay. Mark, I know you're competitive, so I'll tell you, Mark, that Jorge Martin and Naya got it first time in the 60s. Okay. So no pressure. Here we go. Not quite. Last one. There we go. It's gonna get it. I work better under pressure. Mark, how are you feeling ahead of the Grand Prix today? Just quickly, anything you tried in warm-up that worked, or? Yeah, we did another small step in the warm-up because, as we know, when we are in a new circuit, normally becomes everything more tricky to set up, but in the warm-up we did another step, so ready to race. In good conditions as well, so that helps. Yeah, that's it. Let's see how the wind reacts, because normally in the afternoon becomes stronger, but apart of that, good weather, so happy to race here. Mark, thank you for your time, appreciate it, and good luck for the race today. Thank you very much, thank you. Marc Marquez, everyone, of course, the championship leader. Plenty of fans here as well, plenty of Reds here in Hungary. I'm not sure how many more riders are going to be coming through. We've obviously had quite a few. Is that you guys' first time meeting Mark? This is my first time in front of Saleh, and I'm with you because I'm from Spain, and I cannot say any good. No, his popularity in Spain is huge. What sort of... How is the feeling in Spain knowing that Mark is more than likely going to win that championship after everything he's been through? In Spain, a lot of people follow the MotoGP, and when I come here, they told me to record this and do this, and I say, you will meet with Mark. And I said, okay, and now I meet with him is really not good. I cannot explain with words, because I follow in the TV every time, every year, the championship, the race, and I'm happy to be here with him. One of the superstars in global sport, I guess in Brazil as well, and you obviously know who Mark is, just this year what he's achieving. You guys are obviously professional athletes as well. I imagine you've picked up some injuries here and there, and difficult to reach a level again, but Mark is showing that you can absolutely get back to your best even with everything he's been through. Yes, for sure. It's been really tough, but we know how is that, and we are really happy to be here and to stay the whole day here today to enjoy it. Gentlemen, appreciate your time. Thank you very much. And enjoy today. Beautiful weather and 3 races coming up as well. That's all we've got time for. Thank you for tuning in. Hope you enjoyed that. The riders certainly look like they did. Moto3 coming up, and then the main event, of course, MotoGP, the Grand Prix of Hungary at 2 p.m. local time. Enjoy it. We'll see you next time. 7 days after MotoGP race for the 1000th time at the Red Bull Ring in Austria, Chapter 14 in 2025 comes from the super tight and technical new Balaton Park circuit, situated just an hour drive from the bustling capital of Budapest and next door to the natural beauty of Lake Balaton. Hungary fans are about to get their first taste of Grand Prix action in 33 long years. It's time to race in MotoGP. Good morning and welcome to a beautiful race day here at the all-new Balaton Park circuit in Western Hungary. The Hungarian fans have had to wait an awful long time for this very day as we come back to this part of Central Europe for the first time in over 3 decades, 33 long years. Our last Grand Prix of Hungary took place at the Hungaroring all the way back in 1992. Let's hope it has been well worth the wait. Perfect weather conditions. And what a day it is to return to Hungary for what is round 14 of this year's MotoGP World Championship. Marc Marquez ploughing towards his 6th MotoGP World title. 7th MotoGP World title, I should say, in service there for 93, as he sits 152 points clear. Brother Alex in the World Championship after he took another victory in the sprint on Saturday here yesterday in Balaton, and he will lead the field away from pole position. 26 laps will be the MotoGP battle later on this afternoon, 2 p.m. local time. Kicking off then our first Hungarian Grand Prix since Eddie Lawson took his last GP win on the Kajiva back in 1992. Is a 20-lap Moto3 battle, and one is a pretty tight 4.08 kilometre, 2.53 mile circuit. With one of the new stars in Moto3, it really has already lit up the Lightweight World Championship so far this year. On pole position, Aspar team rider number 28, Max Quiles. What an interruption there has been at 2 World Championships. Second pole position, his first run around 6 though since Aragon, and he has shone bright so far this weekend here in Hungary. He has led Friday afternoon's practice, Saturday morning's practice, and crucially, he topped qualifying yesterday. 5 podiums in the last 7 for Quiles. He did have a tricky Saturday morning yesterday when he took a couple of falls at turns 9 and turns 15. He took pole position, a real super tight front row of the grid, just 900ths of a second covered Quiles. Valentin Peroni, who started the Austrian Grand Prix last weekend from pole, and our Spielberg winner Angel Piqueras, a much-needed victory for the Spaniard, who closed the gap on World Champion leader Jose Antonio Rueda down to 71 points. Still very much this championship you feel in the hands of Rueda. He starts this Grand Prix down in 8th place on the grid. Having the pleasure of talking you through all of our first Grand Prix action in Hungary for such a long time. Matt Burton, Lewis Silverby in the commentary box, Jack Appleyard down in pit lane. And Lewis, it's a day the Hungary fans, as we mentioned, have waited an awful long time for. We usually get our race day is kicked off in pretty dramatic and tense and nail-biting fashion with Moto3. And judging by how close it was in the front row yesterday, we might get another spectacle here this morning. Yeah, just a 10th of a second covered the top 4 in qualifying yesterday. 3 of those 4 were rookies. We did wonder coming here this weekend whether a brand new circuit which no rider has any experience of could level the playing field and play into the hands of those rookie riders. Well, the Golden Rookie class of 2025 have won something of a takeover this weekend. 4 of them start on the front 2 rows of the grid. Quiles, Peroni, Carpe, and Guido Pini, with the World Championship leader for the 2nd Sunday in a row playing catch-up. Peroni's 2nd front row in succession after his brilliant pole last time out in Austria. He did briefly lead a Grand Prix for the very first time at the Red Bull Ring. 14th different rider to lead a Grand Prix already so far in 2025. There is your World Championship leader, just obscured out of picture right now, number 99, Jose Antonio Rueda. He's qualified out of the top 6 in 3 of the last 4. That has the 19-year-old Spaniard. Last weekend in Austria, only the 3rd time this year he's finished off the podium, and with a 4th in Mugello and an 8th place in Aragon. But he can afford a couple of average weekends, having built up such a commanding lead in the World Championship. 71 clear at Piqueras Keeler's on pole. He's in a pretty intense dogfight for what looks like being third in the championship. Could be better in second. David Munoz, Max Keeler's and Alvaro Carpe, third, fourth and fifth, respectively in the standings. Well, they will look together on 139 points. That's exactly 100 adrift of series leader Rueda. Yeah, 71 points sounds like a lot, but in Moto 3 you can never be completely certain that Jose Antonio Rueda is going to run away with this World Championship, and it does seem as if Angel Piqueras is starting to gather a little bit of momentum at last into his World Championship challenge. It was the first time last weekend in Austria where he genuinely looked like the main man all weekend. It wasn't a smash and grab job on the Sunday as we saw from him in Argentina and in Qatar. He was genuinely one of the front runners throughout the weekend, and it has looked much the same here. Of course, he is in the midst of all those rookies at the front end of the grid. But Piqueras, on these weekends where he does look stronger, has to fully cash in and punish Rueda. Red Bull Ring his third win of the year for Piqueras. His first in 9 since we were under lights of the Losail International Circuit in Qatar. There he is then completing your front row of the grid. That is Piqueras heading row 3 in 7th place is the Aussie Jacob Ralston. He'll have big hopes of being in that podium fight in this 20 lap. Let's get the thoughts of Ralston, who's with Jack. Good morning, guys. Yeah, he is indeed. Good morning to everybody at home. Jacob, wind a little bit stronger today. It feels it could be a pretty intense one around this tight and twisted Ballerton Park circuit. What do you expect? Yeah, good morning, everyone. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting race. I am feeling really good, really confident. For sure, time management's going to be a big role in this race, but no, feeling good. The wind's a little bit less than yesterday. We made some changes to suit it a bit better, so feeling good. Yeah, I'm ready to get under racing. Good luck, have fun. Thank you, mate. We are all ready to go racing once again here in Hungary. Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Jacob Ralston, the 28-year-old Australian, riding, of course, for Red Bull Tech 3. First time he's qualified top 10 in 5 since Magellan. Here's Alvaro Carpe then, who starts in the front of row 2. Fair to say what has been a highly impressive rookie season has gone a little bit cold over the last couple of Grand Prix. Carpe 12th and 10th in the last 2 Grand Prix, which is why from talking about him as the leading championship challenger to Jose Antonio Rueda 3 or 4 rounds ago, he is now in that 3-way battle for 3rd place in the World Championship, a battle which includes this man, David Munoz, one of those 3 riders, locked together on 139 points in the best podium run of his Grand Prix career. Yeah, podiums in the last 4 for the 19-year-old Spaniard. In that run, he's had to do a lot of work because of a couple of penalties. 46 positions he's gained in the last 4 Grand Prix from his starting place to the finish on this fantastic run of form. 4 in a row, 6 in the last 8. All 8 finishes so far this year for Munoz have been top 6. He could be the first Spaniard to have 5 podiums in a row in Moto3 since Ethan Guevara when he won the championship all the way back in 2022. 2 Dynamo Intact bikes on that second row with rookie Guido Pini looking strong in 6th. To Italian TV there on the second row of the grid was Pini. Of course, he was one of our many pole sitters that we've had over the course of this season. 9 of them in total. Pini was on pole back at Brno. So we're expecting him to be firmly in that back with another 3 consecutive top 10s. As you can see on screens, Marcos Uriarte, who continues to replace Matteo Bertelli in that level of MTA, qualified 15th on the grid. Yesterday did Uriarte, but he's at the back of the grid. Slow online, a 3rd offence. A big slap on the wrist then for Uriarte. He is at the back. Heading row 2 then is Alvaro Carpe. Can he get himself back in podium contention? Let's get his thoughts for Jack. Alvaro, a couple of races without we've seen you on the podium, which was unusual at the start, but this one looks to be an interesting one. There's going to be plenty of aggressive moves, I imagine. Ready for it? Yeah, I'm ready. Yeah, for sure will be a very interesting race. I'm sure many other takes this in this small track, and I don't know, we are the first time here in the first race, in the first Moto3 race ever. I don't know how we'll manage, but I hope to be on the first part of the group, on the front part. Yeah, happy to be back on the first position. Nothing like Ausia or Breno that we were struggling a little bit more. But yeah, the wind now is pushing a little bit more. But we'll see also the tire stroke will be difficult. Good luck. Thank you. Thanks, Jack. Thanks to the 18-year-old Alvaro Carpe. Excellent season so far. Points in 12 of 13. 3 podiums for Carpe in Burran, Aragon, and most recently in Mugello. Well, then Max Quiles has looked in fantastic form all weekend. A couple of blips, a couple of crashes yesterday morning. And that aside, when he's been upright on two-wheeled NASCAR machine, he has been lightning quick. Big favourite going into this 20-lap Hungarian Grand Prix. Let's get the thoughts of his boss, Nico Jack. Nico, last weekend you called him Killer Quiles. Well, Max is going to have to be aggressive today with all of these hard-braking zones, but he looks super strong throughout practice. Confident for this one? Yeah, for sure we are super confident with the maximum performance. He did a very good job all weekend. Now it's time to race. We know what happens sometimes in Moto3, but anyway, he have a very good pace. We'll be see at the beginning of the race to have his pace, and then we'll be see to prepare the last 5 laps. But anyway, we have a lot of confidence to do Maximo a very good job today. You think he could break away, or are you expecting a pack fight? The idea is to try this, but in Moto3 you never know, because with the live stream it's difficult to go, but we try at the beginning of the race if it's possible to go Maximo. But anyway, in Moto3, like I say, it's difficult, but we try. Good luck. Thank you. Yeah, Maximo set to go to the maximum then here in Moto3. Can he then? Aspar feel that maybe he has the potential to break away at the front. Unbelievable start to his Grand Prix career. 5 podiums in the last 7. He's led 7 of his 9 Grand Prix already so far this year. Now we just saw it's beautiful, beautiful day here in Balaton. Clear blue skies, but there's a bit of wind around once again, Jack. Yeah, strong tailwinds down the start-finish straight, but more important, that means there's going to be a strong headwind down the back straight, which is going to be pretty costly for the likes of Max Quiles, who, as you heard from Nico Terol, feels he potentially does have the pace to get away. That headwind is going to make it very, very difficult for him to do so. Yeah, thanks, Jack. Really only 2 straights here to talk about around this compact Balaton Park circuit. The start-finish straight, of course, out of 17, and Hardner breaks into turn 1, and there's Utah out of turn 4, approaching down into turn 5, one of several incredibly hard braking zones, dominated really by low gear acceleration points and hard braking zones is this Balaton Park circuit. If there are places to overtake around this circuit, the rider you just saw on screen, Taya Porosato, will certainly find them. 17th up to 9th in Austin, 12th to 2nd in Qatar, and 15th to 6th last weekend in Austria, with 3 corners to go. We all thought that Porosato was on the brink of his maiden Grand Prix victory. He fell narrowly short, but after coming through qualifying 1 yesterday, Porosato has been able to put himself on the back of the 4th row. And a big crash though, didn't he, in turn 1 at Q2 yesterday. That was a nasty old high side for the 20-year-old Japanese rider. I stopped the Ross in the Red Bull Ring last time out. 6 in Austria was his first points in 4 since the Italian Grand Prix in Mugello. Front row then for this Moto3 battle here in Hungary. Angel Pequeras, our most recent winner, a 3-time winner already in 2025. He goes from 3rd place on the grid. Front row once again for the impressive, the vastly improved Valentin Peroni, who really has found top form of late, has Peroni. But he's the big pre-race favourite. He's the new superstar of the Moto3 World Championship in many respects, isn't he? The rookie Max Quiles has been quality all weekend so far, and he fights away from pole here at the Balaton Park circuit. So for the first time in 33 years, it's time to go racing on a Sunday in Hungary. Max Quiles starts from his 2nd career pole ahead of Valentin Peroni and Angel Pequeras, going for back-to-back wins to ignite his World Championship challenge. Alvaro Carpe, he lines up 4th ahead of informed David Munoz, with Guido Pini ensuring that 4 rookie starts on the front 2 rows. In 6th, Jacob Ralston 7th from Championship leader Jose Antonio Reyna, 8th on the grid for the 2nd Sunday in a row. Adrian Fernandez completes row 3. Almanza, Boccia and Porosato on the 4th row ahead of Nicola Carraro and Joel Kelso. And of course completing that 5th row with Marcus Ariarte's absence is Scott Ogden, Yamanaka, Rossi and O'Gorman next up. Conor Buchanan, who celebrated his 19th birthday yesterday. He starts 19th ahead of Ruche Moodley and Eddie O'Shea. Arvin Aditama, Noah Debula, Leonardo Abruzzo and Stefano Nepa take it down to 25th, with Marcus Ariarte booted to the back of the grid after slow riding in practice. First time then since 1992 we get a warm-up lap underway here in the Grand Prix of Hungary. 20 laps coming your way in what's turning out to be Moto3 World Championship, which right now is firmly in the hands of Jose Antonio Rueda. Last weekend in Austria was our 1000th Premier Class Grand Prix. Today, the 250th Moto3 battle since it all began back in Qatar in 2012. Of course, it's still a relative journey into the unknown around Hungary. The riders have been on a dry track Friday and Saturday, but this at their first chance to really attack and go for it in race mode at this Peloton Park circuit. So that will throw up a few question marks about the Pirelli tyre choices, and I believe it's a bit of a mixed bag, Lewis.
Yeah, every single combination of medium, soft, medium, etc. is on the grid. In terms of the riders at the front, 5 of the top 6 on the grid have gone for the medium front, soft rear combination, except Valentin Peroni second on the grid, medium front and rear. We've got the Leopard Honda of Adrian Fernandez, who's got soft front, medium rear, and David Almanza right behind him has got medium front and rear. So it's a bit of a mixed bag.
And of course, it's all been about learning and gathering data and knowledge for the Moto3 riders throughout this weekend. Gilles then coming to a pole position for the second time in his Grand Prix career. On pole position in just his second ever Grand Prix start at Le Mans. He was on the podium for the first time in just his third Grand Prix. He really is one to watch for the future. That is Gilles. He'll be wary though, there were a couple of crashes yesterday morning, which would have just dented that confidence a little bit. Still though able to find that 146.060, just about snatched pole position. Peroni was very close to making it back-to-back poles, wasn't he, yesterday, for Red Bull KTM Tech 3. Peroni's on a great run of 4 points in 10 in a row. Through 6 top 10s. Really strong as the 17-year-old Argentinian. Does history beckon for him here today? There's never been an Argentinian rider win a lightweight world championship race. It's 20 years and a little bit more now since Sebastian Porto won the 250cc Battle Assen all the way back in 2005. You're going to go all further back than that to find out the last time we had Grand Prix action here in Hungary. The fans are on their feet, they're full of expectation, they're full of anticipation, just as we are, with the green flag then cleared at the back. The historic race day here in Hungary about to get underway. Lights out, the racing in Moto3 here in Bartos. A great start for proposition by Max Gilles. Likewise from third place on the grid for the 36 bike of Figueras. Peroni's going the wrong way. Carpe tries to go the long way around the outside of Figueras into that first corner. That's not going to work out. He's right out to the white line there, wasn't he? Carpe, but it's Gilles that contact between Munoz and Figueras.
Yeah, Rueda has made a couple of places up here. I think he's in 6th place at the moment. The rider who had a shocker off the line was Guido Pini. He's the rider to drop backwards.
That looked like Ralston was getting really busy and aggressive on the inside. Break into turn 5. And so Munoz trying to recover a bit of lost ground after it was his front tyre and Figueras' rear tyre going through too.
Kelso lost a few places. He's gained some ground. He's up into 12th place. Adrian Fernandez, he has gone backwards off the line. 9th down to 13th place. Not getting much change out of that medium rear yet.
Out of 11 we go then. An attack now hard on the brakes into the second of the 3 chicanes here in Peloton. Into 12 and 13 we go. This real tight complex left and then right. Gilles it is that leads from Peroni in second place. As you were now in terms of your front row, Gilles, Peroni versus Figueras.
Just a bit. Pini's dropped one, of course, behind Ralston. Then it's Rueda 8th. Almanza and Foggia completes the top 10 into the final chicane then of 15 and 16. And then this left-hander of 17. Is it all going to come down to this? In 19 laps time, we complete the first lap of 20. And at the moment, Peroni very much staying with Gilles.
Gilles has had a perfect first lap. He leads over the line by 10th and a half. Munoz trying to pick up some slipstream on that short run down into the first corner. Not close enough to attack Carpe. Ralston then up from 7th to 6th on that opening lap, going on to darting towards the inside line there, going through turn 2 with Munoz.
Right inside line there for Peroni. He was seeing if a spot would open up to duck up the inside of Gilles, but that spot didn't open up. We're onto the back straight now where, as Jack told us, we've got something of a headwind here, and that might play into the hands of the 73.
Risai Yamanaka on the podium for just the 3rd time last time out in Spielberg. He's down in 16th place. Tough weekend so far for Yamanaka. Up 1 place to 17th on that opening lap. Figueras then now just trying to make sure he doesn't let Gilles and Peroni break away at the front. There's clear daylight here, isn't there?
between Keyless and Peroni. As Sparks said, they felt that Keyless had the potential to break the field early, and he's certainly getting his head down and trying. Takaras is trying to chip away at that, though, through the second sector. He's able to be content back of the top two, but Keyless, despite being so young and inexperienced, he's quite experienced already at leading Grand Prix. Only Jose Antonio Reyes has led more laps than him this year. Strong first lap for Marcus Uriarte, he was dumped at the back of the grid for slow online earlier on this weekend. He's picked up 6 spots already as Uriarte from 26th into 20th place, so he was ultra aggressive on that first lap. Nobody told Uriarte how tough it was to overtake here in Balaton. A look at here in the top left corner of your screen. This was Munoz getting busy and was ringing to the back there of Takaras, because they would make contact later on around that first lap as we now complete lap 2, and it looks like Takaras has chipped away at this. Yeah, he's faster. The fast lap of the race to Munoz on a 46.0, but Takaras and Munoz both quicker than the 2 rookies who are blazing a trail at the front. Some pace early on here by Munoz. That would have put him on pole position yesterday. 46.30. That is 300 faster than Keyless' pole time. So it's blistering early speed here in Balaton. Keyless, Piqueras and Munoz, all 3 of them close together, except fastest laps of the Grand Prix. But that is electric. Dynamite early pace from Munoz. Keyless set a new all-time lap record on Saturday morning of a 45.8, but that was not quite, the pole position. As Keyless now overshoot. We're looking at Rueda trying to come through on Ralston, but it looks like Keyless lost the lead there. He overshot turn 5, and Peroni does move through. Such an easy mistake to make. You have to be millimetre perfect, rock solid on the front end, otherwise you're going to go charging in. He's immediately, though, got the lead back. That was a short-lived experience for Peroni at the front of this battle. He did lead for 1 lap last time out in Spielberg, did Peroni. First time he's ever led a Grand Prix. He led that one for about, 50 yards? Well, that certainly has done, though, has brought Keras and Munoz right onto the tail of this top 2 now. Any hope of this top 2 pulling away early has now been very much quashed with that mistake from Keyless into turn 5. Clearly didn't give up the lead voluntarily, otherwise he would have stayed behind Peroni. He was keen to immediately get back to the front of the field again. Rueda working his way forward, the world champion leader. He has taken 7th place away from Ralston. And so he's starting to now get his claws into Pini, the rookie, directly ahead of him. Furusato's got himself up into the top 10 for the first time in his Grand Prix. He's picked off Boggia. Imagine Peroni, out of the riders in his leading group, will be more than happy just to sit on the rear tyre of Keyless if he can. To remind you of the riders right at the front of the race, Peroni is on the medium rear tyre, everyone else is on the soft. So Peroni's clearly banking on some grip advantages in the latter stage of this race, with so many acceleration zones out of chicanes as the top 2 go side by side again. Fastest rider in the lead group is Pini. He's just plugging in a 146.099. That's half a second faster than your race leader, Keyless. In turn, that is dragging Rueda also along with the Italian. You'll see them now, the 94 and the 99 bikes. So Carpe's gone back, hasn't he? Carpe's now behind Pini. Yeah, I was going to say, yeah. 6th place as Keyless on that inside line. I think Keyless might have gone a little bit wide into turn 1 at the start of this lap, which put Peroni up alongside him, because Keyless was defending into turn 2. But we've got a leading group of 8 at the front of this race, with Ralston just tagging on. Adrian Fernandez on the first and Leopard Hondas is nearly 2 seconds further back. Munoz, that's lovely. He's got through the 2nd place. Through on Peroni he goes. Down into turns 9 and 10. That was a brilliant move by Munoz. They go now through 11. Pini, I just mentioned him. How fast, well, he's the fastest rider in this league group, dispensed of the 83 of Carpe. Now he really is charging up towards this podium battle, is Pini, Italian in 5th. So intact riders 2nd and 5th now, and I think many looked at this track layout before we came here on Friday and said, this looks like a bit of David Munoz, this one. It's the scrappers kind of circuit, this one, and David Munoz is perhaps the biggest scrapper in Moto3. There's your live championship, potentially another 4-point swing going back in favour of Piqueras at the top of the championship. Of course, at the moment, the top 2 in this Grand Prix, Keyless and Munoz, they're exactly 100 points coming into this 250th Moto3 race adrift of Rueda. So then we move on to lap 5 of 20. It's Keyless, Munoz, Peroni and your top 3. Piqueras, Pini, Carpe is your top 6. Rueda's really starting to find some speed now. And that successive laps where the world champion leader has found his best laps of the Grand Prix, 146.348. Once again, the quickest of the top group is Pini, as we've lost Eddie O'Shea in early race retirement. Yeah, he's been told to retire. He's had the black and orange flag somewhere, so he's either had some smoke coming out of his bike, or some bodywork hanging off, but I think it might be the former of those two, so Eddie O'Shea, our first retirement. So there's a clear detachment here, a clear break. As Rueda now goes on the inside of Carpe, that's on the brakes into turn 5, so Carpe is just struggling for pace in this sort of early juncture. Because now he's been picked off for 6th place. There's a gap there now back between the top 8 and Adrian Fernandez on the 31 by the Leopard Honda. At 1.7 seconds, Fernandez adrift of Ralston, so it looks like the podium fight is between 8. Keras is through on Peroni then for 3rd up the inside into turn number 9, so the 36 back into 3rd place. That would eke him out an extra 3 points from where he was over Rueda, although Rueda, of course, did gain 1 by passing Carpe, so it's to and froing, chopping and changing in terms of the points advantage. Keras needs to gain every little last point he can if he's to keep this championship going to Valencia in November. We know how Keras loves to get his business done late on. 3 wins so far this year, but he's only led for 4 laps all season. That just gives indication of how strong he comes on late in these Grand Prix. Through 17 we go then. This will be the end of lap 6 of 20. Over at the line we go. Lap 5 of 20 rather completed. Yeah, Quiles into the 45s. So too are Munoz. De Keras, Pini's able to go into the 49s as well. Well, that's some hot pace. That feels like a statement. That coming in early from Quiles. 45.763, quarter of a second clear of Munoz he was over the line. That is the fastest lap of the entire Moto3 weekend so far. Quicker than Quiles went on Saturday morning, which was the all-time lap record around here on a Moto3 bike. But it isn't shaking. David Munoz off just yet. 28 continues to lead 64. Just looking at that gap there now between sort of Rueda and Carpe, already crept up to a quarter of a second after Rueda got through on his Red Bull KTM teammate on that previous lap. Running all over the rear tyre of Keras, tripping up almost on the rear tyre of Keras as they went through turn 10. Keras then, he's already done one of these, 2nd lap in a row into the 9-10 chicane. Clearly Keras' favourite passing point. He's now back on the tail of Quiles in 2nd again. Keras then up into 2nd close. Oh, you got to be careful. There was just a little bit of a bubble there as he was aggressive on the left-hander, going through 11. Munoz is struggling to go with this group. Look at the gap opening up behind Pini and Fit. Can't see Rueda at the moment. You'll see him just coming to view there. The pace that's being really driven by Quiles into the 45s. It looks like it's too fast a pace a moment for the Red Bull KTM duo. Both Rueda and Carpe getting detached. This is the biggest lead that Quiles has had as well. As we come through 15-16, 3/10 of a second, he built a lead up over Keras going through that 3rd sector. He's trying to get on with work here, isn't he, Quiles? We've got great drivers all coming out of 17. On that previous lap, Keras was still 3/10 of a second faster, having also had to negotiate his way through on Munoz. So there's nothing wrong with the rhythm of Keras right now. We've got 3 riders down in the final chicane somewhere. Ogden, Yamanaka and Uriarte were all dropping down the leaderboard on the left-hand side of your screen a moment ago. Yeah, Ogden has crashed out, clearly with Yamanaka. They were running in the tail end of the points. They were 16th and 17th. This lead group of 8 is really starting to break up now. We've got a lead group of 5 now. Quiles, Keras, Munoz, Peroni and Pini. Then there's nearly a second back to Rueda, who has just fired in his best lap of the Grand Prix, a 146.1, which is podium pace, but he hasn't just lost crucial ground or too much already. He's got a buffer of a second back to Ralston. I'll tell you who is struggling is Carpe. Carpe's back in the 47s very early on in this Grand Prix. We saw Carpe on the fringes of the top 3 right at the start of this Grand Prix. And he's now been picked up by Ralston, and he's suffering in 8th. Yeah, he's in danger of reversing back toward the group being led by Adrian Fernandez. We've got the 2 Hondas, 2 leading Hondas, Fernandez and Porosato, 9th and 10th, both setting personal best. Of course, they came, or certainly Porosato did in the end, from a long, long way back to join the leading group in Austria a week ago. I think it would take something even more impressive for them to get into the leading battle this time. Ogden has remounted on the CIP Green Power machine. Oh. Yeah, he goes down, and Uriarte and Yamanaka both go off into the gravel to avoid the debris. That is so easily done in the middle of these tight, twisty chicanes. Top job by both Uriarte and Yamanaka. Cat-like reflexes there as once again Keyless is so good in this final sector. It might have been on the green there a little bit. On the outside of turn 17 we go then. It's Keyless that leads by half a second. Nothing between Keyless and Peroni's lap times 146.2. But it's that fourth sector where Keyless is really cashing in. It's because the group behind him have been carving each other up. Munoz took the Keras into the third sector and then Peroni passed both of them in the fourth sector of the lap, which has enabled that gap to balloon out behind Keyless. These four riders that are chasing him need to just call a bit of a truce here, and if they're not careful, Keyless is going to have the front of the race all to himself. 4 or 5 laps in succession now. Rueda as Pini goes really wide on the exit of 4. Rueda another fastest lap of the Grand Prix for him, a 146.092. Of your top 6, Rueda the quickest by some distance, quarter of a second faster than both Keyless and Peroni, 6/10 quicker than Becerras and Munoz. Crucial moments these, with the gap at half a second. We know how good Becerras is. It's through those rights, isn't it? It's through the fast rights of 7 and 8. He was already alongside. I think he was right around the outside there. Peroni, he was. Becerras back into second place. He is so good through the fast right-handers of 7 and 8, and that's bringing him right back into the fray again. Just got to make sure that they don't keep bumping and barging each other around here, just to give Keyless an easy run, a free run at the front of this Grand Prix. Just keeping a close eye on Rueda, the gap between him and Pini, who's in 5th place. There is Pini on the number 94 bike as they charge now through towards 15 and 16 through the high speed turn 14 there. That'll all be Top Gear on the Moto 3 bike. Keyless once again, how good is he? Through that final chicane, 15, 16, and hard left he goes through 17, grabs a handful of throttle on that Aspar KTM, and over he comes. Keyless still keeping himself in the 45s. Only rider out on circuit right now in the 45s is Keyless. And now that he's trying to break away here, isn't he? 7/10 clear of Becerras. Yeah, Rueda just about hanging on in the back of the picture. To 6th, I guess he'll be saying, yeah, Max, you're more than welcome to go and take the 25 points as long as you stop Angel Becerras from scoring them. Behind that group, Ralston's doing 47s. Carpe pretty much in the 47s himself. Fernandez and Porosato have now caught that pair. Out of 4 we go. Another hard braking zone. Another opportunity maybe to attack for both Munoz and Peroni on Becerras. Munoz is certainly going for it. He's got the inside line through on the 73 of Peroni. Hard in the braking zone for turn 5. So Munoz back into P3. And this is the stage of the lap where Becerras is so strong. Look at the gap that's already opening up behind Becerras, back to Munoz and Peroni, and it looks like Becerras is closing this down at Keyless partway through this lap. Yeah, it's down to 4/10 of a second. He's taken 3/10 off Keyless already halfway through this lap. Yeah, brilliant lap this by Becerras as they now go through turn 11. Build up for a squirt of acceleration, a dart towards turns 12 and 13. There is Peroni. Been in this victory battle right from the get-go. He briefly led, didn't he, when there was a mistake early on by Keyless. Aside from that, Keyless has been doing all of the front running, all the legwork at the front of this Grand Prix. The 4-day for the MLab team gets even worse. Leonardo Abruzzo has a long lap penalty. Generally, what we've seen already this weekend is if you get a long lap penalty here, it's due to a shortcut. He's gone across the chicane at turn 10. Well, what was a 7/10 lead at the start of the last lap for Keyless over Becerras is going to shrink considerably. Yeah, Becerras found half a second. Personal best lap from Becerras at 145.825. Bettered by Munoz, who shows Becerras his front wheel on the brakes into the first corner. Brilliant lap that by Munoz at 145.7. Keyless back himself into those low 146s. Now that's not a slow or a sluggish pace. It's just that Becerras and Munoz directly behind him at the ante. Personal best lap 2 for Rueda in 6th. He's hoping, like last weekend, that the race comes to him in the latter stages. 146.0 for him. He was a quarter of a second quicker than Keyless last time around. Peroni's now attacking Munoz into turn 5. He's going to elbow in the side, and the rookie back onto the podium again. Fair play. That was Peroni making a Munoz move on Munoz, wasn't it? They were locking elbows on that braking zone. There's a pretty intense fight raging further down for 7. Ralston versus Carpe versus Fernandez versus Porosato. Those 4 rather, are covered by less than half a second. Interesting into this turn 11 as Keyless goes wide there. He favours a tighter inside line into turn 11, perhaps because he's wider out of turn 10. It might be a bit of a trump card for him on the final lap. There's not going to be much way through into that corner. And we're into that final sector. turns 16 and 15 and 16, the chicane, could be where this is all decided if it goes down to the final lap. This has been an excellent lap 10 for Adrian Fernandez, because he's picked up both Carpe and now Ralston. So it's Fernandez that's got himself to the head of that big second group at the front. Keyless, Piqueras. That's another big mistake by Keyless. Just look how much time that has cost him. Not just time, but positions. Going into 15 and 16. Sector 4, he's been so red hot in this Grand Prix. That was a massive mistake by Keyless. He drops into a 147.1. He lost a second compared to Peroni with that big error. Immediately fights back on the inside of Munoz though, into 1, but he was back in 4th place. Is he going to be back in 4th place right now? Could be even 5th as Munoz fights back. Going through to it is Pini has got the inside line now. Then on Keyless, they lean on each other going through 3. This has been a horrible end to lap 10 and start of lap 11 for Keyless. While that was all happening, Peroni took Piqueras to regain the lead again into turn 1. Piqueras has a good long look at the big screen. The problem Keyless had there into the chicane is he had to try and make the corner, because if he shortcutted it, he had to lose a second. That would have cost him even more time, so he had to try and get around the corner. It cost him 3 places.
You can see just the back of your picture there. Fernandez has got to up into 7th place, getting worse for Carpe and Ralston, because they've now been picked up by Forsato.
Of course, if Keyless had gone straight through the chicane there, he'd have to drop 1 second. That would have effectively put him right at the back of this entire group, behind Pini and potentially behind Rueda too. So he had no option there but to try and make the chicane.
Yeah, he went charging in hot to make an instant move back on Munoz, which set him on the wider, slower line on the entry then to turn 2, which allowed Munoz to swing straight back through. Oh, Pini, feet on the footbacks. He had his heart in his mouth there, didn't he? In that braking zone down through 9 and 10. That was really close.
It was all arms and legs there. Once he tried and get the bike stopped, he just about got it stopped. It was nearly Max Keyless' Aspar KTM that stopped him, because he nearly ran straight into the back of him. And Rueda, looking for every last point he could pick up out of this Grand Prix, is more than happy to snatch away that 5th place.
Well, we've talked about how small mistakes get punished big time here in Balaton Park. And clear evidence there. Exhibit A is Guido Pini, who comes over the line at 147.9. He lost well over a second with that big moment going into the second chicane. Rueda says thank you very much, and now Jose Antonio Rueda is just starting to ghost back towards this victory battle. Do not discount Rueda. We know how good he is on worn rubber.
Is this Grand Prix just starting to swing towards Peroni though? Remember, he's on the medium rear tyre. Everyone else in this leading group that you're looking at are on the soft rear tyre. Peroni's kept his powder quite dry so far. Is he now going to make a decisive break?
Second time then in this race he has led. Second time over the line he's led in his Grand Prix career. He is on course for history. An Argentinian rider has never won a lightweight world championship battle 20 years ago. Since Sebastian Porto was victorious in 250s in Assen, Piqueras just showing his front wheel into 9 and 10.
It's that run against your 8 that Piqueras gets. He closed down a pretty decent advantage. It was almost right up alongside Peroni by the time they got into turn 9, but Peroni holds the lead for now. Keyless has regrouped to a certain extent. He's still sitting there in 4th place. Rueda half a second back. All moves that Rueda really has made so far have been mistakes that have handed him positions. He hasn't really been able to go on the attack so far.
Further back, Nicola Carrara's taken 14 from Casey O'Gorman. O'Gorman at the moment on course for what will be his first World Championship point scoring finish, replacing Luca Lunetta. 6:58 squad course, so that's an excellent ride so far by Gorman. He's got a big gap back to Cormac Buchanan, actually in 16th spot. The lead quartet then, Power out of the final corner. It's Peroni on the power, looking superb at the moment in the front of this Grand Prix. 146.7 is matched by Piqueras. Nothing between Peroni's lap times, Piqueras and Munoz. But it's the faster of that top 4. It is Keyless. But the rider who's got the real good pit speed by now is Rueda, 46.2. Half a second quicker than Peroni, Piqueras and Munoz. He is right there in the game.
Is this race starting to come to the World Championship leader, who we haven't seen a lot of through much of this weekend, but we might be seeing plenty of him in the final 8 laps of this Grand Prix. There he is on the 99 now, up behind Keyless. Did Keyless perhaps push his tyres a little bit too hard, and he was leading in the early stages. Munoz too on Piqueras, that's for 2nd place.
It's fair to say now, for the big mistake a couple of laps ago, that Guido Pini's slipping out of contention for his first World Championship podium. Power now through turn 8.
dropping down the brakes, dropping down the gearbox into 9 and 10. Peroni, this is the longest he's been at the front at World Championship level, and this is uncharted territory as far as Peroni's concerned at the front. Uncharted territory, of course, for the entire field. We've never completed a race here in Balaton Park. We lost Matt Buchanan, unfortunately. We've lost out of contention. He was running in 16th place, unfortunately. Matt Buchanan has tipped off the Bowie Motorsports at KTM more than probably what he should have done in his rookie season. That's down at turn 5 when we lost Buchanan. As Quiles is getting the information of who's behind him. I think he only cares about who's in front of him. At the moment, Aldo Rueda is looking an increasing threat in this Grand Prix. Let's see what kind of lap times they're now doing. Remember, they were doing high 45s early on in this Grand Prix. Last time around, they were doing high 46s. 73 at Peroni, cross line 146.8. And once again, fastest rider of the top 5 was Rueda. Yeah, the pace is slacking off here as the tyres are starting to get worn and abused. I haven't seen that one ago when we were sort of in the high 145s in this Grand Prix. It is then Peroni through 3 and 4 he goes. Closest challenger is still Munoz, well set for his 5th successive podium finish. What a burst of form it's been for Munoz to get himself into top 3 contention in the World Championship. We're powering now out of 4. On the brakes we go into turn 5. On board with Rueda, not close enough to attack Quiles on this occasion. Pini just in the background. He needs to be a little bit careful. He doesn't reverse back towards Anthony Fernandez, who's doing 46.4s. He's actually the fastest rider on track now. Fernandez on the Leopard Honda in 7th. Reminder, he's another rider on the medium rear tyre, and he's taking half-second lap out of Pini. That little battle further back between O'Gorman and Carraro is back in the hands of the Irish rider. Quiles now through, up into 3rd place. After the big move on Piqueras, that was going through 9 and 10. That was lovely. Really, really nice work that by Quiles. So, 6.5 laps to go here in Hungary. Quiles back into the podium spots. Still got plenty of time to rectify this, says Quiles, after his mistake, which nearly cost him Pini once again. Second time we saw him nowhere near the apex of the chicane through turns 12 and 13. He went straight across the gravel track, and now he has to make sure he loses a second, otherwise he'll be heading through the long lap penalty loop. It's been a messy all. Piqueras was running to running hot there, wasn't he? Going into the chicane into 15 and 16, just about got the KTM stopped. He's wide there on the green coming out of that final corner as well for Piqueras, so he's going to have to be wary of track limits as well late on in this Grand Prix. Peroni now back down to a mid 146, so too is Munoz. Quiles though, well, he was half a second faster than Piqueras on that last lap. That shows you why he was able to get through on his fellow Spaniard, as Piqueras again has a twitch going through 3. I think he might be in trouble with a penalty for that, because he did do a 47.6. He was the second slower than the leaders, but he was doing those kind of lap times anyway. And before he served that penalty, so Pini might soon find himself back in that group with Fernandez and Carpe. Carpe, curiously, has to set his personal best lap of the race, despite being back in 8. Yeah, he disappeared from this lead group rather rapidly, didn't he, Carpe, at one stage, but at the moment, the only rider ahead of him on circuit who was quicker on that last lap was Quiles. Of course, he started from pole position. Here is Peroni, who looks just so cool, so calm, doesn't he? So collected, he slides the rear. The KTM Pini indeed does have a long lap penalty. It was a great spot by there, so Pini will have to come through the long lap penalty loop. So 2 or 3 laps ago, we thought Pini was in with a great shot of the podium, but it's all unravelled. Big start for the Italian. In fact, the penalty that Pini's got is for exceeding track limits. It's not for a shortcut, so he might get a couple of them. But it's all irrelevant now. I think he's crashed trying to serve the long lap. Yeah, that's on the outside of the long lap at 11. So, just when you thought your day couldn't go from bad to worse anymore, it did, as far as Pini is concerned. At the front from Pini, we go to Peroni, your race leader, making his way through turns 15 and 16. The left-hander of 70 now, before he gets on the power and charges towards the start-finish line. Once again, Peroni leads. He's a couple of tenths clear. Munoz, Quiles there, still in 3rd spot. He's only one of 5, isn't it, for the win here? The first Hungarian win since 1992. Peroni, Munoz, Quiles, Piqueras and Rueda. Rueda's been locked in that 5th place for quite some time now. He's been not able to make any further progress. Is he just keeping some life in that Peroni rubber for a late attack? Nico Terol, the Aspar team manager, did tell Jack on the grid that Quiles was going to try and do his pace and then see where we're at in the final 5 laps. Well, where he's at is 3rd place. Looking to try and turn that now into 2nd at the inside of David Munoz. 2 riders who love to go on the attack. But Quiles has managed to secure that one, and Munoz is unable to fight back. Nice move that by Quiles. Not an easy move to make at the end of that straight, the back straight going into turn 5. And further back, Adrian Fernandez with Keely's exit has gone up into the top 6. Carpe 7th for Osato, 8th. Almanza's in 9th place. Joel Kelso, after a pretty tough weekend here in Hungary, starting 14th, has now got himself up inside the top 10. So Fernandez then now at the front of that chase group, ahead of Carpe and Furusato. Then we've got Almanza, as mentioned, in 9th place there. They're not going to get anywhere near this group there. 4.5 seconds adrift. It is firmly a 5-way battle. Peroni and Quiles, they're 2 rookies who've impressed us so much through this season. Quiles has had much more on the limelight. He's done a lot more podium finishing than Peroni, but there's no question that Tech 3 have unearthed a little bit of a gem in the Argentine. Can the 73 claim his breakthrough victory here? Yeah, they've done a fair share of winning of late in Moto 3, haven't they, Tech 3, with Danny Holgado. They're polishing another rough diamond here, aren't they, in Peroni. Over the line we go. Peroni leads now by 0.3 of a second as they charge now in the heavy braking zone for turn 1. Bit of vibration, bit of chatter there on the front end of Peroni's 73 KTM. Not sure Munoz's KTM was pointing in the right direction there into turn 1, but he did somehow get it stopped. Yeah, 3/10 doesn't sound like a lot, but in Moto 3 it is quite a lot. Yellow flags have come out in the 3rd sector behind this leading train. Looks like someone's gone down into turn number 1. We'll try and find who's dropping down. It's Tayo Furusato out of 8th place. Yeah, and that's going to be for the 4th race in 5. No points as far as Furusato is concerned. He had the big high side, didn't he, in 1 yesterday in Q2. Look at this by Peroni. He has just looked so good at the front of this Grand Prix. Hobbling away goes Furusato. Now, clearly he's off the road. Yeah, there was some gesturing there, wasn't there, from the normally placid and very mild-mannered player Furusato. I don't think we can say the same of his temperament right now, because he's lost his temper big style by the looks of it. He's usually as quiet as a church mouse is Furusato, but clearly not on this occasion. So 3.5 laps to go, and Peroni could be looking pretty smart there with that medium rear tyre, and is that the one that's going to make the difference for him? He's perhaps banking on having that little bit extra rear grip, getting out of some of those slow speed chicanes and hairpins around this racetrack. If he can just punch it out of there with the superior rear grip, then Quiles is going to be in no position to attack him. Fascinating to see what's going through the mind here of Rueda in 5th place. The World Championship lead, of course, a lot more to lose potentially, or any of the four directly ahead of him. But has he just kept something in his pocket for a late charge? 3 laps to go then here in Hungary. It is still Peroni that has an advantage of just under 0.3 of a second. Quiles pushing the front of that KTM hard on the brakes into the first corner. We've got a lack of adhesion flag waving there in the background at the first corner. So it's Furusato perhaps indicating that he crashed on something into turn 1. Was it the marshals he was having a bit of a shout at down at turn 1? No rider went down on anything, fortunately, there into turn 1. But yeah, that's something to occupy the minds and the vision of the riders as they approach turn 1. Now then, Rueda desperately trying to pick up some slipstream here behind Piqueras as they power out of turn 4. Once again, though, he's not going to be close enough, showing his wheel to Peroni. There clearly was Quiles. When will Quiles be able to try and make the move? And we've seen him so good, drop back to 4th place at one stage in this lead battle. Didn't he? Quiles working his way through, back through on Piqueras and Munoz, which is a pretty tough task these days in Moto 3. Closing in now, then he goes on your race leader, Peroni. If you're going to make a move around here, it has to be clean. You have to make it stick, otherwise you're going to cost yourself all kinds of momentum. I don't think that was an attempt from Quiles. That's just his line into turn 11. Yeah, Rueda at the moment, yeah, he's sitting 5th, but I think he'd take this if he put the flag out now, just losing those 2 points to Piqueras. Yeah, it's the risk over reward strategy right now, isn't it? The risk reward ratio as far as Rueda is concerned. How much is he willing to throw it on the line here for, what, 3-4 points maybe extra in his pocket? He will have to be mindful, surely, of that as we come on to the penultimate lap very shortly. Peroni's done so much front running in the second half of this Grand Prix. to go then here in Balaton. Peroni wants to gain about a quarter of a second clear of Quiles. There's something on the racetrack there. You can just see it off the racing line into turn 1. So unless someone has a big dive up the inside into turn 1, they're not going to run over. Right, you can see the straight marks on the racetrack from Furisato's crash yesterday. Once again, Quiles favouring a bit of a tighter inside line, but he's got to figure out a move as Scott Ogden goes down for the second time in this Grand Prix. He's down the back of the field. Our focus now in the last lap and a half is Scott on at the front. Yeah, look at the gap that Peroni has. He's squeezing a tenth of a second out of Quiles now. On the brakes we go into 5. Just over a lap and a half remaining then here in Hungary. You have to say, somebody's going to have to work really hard to take this away from Peroni because he just looks unflustered, unflappable at the front of this Grand Prix. If Peroni stays online, makes no mistakes, I think he might have this. You could see how many risks Quiles is taking on the brakes to try and get up onto the rear tyre of him. Is he going to go for a big lunge into turn 11? As mentioned, he does favour that inside line, but Peroni gets that KTM hooked up and fired up out of some of these slower corners, and he just pulls away from the 28. How late was Quiles braking going into the 9 and 10? He just started to gobble up the ground ahead of him, and now he's right on the rear tyre. Once again, Peroni, we know how good as well Quiles has been in the 4th sector. Start their way now through that 14 we go into the final chicane complex. Peroni and Quiles are just threatening to drop, and Munoz, Piqueras and Rueda behind them here. Is this going to be win it or bin it for Max Quiles? Is he prepared to throw it all on the line to try and take victory? You've got to make sure you stay off the green on this final lap, because that could be crucial. It's a rookie shootout on this final lap between Peroni and Quiles. Last lap on the way, and our first Hungarian Grand Prix in 33 years in motoring. Quiles is going for it. He's attacking on the inside. Peroni slams the door shut in his face. He drops the KTM across the Aspar KTM. That was played by Peroni. He's gone wide though, coming through 2. He's going to just once again drop across the nose of Quiles. This is an intense late battle between 2 big future superstars in Moto3, surely. Peroni still has it as they climb out of turn 4. Some serious bravery being shown there. Peroni was more than prepared just to slam it over the front tyre of Quiles, who now gets up the inside into turn 5, but can he get that KTM stopped? As he timed this to perfection, Quiles has got it stopped, and that's his turn now to chop across the nose of Peroni. Peroni trying to retaliate now as we go through 7, and now through 8. Another overtaking opportunity here on the chicane into 9, 10 we go. Peroni not close enough. Quiles has a track limits warning. Peroni goes in hot into the first part of that chicane, and that's going to cost him all his momentum. Yeah, it's going to cost him all his exit speed. That could be the key moment on this final lap. But just like, look how good he's on the brakes. Look how much corner speed he carries going through turn 11. Is he running out of time here? Has Quiles got this one covered? If he can get safely through turn 15, he should have this. He looked like he was a little bit cautious into the chicane, and Peroni closed the gap again. Can he attack into this final chicane? Is Munoz going to resist? Piqueras will take a 5th successive podium. Peroni has got the drive into the final chicane we go. Quiles has been so good on the brakes. Quiles now surely will have it. It's going to be a dive. Oh, no, into the final corner we go. This is brilliant by Peroni. Quiles cuts through the inside line. They go side by side. Oh, an elbow bars. On the line we go. And it's Quiles, who wins a Balaton Belter in Moto3. What a race. What a last lap. What a last corner that was. It was knees, elbows, shoulders and fingernails now, wasn't it, over the line between Quiles and Peroni. Oh, that was an epic battle. Hungarian fans, you've had to wait 33 years for Grand Prix action in your country. Well, I'm sure that was well worth the wait, because once again, Moto3 delivers and some. Quiles takes it by not even 2/100ths of a second. What a last lap this was. This was going into turn 5, 12 corners left. At this stage, we felt that there was going to be another twist in the tail. There certainly was. Into the final chicane we go. Check this out from Peroni on the inside of the final corner. He gets the run through 15 and 16. Quiles is just focusing on getting this chicane right. He just about gets it right. Look at the run that Peroni gets. He just carves up the inside as Munoz and Piqueras nearly tripped over each other. Up the inside into the final corner. They bash elbows on their way to the line. And Quiles, who won by 6,000 to Mugello, wins by 18,000 in Hungary. Photo finish. There was a big elbow out there, wasn't there? from Peroni. Look at this. Watch his left elbow. Yeah, there you go. Take that, Quiles. Well, that was an epic, thrilling finish to another unbelievable 20 Moto3 race. 2025 has served up some classics. That was some way to cap a 250th Moto3 battle. Oh, brilliant. Munoz, well, he got at the entrance to the final chicane all wrong, and Piqueras almost fell into the back of him. Munoz did come out the right side of that particular battle to take his fifth successive podium. First Spaniard to do that in 3 years. Since Ethan Guevara. Piqueras had to sell the fourth. Rueda is fifth. Top six completed by Adrian Fernandez. Top 10s for Almanza, Kelso, Carpet and Ralston. Points for Foggia, Carraro, Casey O'Gorman, his first World Championship points, next in 13th, ahead of Yamanaka and Uriarte. Well, that was some finish. What an unbelievable ending to the Hungarian Grand Prix. Won ultimately by Max Quiles. Let's get the thoughts of the boss, Nico Terol.
Nico, congratulations. Have you caught your breath? Has your heart rate gone down yet? What a last lap.
What an incredible last lap. Incredible job, unbelievable job from Massimo Sai. I think at the end with the soft tire he struggled a little bit more than Perrone. This victory is super nice with this incredible group, with Munoz, with also Perrone. Congratulations for him because he did a very good job also. And Piqueras and Massimo is super strong rider, and we are super happy. Great job, well done, thank you. Yeah, an awesome job. A phenomenal job by Max Quiles. Second Grand Prix victory in his 10th appearance. He had to do it the hard way. And as Nico Terol pointed to, that was not easy. That was far from easy because Peroni potentially had the upper hand in those crucial final laps with that medium Pirelli rear tyre. That was super close. Photo finish over the line. Looking forward to seeing just how tight it was. 0.018 of a second. As Max Quiles comes to Parc Fermé. Well, we've waxed lyrical so many times already in his opening 10 Grand Prix in the Moto3 World Championship. He's going to create so many more headlines once again. Second in Silverstone's first career podium. Second in Aragon, a brilliant breakthrough first victory in Mugello. Couple of second places recently in the Sachsenring and in Brno. He was not settling for second here, was he, today? At all, as he really toughed it out. They were super aggressive with each other, weren't they, over the line? Peroni certainly was, and he got the elbow out, properly nerved and barged into Quiles. Rueda misses the podium. It's back-to-back fifth places for the World Championship leader. But in terms of his championship, no serious damage done. Only loses 2 points. It's down to 69 from 71. The advantage for Rueda to Piqueras. Quiles is now just 17 points behind Piqueras. And remember, Quiles missed 4 Grand Prix this season. 2 because he wasn't old enough, and 2 because he was injured. Where might he be in the battle for the World Championship had he been old enough to start this season in Thailand? Yeah, you kind of fear for the Moto3 opposition in 2026, don't you? Given just how strong Quiles has been in the early parts of his Grand Prix career. David Munoz didn't have the pace late on to get close to Quiles and Peroni on that last lap. That just shows the outstanding job that Quiles and Peroni were doing ahead of him. But it is a continuation and extension of his brilliant recent record. Munoz podiums now in Assen, Sachsenring, Brno, Red Bull Ring, and here in Hungary. And, of course, we should pass on our huge congratulations once again to Valentin Peroni. Second podium in the last 5 Grand Prix for the Argentinian. Piqueras, it was close, really close between him and Munoz in that final sector. They almost had big contact coming through turn 17. Over the line, not even a tenth, splitting the 2 Spaniards. But here he is. Max Quiles. No point really saying remember the name now because you're already very familiar with the 17-year-old Spaniard, who of course is under the guidance of a certain Alex Marquez in MotoGP. He is destined for great things, isn't he? is young Quiles. 5 successive podiums then for David Munoz. He's still firmly in the hunt for the top 2 in the World Championship. Let's get his thoughts with Jack.
David, a great run continues. 5 podiums in a row in a fierce fight. But just looking at the rear tyres, it's obvious that soft of yours is absolutely destroyed. Just how difficult was it to manage at the end of the race?
Yeah, in the end of the race, difficult for me because in the braking I was lagging, no possible stopping the bike, no? Maybe this is a problem for today because ain't no possible fighting with Perrone and Quiles for the victory, but well, third position more is very good for the championship and follow this way for the future. Follow this way for Barcelona is very important for the championship, but we'll see in the next race. Thank you to the team for all the work. Next week more. Right, well done. Thank you.
Yeah, another great ride by David Munoz. But let's not forget, he did not score a single point in the opening 3 Grand Prix. This was his last lap drama, charging in high into that final chicane, as we saw there. The Keras almost clattered into the back of him as they swept through 15 and 16. Lost a lot of momentum, didn't he, at that point, Munoz? Likewise, so did the Keras, who just spisses out on back-to-back podiums, does our Spielberg, and that's how close it got. I think we could say, or we can say, it got even closer between Quiles and Perrone, as they, ahead of these two, were in their own personal duel for the victory, eventually taken by Quiles. Show of respect there between Munoz then and Perrone, as we're going to hear very, very shortly from Valentin Perrone. I think it's going to be too long before this young rider is going to be talking to Jack as a Moto3 race career. Second in a Balaton Classic. Let's get his thoughts with Jack.
Valentin, what a brilliant ride. You obviously got the tyre choice correct and gave everything on that final lap. When you managed to get through at the final corner, did you think that was it? I've done enough.
I know in the straight he exits super fast from the last corner, and I know if I overtake there, maybe he overtook me, but well, this is racing. It was the only place I could pass him in the last lap because he was super fast, and well, at the beginning I suffered a lot because I chose the ST2 because yesterday morning I tried the ST1 and in 8 laps I destroyed the tire, so we said with the team, okay, we have to reach the first laps. With the ST2 we know it's a bit more slower, but I tried my best in the first lap to follow Maximo because his pace was incredible, doing 45 and 9, 46 0, it was amazing. And then when I saw he started to mistake a bit because he couldn't maintain the rhythm, I said, okay, now it's my turn to do my pace. I was constant on 46 6, 46 5, 7 like this, and without making mistakes. And finally in the last lap, I know if he's gonna overtake me, and then before I was thinking, okay, if I'm second, where is the place to overtake him? And I said, or in the last chicane, or in the last corner, and I thought he didn't exit super good, so I said, okay, now it's my turn. But well, in the exit he passed me for nothing, but well, I enjoy a lot the race. I would like to say also thank you to my team. They made an amazing job during all the weekend, and also I train a lot in the summer with rider formation, also with one of my trainers, Danny Valle. I would like to say, vamos Danny, un saludo, vamos! And nothing, thank you to my family and to everyone who support me.
Another great performance, well done.
Thank you.
An adrenaline-fueled interview. He's on cloud 9 right now, isn't he, Perrone? On cloud 9, even though he didn't take what some will say would have been a very, very deserved first victory in Moto3. Excellent ride. What a character is Perrone. Looking forward to seeing how his career develops over the next few years. Best at Moto3 finish in second. Third he was in Assen. Second here today. Surely not too long before we're putting a number 1 in the colour next to the 17-year-old riding for Red Bull KTM Tech 3. Did a lot of leading, the most leading he's done in a Grand Prix in that race, and that's going to be just gold in terms of the experience for the future. You can see how hard Max Quiles was having to work with the soft Perrone rear tyre compared to Perrone's. A lot of wear
particularly on the left-hand side of that rubber. Shows just how demanding at times this Balaton Park circuit is. But some weekend for Max Keeler's pole position and a sensational win here at Balaton Park. Let's get it started with Jack.
Max, huge congratulations. What a win that is. To find something on the final lap when you were clearly struggling for grip. Just how tough was it to make that move?
Yeah, so difficult. Really difficult race. I knew I had a bit more than everybody, so I started to push at the beginning. I knew the tire was going to drop, so I said, if I push and I open gap, then when they try to catch me, their tire is going to break as well. So we were in equal condition. But yeah, really difficult. I could open the gap with the other riders, but then the tire came and it broke so early, like I had no grip, so they catch me again. It was difficult. At the end, I saw that Perrone was really fast at the end of the race. He had different tire as well, so I said, I'm going to keep an eye on him, and maybe he goes. So I go behind him. The last lap was so nice. I enjoyed a lot. Really clean. I overtake. Then I got a bit of bad exit, so I knew he was going to overtake. I said, okay, pass, and then I pass you. So, yeah, it was like, in Spanish we say lacito, he goes inside and I go on the other side. Yeah, like a comeback. So happy. I want to dedicate this race to Pau. He was a really good friend, and last time in Austria I couldn't do a podium, but now this is for him, this victory. I'm so happy. Thank you.
Another great ride. Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, some great words there from Max Keeler. He is smart, he is fast, he has all the attributes, doesn't he? To go all the way to the top one day in the future, does Keeler. What a finish that was to the Moto3 race here at Balaton Park. Quite literally, elbow to elbow, knee to knee action as they came out of the final corner. Just watch Perrone's left arm here as he fights for clear space. He fights for his first career victory. He's been begging for the checkered flag to be coming, 10 metres earlier. But as he said, that's racing. It's hard. It is hard. It's on the limit. But the pair of them just said, that's what it's all about. This is a ruthless business. I think it was Max Biaggi once said it's not boring dancing. If Max Keeler isn't bothered by it, then I don't think any of us should be. That's really what it's all about. That's Moto3 in a nutshell. Two rookies who are going to do a lot of winning in their Grand Prix careers. On this day, it's win number 2 for Max Keeler. Win number 1 for Valentin Perrone has to wait. He'll wait for very much longer. It's a second home Grand Prix coming up in a couple of weeks for Perrone to spend an awful lot of his time in Barcelona, does the Argentine. Standing battle between the two. Keeler, he gets the win this season. It's a World Championship runner-up. As mentioned, he moves to within 17 points now of Taqueras for second place. With Taqueras 69 points behind Jose Antonio Rueda with 8 races remaining. I wonder where that fan of Perrone is from. Great to see the Argentinian national flag so close to history today, wasn't it, Perrone? Not even 200 of a second away from being the first ever rider from Argentina to win a lightweight world championship battle. What was it? Not even probably half a bike length over the finish line between Keeler and Perrone. But let's enjoy and let's savour a Moto3 podium here in Hungary. And here's Nico Tirol, 25 world champion back in 2011, who will accept the winning constructor prize. He's becoming quite a regular visit to the podium for David Munoz. 5 in a row for him now. His 7th podium of the season. A second podium for Valentin Perrone. He's such a baby face. How did he flex his muscles in that Grand Prix? Putting a whole new meaning on getting your elbows out in a Grand Prix. He couldn't quite deny Max Keeler from the end. Danny Holgado there, of course, the 89 Moto3 winner himself, who's already leathered up, making ready to head out for his Moto2 encounter shortly. Tirol takes the prize
He dedicates to the whole Aspar team. Being pretty smart about their decision to sign on Max Quiles. Well, Hungarian motorsport royalty and a Formula 125 champion in his own right. Gabor Tamashi presents the third place trophy to David Munoz. If there's anyone in this paddock who has really wanted the Road Show on two wheels to return to this country, it is Gabor, world champion in the 125 class 18 years ago. He will win one day with Valentin Brony. But for 18,000 to the second, that day would have been today. But he has to wait at least another fortnight, because today is Max Quiles' day. Elbow to elbow out of the final corner. It came down to a photo finish, but the battle of the rookies goes the way of Max Quiles. In front of his very proud parents, Max Quiles is your winner of the Michelin Grand Prix of Hungary in Moto3, and he did it in a last lap, a last corner thriller. That was brilliant, wasn't it? From both Quiles, Brony, well, from all of our top three. Fantastic way then to kick off our first Hungarian Grand Prix race day in over 3 decades. Let's hope we get more of the same in Moto2 and MotoGP coming up later on this afternoon. But for the second time in 2025, your race winner is Max Quiles. Just 18,000 to the second between the Quiles has now won the 2 closest finishes in 2025. Valentin Brony second. Another podium for David Munoz, that's now 5 in a row. Angel Piqueras 4th, so he does gain some ground on Jose Antonio Rueda, who finished 5th. Points for the likes of Dennis Foggia and Nicola Ferraro. First world championship points for Casey O'Gorman. Congratulations to him. Surely we will see much more of him on a Grand Prix grid. Guido Pini was up inside that top 6, got all that penalty and then crashed whilst trying to serve it. Time for Osato, another retirement after he crashed at turn 2. Scott Ogden crashed twice. Jose Antonio Rueda then sees his world championship they cut again, although it's only 2 points off his lead at the start of the day. 69 the advantage. Max Quiles goes back ahead of David Munoz into third. KTM remain unbeaten in 2025. The top Honda across the line today with Adrian Fernandez, the gap 181 points. In the team standings, Red Bull KTM IO 125 points clear of Printer, MTL and MSI, of course. The chaos story for them, Lisa Yamanaka, delayed heavily by that first crash for Scott Ogden. What a Grand Prix that was, certainly built up to a cracking finale here at Balton Park. Max Quiles led right at the end and led at the front, but not exactly the smoothest route to victory from there. And you're away the World Championship leader, 5-8 of the grid, looking to make some early progress as Piqueras and Munoz got acquainted with each other. Brony, who had started from the front row of the grid, was making his way back towards the leading battle after a slightly shaky start. That was him trying to get through on David Munoz. A crucial mistake into the chicane. Looked like he might have undone all of Max Quiles' hard work. He dropped down to 4th place. He was Trying to launch a counter-attack. Peroni hit the front. And we thought potentially decisively. Quiles regaining second place from David Munoz. Munoz would remain in third for the rest of the Grand Prix. But it all came down to these two on the final lap. 73 versus 28. Quiles seizing the high ground on the way into turn 5. Through an inventive move in the final sector, Peroni threatened a shock victory on this final lap. As they went elbow to elbow on their run to the line. Peroni putting it all on the line, but Max Quiles taking victory by half the length of the light. Quiles with his second victory of the season. Peroni a fine second. Rueda wins the World Championship by 69 points. Hungary fans have been starved of MotoGP action for over 3 decades, but the world elite riders are ready to battle for glory at the new Balaton Park circuit. It's a 30-second different track in the modern era to host the world's best riders. And sit adjacent to Lake Balaton, one of Hungary's national treasures. Can Marc Marquez power to a 10th Sunday success? It's time to race in MotoGP. Good afternoon and welcome back to Hungary. Welcome back to the 14th chapter of this year's MotoGP World Championship. Coming up in just under a couple of hours' time, we will see if Marc Marquez can continue his golden run of winning form in 2025. After he picked up another gold medal in the sprint yesterday over 13 laps. That was his 13th sprint win in the opening 14 Grand Prix. A massive 152-point lead now in the World Championship for Marc over brother Alex. It feels fantastic. It feels great, doesn't it, to be back in Hungary. First Grand Prix in this part of Central Europe in 33 years. Just our third ever Grand Prix of Hungary. The previous two in MotoGP were won by two very illustrious figures, two MotoGP legends, Mick Doohan and Eddie Lawson, who will be adding their name to that short but very exclusive list. Over 26 laps in the Premier Class race coming up later on this afternoon. Well, the Hungarian fans who have had to wait so long to see the modern day superstars in Moto3, Moto2 and MotoGP tackle the circuit in their home country. Well, those who have made the trip to the new Balaton Park circuit have already had a treat. No spoilers here in the comedy box, but Moto3 was an unbelievable way to kick off this 14th race day of the campaign. Right now, though, we focus on what is our closest World Championship battle at this stage of 2025. What is turning into actually a fascinating and rather intriguing scrap for Moto2 glory this year. Manu Gonzalez is still at the summit of the standings, despite the fact that he had that hold radiator last time out in Spielberg, which saw him at DNF. That means the gap between the two Spaniards at the top of the championship was down to 19 points between Gonzalez and Canet. Gonzalez is on the front row of the grid for this 22-lap Moto2 battle here at Balaton. Ahead of him, though, most crucially, starting from pole position, is one of his main championship rivals, Diogo Moreira, who really did reignite his championship challenge with that brilliant victory that last time out in Spielberg. And Moreira's last two finishes have been victories. And boy, did he badly need to steady the ship after DNFs, no points in Sachsenring and in Brno. There were mitigating circumstances in both. But his Austrian Grand Prix victory means he's just 35 points now back of Gonzalez in the championship after Gonzalez's technical misfortune, his bad luck last weekend in Austria. a surprise name, splitting two of our title contenders on that front row, Moreira and Gonzalez. It's on to Van den Goldberg. Matt Butler should have been in the commentary box. Jack Appleyard down in pit lane. We'll zip straight down to Jack because he's got the world championship leader on the front row in third place. Manu Gonzalez is with Jack right now.
Yeah, great of Manu to talk to us ahead of what looks like on paper, Manu, a head-to-head between yourself and Diogo. You've got a pace advantage, it seems, on everybody else. Will the World Championship come into your thinking in this one?
For sure, we have to finish the race. After the race of Austria that we have not, we will try to finish, but for sure we will try to fight for the win. Of course, we have still many races to go, so we have to give everything to do a good start. It's very, very important. Let's try to go in front and then push.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to Manu Gonzalez. As he mentioned, the starts always important, but it feels like there's extra significance on the start here in Balaton. It's a very short run down to a super tight turns 1 and 2. It's going to be vital that you avoid some early drama there, which we saw certainly in the MotoGP sprint yesterday. And Moreira then on pole position. There is the vast and stunning Lake Balaton, known by the locals, known by the population here as the Hungarian Sea. Well, I think it's been a summer holiday hotspot for so many down the years, and finally it is our 32nd host venue of a Grand Prix in the modern era. Looking forward to this one, Lewis. Zonta van den Goldberg, a little bit of an outlier on the front row of the grid, but when you look at Moreira pole, Gonzalez third, we're looking on screens right now, and Aaron Canet, the top 3 in the World Championship on those first 2 rows, this could get spicy.
Yeah, we've got 4 of the top 5 in the World Championship on those front 2 rows, with Jake Dixon lining up in 5th place as well, front of row 2. But as Jack said to Manu there on the grid, it has all the makings of a head-to-head between the 2 riders who are 1st and 3rd in the World Championship. Between them, though, on the grid, via Q1 is the very impressive Zonta van den Goldberg. He's giving his thoughts now to Jack.
Done a brilliant job yesterday to be up here on the front row of the grid. How do you think this race is going to pan out? I'm starting around 2 plus guys. They both said they want to lead, so we'll see who takes the lead and try to follow them. Good luck, mate. Thank you.
Who takes the lead and tries to follow them? Who knows? It might be Zonta that's leading out of turn 1. Big opportunity for him from the front row of the grid, where he has started on 3 previous occasions, most recently in the Solidarity Grand Prix in Barcelona at the end of last season. Although 2025 has perhaps been a little thinner on the ground in terms of points than he would have liked. Just 14 points to his name so far this season. And we're yet to see Zonta van den Goldberg get to the checker flag of a Grand Prix this year inside the top 10. Big opportunity for Zonta to change that today. With Manu Gonzalez sitting to his right on the grid, and this man, Diogo Moreira, over to his left. Moreira perhaps answering 1 or 2 critics last weekend in Austria. He suggested that he could only win by, and only go fast by following people. Well, they all followed him last Sunday in Austria, as Diogo Moreira had far too much in the end for the Aspar duo of Danny Holgado and David Alonso. So much speculation surrounding Moreira at the moment and a potential place in MotoGP next season. LCR Honda predicted and rumoured to be the destination for Diogo in 2025, who has made so many admirers over the course of his 2nd season in the Moto2 World Championship. And it looks like a sophomore season in this intermediate class that is going to propel him to MotoGP when, of course, we head to Brazil in 2026.
Yeah, no official confirmation as yet about that move to MotoGP next season for Moreira and LCR Honda. Yeah, but it seems like it is done deal. 99.99% certain, if not 100% certain, we will see Moreira move up to MotoGP alongside Johann Zarco next season. Well, plus it matters for him. The first mission in this 22-lap battle will be just to make sure you get through those tight 2 first corners. And without any dramas, there is the aerial shot then of this new Balaton Park circuit. Impressing last time out in Austria with a first ever top 10 in qualifying in Moto2 was Colin Vine. He's got even better today. 5th on the grid, the Red Bull KTM rider, and he's with Jack.
Yeah, what a brilliant week it's been for Colin. A top performance after the summer break in Austria, rolled on to here. Looks as though it could be a big fight for the final spot on the podium, Colin. Do you fancy being in the mix?
I think we are very competitive for it this weekend.
Let's see, the pace was really good, so let's see if we can do something. Race is always different, so let's see if we can get into the mix of the podium. But even if it's in top 10, I'm still confident that we can be there. Yeah, it's already been a great weekend, so let's try to maintain the level that we had this weekend and to see if we can finish in a good spot. Good luck! Looking very good this weekend and looking very good of late, isn't he? Colin Vliet, the 20-year-old from the Netherlands, 8th place last time out in the Red Bull Ring. His best in Moto 2 so far, his first dry race, top 10. He starts at 1 place behind Jake Dixon. Vliet's in the middle of 2 proven race-winning talents in Moto 2. Jake Dixon 4th, Aaron Canet 6th. We just saw there Jake Dixon. A couple of crashes so far this weekend for the Brit, but he's hoping to get himself back into podium contention. He's on the grid right now with Jack.
Jake, great job yesterday to put yourself in contention here on Road 2. How are you feeling ahead of it?
Yeah, feeling good. Honestly, just looking at you makes me laugh. Sorry. What have I done? Just because you know what Matt Dunn's like, it just makes me laugh about stuff. So yeah, no, feeling good. Really, really optimistic for the race. Just curious to see how it's going to go. No expectations, and just roll with it.
Why not put a smile on your face? Good luck, mate.
Always, mate, always.
Well, some grid banter clearly going on there between Jack Appleyard and Jake Dixon. Well, it certainly sounds like Dixon is in a very relaxed and upbeat and bullish mood going into this Hungarian Grand Prix. Heading row 3, well, he was one of the stars, without any question, of Spielberg last weekend. What a ride, what a season actually it's been. A first crack at Moto 2 for 20-year-old Spaniard Danny Holgado. On the podium last weekend, a sensational second from what was a pole position start at the Red Bull Ring in Austria. Really, Lewis, it should have been a double podium as far as Aspar are concerned, because David Alonso was charging his way through the field and when he crashed out of top 3 contention as well.
And much like last weekend, everything we've seen from David Alonso so far this weekend suggests that he's got podium potential if he can string it all together, which of course he could not last weekend in Austria. At the very least, it was going to be a 3rd place for Alonso, if not better, before he crashed out at the Grand Prix. Prior information is very easy for you all to remember at home. Every single rider has gone soft front and rear.
Which will include, of course, Marcos Ramirez in 11th place on the grid. He's got Philip Salach and Adrian Fuertes to company. On that 4th row, Ramirez re-upping with American Racing last weekend in Austria. He'll continue to partner Bruno winner Joe Roberts, who starts on the next row. Roberts, the Californian, he heads row 5 in 13th place, ahead of Alonso Lopez and Barry Baltus. Equal worst qualifying of the year for Belgian Baltus, who's had already so far this season 6 podium finishes. Philip Salach 10th. Of course, it's looking like he's out of Alpha Medius Racing in 2026. We know they've already signed Aaron Canet. So Salach needs some big results, you feel, in the next 2 or 3 Grand Prix. Shot window time for the Czech.
Ninth on the grid, we find Ayumu Sasaki. The best qualifying of his Moto2 career so far. Best by 3 places, as a matter of fact. Backing up strong qualifying, as we've already discussed, for his teammates Zonta van den Goldberg. Potentially a big payday coming here today for the RW squad, who haven't had much to celebrate so far in 2025, but both riders start inside the front 3 rows.
Points in 9 of the last 10 then for Salach. At the stop-and-go nature of this tight Balaton Park circuit, that really did float Salach's boat pre-weekend. He said in the team press release on Thursday, "I'm coming here for a trophy. This track suits my style." Well, if there is to be a trophy picked up at the end of this 22-lap race, Salach's going to have to work hard for it. He had row 4 in 10th.
Well, Salach was one of a couple of riders who came here for a track day about a month ago. The other was just on your screens there, Adrian Fuertes, and might be the best qualifying of his Moto2 career so far, but he had pace to be much higher than that.
So World Championship leader Manu Gonzalez starts on the front row of the grid. He's in 3rd place, winless in the last 4 Grand Prix since Mugello. Excellent performance yesterday in qualifying from Netherlands rider Zonta van den Goldberg. But he's potentially moving up to MotoGP next season. Will he be moving up as a Moto2 world champion here in Hungary? It's Moreira who fires away from pole.
Are we set for another championship showdown here in Hungary? Diogo versus Manu. They start together on the front row of the grid, either side of Zonta van den Goldberg. His best qualifying in Moto 2. Jake Dixon lines up fourth, his best try qualifying since Le Mans. Colin by a fifth, and Aaron Cadet via Q1 up to sixth. Holgado, Alonso and Sasaki together on row 3, with Philip Salatch, Marcos Ramirez and Adrian Puertas on row 4. Puertas has been very fast in practice. Joe Roberts through Q1's at 13th, ahead of Alonso Lopez and Barry Boutet. He's Ben Guevara in a lot of pain with his injured hand, 16th. He's got Alexis Screech and Ivan Artola for company on row 6. Jorge Navarro next up from Danny Munoz, who's in for Denison 2, and Darren Binder 21st. Tony Arbolino back in 22nd, ahead of Celestino Vietti, who's had a nightmare weekend, and Albert Arenas likewise. Yuki Kuni, Unai Aradre, and the returning Sergio Garcia 27th. He'll be on the grid full time again next year, with Nako and Atanak Bugapat completing your grid of 28. Yeah, you just referenced Celestino Vietti. He's an absolute shocker here in Peloton. His lowest starting position in 74 Grand Prix since Aragon 2021. A couple of crashes here on Friday as well will certainly knock the confidence of Vietti. There's your top 4 in the championship. 19, the gap between Gonzalez and Canet. That would have been a healthier buffer coming into this round 14 for Gonzalez, of course. Unfortunately, he got that shoulder radiator. It was all an outcome of the horrible crash early on for his teammate, Senna Aegis, who's missing from this weekend's action after he was clipped by the unfortunate Alonso Lopez. We're expecting Aegis to be back in the saddle next time out for Dynamite Intact in Catalonia. So we wish the Australian a rapid and quick recovery. There is Jake Dixon then. Struggling to form of late, having a 29-year-old Brit. He's been outside the top 10 in 5 out of the last 7 Grand Prix. We could not have picked a more perfect day otherwise, could we? To have our first Grand Prix of Hungary in 33 years. The weather gods have certainly been smiling down on us. Blazing sunshine, clear blue skies. Who's going to get clear track into turn 1 in this upcoming Moto 2 race? Let's hope that they're all going to make it through what is a super tight first couple of corners. 28 riders starting in this Grand Prix of Hungary in Moto 2. It's a real bottleneck section, a real pinch point. So yeah, let's just hope that they all manage to get safely through. Warm-up lap then, about to be completed. Diogo Moreira, the Brazilian, 7th front row in his last 9, 4th pole position in the last 7. Can he be the first Brazilian rider in history to win back-to-back Grand Prix? It's never happened in any category in history. He comes to pole position. Alongside him, this is 4th front row start in his 72nd Grand Prix appearance is the Dutch teenager Zonta van den Goldberg, and then we have the World Championship leader, Manu Gonzalez. There he is on the number 18 machine. As we mentioned, he's winless since Mugello. He's due a victory, isn't he? The world title favourite. Green flag then has cleared at the back here in Hungary. Lights out the racing in Moto 2 here in Balaton Park. It's a really good start from 3rd place by Manu Gonzalez. He's going to go side to side here with Moreira in that tight first corner. Van den Goldberg charges in hot there from 2nd on the grid. Gonzalez, though, has made the train stop, but Dixon goes around the outside of both Moreira and Gonzalez. What a move, what an attack by Dixon. He leads here in Hungary. We've got 4 riders down at the back of the field. Celestino Vietti is one of them. His nightmare first visit to Balaton Park is complete. Yuki Kuni another, but there are at least another 2 riders down. Darren Binder also involved. Dixon just looked at Gonzalez and Moreira and said, you can have the inside line, I'll go the long way around. Moreira getting really tight on the brakes into turn 5. That's aggressive. He's picked his way through on Gonzalez, but I'd love to see a replay of Dixon's turn 2 because he was off the scale good. Manu Gonzalez would have been able to feel the front tyre there of Moreira moving past him. He was very, very close. Diogo wanting to seize the inside line and take that 2nd place. This is the battle back. Look at Huertas on the inside of Canet. Huertas from 12th on the grid up to 5th.
Yeah, making a move like that on the brakes into one of our 3 tight chicanes here. That was into 9 and 10. That's not easy. You have got to be backing yourself. Oh! Via out of the sea. Then he fired himself through the moon there. That was coming out of turn 11. Cost him a whole bunch of time.
Both Dutch riders are really inconvenienced by that because it was Van den Gorberg who had to shut off behind him. He's dropped the podium places. It's been a miserable first lap too for Aspar. They started 7th and 8th. Holgato's back in 13th. Only 2 places behind the monster.
Yeah, not a great first lap as well for rider 4th in the World Championship. Barry Baltus started 15th. He clicked through sector 3 and he lost a couple of places already, down in 17th spot. This is a rider who's had 6 podium finishes already so far this season. Dixon then leads over the line to complete lap 1. A brilliant lap 1. A brilliant first 2 corners by the Brit, starting from 4th place on the grid. Gonzalez can't attack and Morera on the brakes into that first corner. That's going to be pretty tight. The swings on to Van den Gorberg and Ethan Guevara further back.
Guevara's gained 9 places. He's always a rocket starter on that Vodka scorer, up to 7th place. He's in a lot of pain this weekend. Could barely get his glove on his injured hand that he hurt back in Austria.
Yeah, up 9 spots. It's going worse for Baltus at the moment. He's now down in 19th place. A real poor first lap as far as the Fancy Racing rider is concerned. We're on board then with Morera. Flames popping out the back of Dixon's exhaust on the Elfmark VDS racing machine. Of course, Dixon a 2-time winner so far in 2025. But he's under big pressure here from Morera. Morera trying to find a way through. Dixon, though, holds firm in the lead.
Yeah, Boscascura stopped well, and Dixon was able to sweep across the front tyre as connects back through on Clairetas. That's the battle for 4th and 5th place with Via right behind them. Top 3 already breaking clear, and Connect doesn't want to get detached.
Yeah, this is where Via lost the rear on lap 1 as he squeezed a handful of throttle out of turn 11. Now we go hard on the front end into 12 and 13, the middle of about 3 chicanes here in Balaton. There is Via just regrouping after that big scary hand, that fresh tyre on the opening lap.
Into the chicane we come then. This is turn 15, the right-hander, and the left of 16, and Dixon a little bit hot there into 15, which has put Pereira all over the back of him. It's all about hitting your brake markers. Ethan Guevara has a double long lap penalty. Those 9 places might have been down to a jump start.
Yeah, Guevara has a penalty then coming his way. If Maggi Bishu is confirming that when it was a jump start, indeed, then for Guevara, just too eager to get on with it. Oh, this close. Super tight, super close, isn't it, between Dixon and Morera. This is some early battle, isn't it? Between 3 winners already so far in Moto 2 this year. Dixon versus Morera versus Gonzalez. There's confirmation of his screen. Guevara will have the double long lap coming his way.
The rider in 5th in the World Championship leads the rider in 3rd in the World Championship, leads the rider leading the World Championship at the moment. And Manuel Gonzalez, well, I think he'll recognise that this is a weekend where Morera is super strong. It might be one of those where you just need to bank the podium, bank the points, and just make sure that your World Championship lead isn't cut by too much. Morera certainly swarming all over the back of Dixon. He's got more pace if he can get past him.
Yeah, he's showing Dixon his front wheel once again here. Where has been the early hero in Hungary so far. He was briefly up into 5th place. I think he just lost that 5th. Actually, Colin Vara, he has indeed, but Huerta started in 12th place, so he was really rapid and really aggressive on that first lap and a half to get himself up 7 spots to briefly 5th.
Yeah, Vaya now back ahead of Huertas 2 into 5th place. Huertas 6th, so we've got rookies at 5th and 6th in this Grand Prix. Alonso back into 10th place ahead of Guevara. Holgado still in 12th place though. Both Aspar riders are thinking of the podium. I think those thoughts are long gone now.
Yeah, Vietti's entered the pits. He was, of course, caught up in that first lap at melee with Cooney, Binder, and Radre. A thoroughly miserable experience here in Hungary for Vietti. 7 days ago, of course, he was on the podium in Spielberg. That was his 3rd crash of the weekend. Let's just look further down the field. Darren Binder's going to be involved, Cooney as well.
So Vietti is on the outside. Then he gets swept up by Cooney. Binder was already down up ahead of them. And Unai Radre also tripped over that battle. It was Cooney to the side of Vietti, but it certainly looked as if Binder had his own accident. Did he get caught up with his teammate Arenas? They're just coming into picture around about now. You can see the crash just to the right of picture. You can see Binder's bike, but they said on our screens there that Arenas was involved too. Did the Gratini bikes run into each other?
Morera leads then here for the first time in Hungary. Diogo
Moreira, looking for back-to-back victories then, has picked his way to the front of this Grand Prix. Via, after all of his first lap drama, fair play to the rookie. He's just fired in the first lap of the Grand Prix, a 141.329, and Via, well, he did that 141.329, passing Huertas as well. Well, if Manny Gonzalez wants to win this Grand Prix, he's going to have to make a move on Jake Dixon pretty sharpish, because Moreira might well just clear off at the front of this race. Dixon with some brilliance in the first couple of corners, you have to say, getting himself to the very front of the race, but it was clear from very early on that Moreira had more pace. Further back, we can see Danny Holgado's got up into 11th. I think Ethan Guevara is probably going to be doing the first of his 2 long laps. Well, he has done one of them. Gonzalez then at the moment is extending his lead to 22 points in this World Championship. We're going to be checking the gap then between Gonzalez and his chief championship rival Connect, as we are about to complete this lap 4 of 22. Moreira leads it, and Moreira is getting on with it. David Alonso, though, further back in 8th place, has just put in the best lap of the Grand Prix, a 141.259. Moreira half a second faster than Dixon on that last lap. The gap between Gonzalez and Connect just under a second. Dixon was wide, as you saw there, coming out of turn 4. He was out on the green, and that enabled Moreira to get the run on him. So it was a bit of an error there from the Brit coming out of 4 that allowed the Brazilian to move through into the lead, and it's a lead that he's already starting to extend out to the front. Been a good day so far for Jarno Jansen's RW Racing squad. That's on to Van den Gorberg, still in 7th, having started 2nd. Yuma Sasaki also poking his nose in the fight for the top 10. So 7th and respectively right now for the RW boys. So Alonso in 8th, he's 3.2 seconds off the race lead. That's the damage that's been done by qualifying in 8th and also having a poor start. I think he's past Van den Gorberg at the top of the picture. He is. He's now up into 7th place. The highest he could possibly get, I think, might well just be 4th from here, with the top 3 already starting to pull out a little bit of a lead. Alonso will be cursing that poor first lap. Tyres all over the rear tyre of Connect at the moment. This really strong pace being put in by Via. He was really strong. It felt like it was a breakthrough weekend for the Netherlands rider. Last time out in Austria, certainly his best dry weekend of the season so far, and he's sort of picked up that momentum, he's picked up that ball and rolling with it right now. There's Moreira just starting to put a bit of daylight between himself and Dixon. Dixon looked a little bit hot there into turn 15. He's really pushing hard here to try and stay with Moreira, but Moreira's just got superior pace. Another fastest lap for Moreira on 141. Dixon and Gonzalez setting personal best at the moment, but it is not a match at the moment for Moreira, and Gonzalez has to get on with this. That had to happen. Gonzalez could not really have waited another couple of corners. He's just going to make sure he's squeezing Dixon wide as they tipped it left through turn 2, and there was no way through then for Dixon to retaliate. That was a move that Gonzalez could ill afford to have waited any longer for, because he could clearly see successive fastest laps from Moreira as he started to make a breakaway at the front. So, fair play from Gonzalez. He had to be clinical, and he was. The information on our timing screens regarding Guevara is that his first long lap, incomplete, so perhaps he didn't quite stay within the confines of the long lap penalty. And I do wonder, from Guevara's point of view with the pain he's in, whether he might serve his 2 long laps and park it. So he's got to do 3. Yeah. Basically, so yeah, it's a tough Sunday here in Balaton for Guevara. Here is Moreira, who's looking so good once again. It was a stunning lap, a 140.380, which got him on pole position yesterday in Q2. Further back down the order then, we've got Huertas. There, he's just gone through your pitch on the 99 bike in 6, about 1 second clear of Alonso. And then it is Van den Gorberg. Sasaki's on the charge here. Sasaki's up to 8th now. He's got John Salach and Van den Gorberg. He's now the leading RW rider. That gap that was affected between Huertas and Alonso has already been slashed down to 6/10 through the 3rd sector. We might see another very low 141 coming here from David Alonso. It's absolutely clear that he's got the pace to be in this battle with Moreira and Gonzalez. Had he qualified well and started well, we'll check him across the line. Alonso does a 141.254. He's matching the pace of Moreira. Yeah, right now, the slowest of the top 7, unfortunately, on that last lap was Dixon, and by some margin, 141.2 for Moreira, 41.4 for Gonzalez. So Dixon on that lap was 7/10 slower than Moreira, and that means that Connect, Via and Co behind Dixon are going to sense maybe there's a chance for them to get on par with the Brit very quickly. And from Aaron Canet's point of view, he needs these points badly. It's been a poor weekend, really, from Aaron Canet. He did set a new lap record on Saturday morning, but he was already consigned to qualifying one before then, was way outside the top 20 on Friday. Clearly not a circuit that necessarily plays to the strengths of Aaron Canet. So if he can get out of here with a fourth or better, I think he'd consider that major damage limitation.
Philip Sarach's personal duel with RW Racing continues to rage on. He has just taken 9th place back from Vanden Gorberg.
Gonzalez had 3/10 out of Moreira in the second sector of this lap, so the World Championship leader is getting his claws into this one, and closing that gap down has essentially cut it in half to Diogo Moreira halfway through this current lap. We're on lap 7 of 22, coming up to 1/3 race distance. We know Moreira's a pretty good front runner. He proved that last weekend in Austria. Is Gonzalez going to now put him under some pressure?
Sasaki at the moment, of course, what with just his second top 10 in Moto 2 and his 30th appearance, occupying his mind though for a long period in this Grand Prix. He's already on lap 7 of 22, just over third race distance completed, or about to be completed. He's got a track limits warning, so too has Danny Munoz. So Sasaki, as Gonzalez now flies in the fastest lap of the Grand Prix. Big lap 7 that, wasn't it, from Gonzalez at 1:41.147, the thick end of 4/10 quicker than Moreira ahead of him.
Yeah, that's a key moment, that. As soon as he got clear of Dixon and had a clean lap on his own with no disruptions, Gonzalez put in the fastest lap of the Grand Prix. And as mentioned, half the gap between himself and Diogo Moreira. Dixon already has a track limits warning in 3rd place, but the bigger warning, I think, is from Colin Vire, who's catching him quickly.
Yeah, so too is Canet. Vire's being dragged along here by Canet, who's just on his peak. Oh, that was Moreira out of the seat. Big moment on going through 5. Let's have a listen.
That's what the full tense was.
Just a little bit of a warning then for the Brazilian. Yeah, so Canet, once again, was 3/10 faster than Dixon ahead of him. You can see there, clearly, just out of your picture, Canet and Vire are really starting to close in on Dixon.
Yeah, and up behind them is Fleitas and Alonso. They're battling at the moment, and potentially with Vire, there could be a 3-way rookie battle for 5th place in this Grand Prix. Through the first 2 sectors, Moreira hasn't lost much time, and this time it was clear from that replay where the 4/10 disappeared from his 7/10 lead down to just over 4/10. And Manny Gonzalez, what will be going through his mind here? In terms of the bigger picture of the World Championship, he's gaining points in Aaron Canet, but long term this season, he cannot avoid or cannot not think about the threat that's building from the Brazilian who's up ahead of it.
Sasaki, Dixon, now Alonso, runners in this top 10 who've got track limits warnings. Just about to say it's been a brutal weekend so far for Bottas. Arguably his toughest weekend in what's been an incredible season of antic racing. He's still down in 15th place, exactly where he started this Grand Prix, as Gonzalez really does close up on the brakes into that first corner. Gonzalez fancies this, doesn't he? He's just got the gap down to just over a quarter of a second. It's going to be less now, isn't it? This is a brilliant last 2 or 3 lap burst by Gonzalez.
What have we seen so far this season? Diogo Moreira is potentially one of the hardest riders to overtake in Moto2 because he always snaps straight back at you. So Manny Gonzalez at a circuit that's not particularly easy to overtake is going to have to think long and hard about how he's going to plot away past the Brazilian.
And Gonzalez will be more than aware of the emerging threat once again in Moreira. That's one of his big title adversaries. Oh, this is lovely. Gonzalez trying to find a way through. This is going into 9 and 10. But there is no way through. But Moreira will certainly know that he's right there, right on his case.
These track limits violations are already starting to have an impact on this race. Danny Munoz on the IO bike has already been given a long lap penalty for exceeding track limits too many times. And we're not even a half race distance yet.
Yeah, Canet and Vire are really now starting to build pressure, as you can see. Just out of shot there on Dixon. 3/10 now is the gap to Dixon and Canet. It's just crept back up to just over 4/10. So Dixon fighting hard, as you knew he would do, for a return to podium. And Marcos Ramirez is named to the Track Limits Warning Club, as he's got track limits to contend with. Confirmation that Munoz has to come through the long lap penalty loop for repeated track limits infringements. As we move on then to lap 10 of 22. Halfway staging coming here in Hungary. Nothing between Moreira and Gonzalez. A gap there now of almost 1.3 seconds back to Dixon.
And nothing to choose between the top 5 in terms of pace. They all did 1:41 falls last time around. Huertas is the one who's starting to drop away a little bit 1:41.7 for him last time around. He's got Alonso right behind him, and Alonso knows that he has to get past his fellow rookie quickly because the top 6 is going to move away from him now. Tony Arbolino outside the points at the moment in 16th. That is just in his personal best lap of the race at 1:41.570, which is a pace that's not far shy of the top 6 right now, is it? So just once again, another real bang average qualifying performance. Marbolino is really hurting him on a Sunday. Started 22nd, but he is working his way back to point scoring contention. Gonzalez is good through that right hand at turn 8. Fast old corner. You just need to ask Pedro Acosta to know how fast that corner potentially can be. And that's where he's able to gain a few metres on Morero. We saw him already shaping up a lap or two ago for a move into turn 9. That looks like his best shot here. This is what we like to see. 2 hungry top young talents going toe-to-toe, fighting for the World Championship, not just fighting for this victory here in Balaton Park on Morera and Gonzalez. Further back, we do wonder how much longer Dixon might be able to resist this pressure. That has been building for the last 4 or 5 laps or so now. Connect, who has been bringing Via along for the ride as well. This is brilliant by the number 95. He too firmly in the hunt for what would be a stunning maiden podium in Moto 2. The top 2 exchange 1:41.1s. They are pulling away quickly now from Dixon, who did a 42.1. He had a poor lap in terms of his general pace, Dixon. That's why you can see that huge queue behind him. Dixon was slower than Connect, Via, Huertas, Alonso, and his teammate Salac, who did his personal best last time around. So a large queue starting to build up behind the 3rd place Boscoscura. You do feel that Dixon's podium hopes might be slipping through his grasp in the next 2 or 3 laps or so. Morera and Gonzalez braking heavy into turn 5 we go. Look at Morera. Gonzalez having a real close look here, isn't he, at Morera. He'll be working out, calculating, understanding the strengths and weaknesses of the Brazilian ahead of him on track. The entry rate he closed in on the way out of the corner, but that turn 9, 10 chicanes comes at you, and in too quickly for Gonzalez is likely. He can't really get any slipstream and get in a position to launch one up the inside. Had this been the final lap, rather than the final lap of the first half of this Grand Prix, maybe Gonzalez might have launched the move. Morera would have been told by his Italtrans Racing team mapping 2. That's going to be all about maybe just a bit of tyre conservation, tyre management from Morera. As we mentioned pre-race, it looks like he's certain to be part of the MotoGP fold next year with LCR Honda. Got to give a massive shout out to Dixon. He is standing firm under that big pressure from Canet and Via. The Spaniard and the Netherlands rider have just not been able to find a way through on the 29-year-old. Alonso has now got through on Huertas for 6th place, and he's soon going to be joining that. What is currently a 3-way battle for the final podium position. It will soon be a 4-way battle. Alonso, even with the overtake on Huertas, was 3/10 quicker than Dixon up in 3rd. Munoz has completed his long lap penalty further back. More data and information being fed to Diogo Moreira. They're just telling him at 11 laps remaining, it could be 11 laps where he's going to have to do some serious defending, possibly some attacking as well here, because he can't shake off Gonzalez, who at the moment has just been keeping that gap hovering just over a couple of tenths of a second. Dixon is responding as well, to his credit, in that fight for 3rd place. He's got himself sort of stabilised around the mid-141s, and on that last lap, actually, Dixon was slightly quicker than both Canet and Via. Well, it's a rider here who's leading the Grand Prix, who looks set to go to MotoGP next season with LCR. A rider right behind him who feels he ought to be going to MotoGP next season, but looks like he might just miss out in the form of Manu Gonzalez. And Gonzalez said about Moreira after he won in Austria, he said his pace wasn't particularly impressive, even though he won the Grand Prix. Let's see how impressive his pace could be today. I'll tell you who's got some serious pace. Alonso Lopez has bit the dust, unfortunately, with Salac in 8th. 1:41.195 in the last lap from Salac, the Czech rider. That was 6/10 faster than Moreira and Gonzalez, who we're looking at on screens right now.
Salach said pre-weekend the nature, the characteristics of the track really suited his stop-and-go riding style. I'm coming for a trophy. Might be a little bit late, but he's got some serious mid-race pace, has Salach.
He's chasing down Huertas for that 7th place. Alonso sets his personal best. Now he's clear of Huertas at 41.2 as he closes in still further on that battle for the final podium position. That looks like it's been a real big get-off for Alonso Lopez. Oh, it was. That was nasty. Oh, horrible. Look, we can see, look how many barrel rolls he has going through the gravel trap. You know it's a big one when a rider is walking away and they've lost their visor. Poor washing machine crash, that wasn't it? The poor Alonso Lopez. It's not a happy couple of corners, that. Justin Vietti went down the corner before at turn 7 earlier on in the weekend, and his teammates now gone down in that same pair of right-handers. So Moreira's lead then is next to nothing. It's a gap of 2.2 seconds back to Dixon. You can just see in the back of the picture with Canet Via and Alonso now right behind him. Huertas and Salach will soon be back with each other for 7th place, and Sasaki is still holding Holgado and Ortola back for 9th place in this race, which would match his career best from Sachsenring a couple of races ago. Dixon's doing an awesome job in 3rd place. Because he has known that Canet and Via have been right on his rear tyre for so many laps. Now, the Wendell Gonzalez feel that it's the perfect moment. He's been behind Moreira now, glued to the Brazilian's rear tyre for so long. He goes side by side once again. This is just now you feel the timing as far as Gonzalez is concerned. Does he feel like he's just happy at the moment at this stage to sit behind Moreira and then just keeping some life in those Pirelli tyres for a late attack? Via's taking Canet. You just saw it left-hand side of the screens. Via up into 4th place now, ahead of Aaron Canet, so he's now the rider, immediately behind Kate Dixon. Alonso's now putting on some further punishment for Canet, who's going backwards here.
What's going on here with Canet? He's getting really pushed and barged around. He gives some back to Alonso as they go through the tight 2nd corner. Has there been a mistake somewhere late on for Canet? We're about to find out. Look at the top of your picture. Via coming on through.
Canet tried to hang on to it, didn't he? He had to do better off just conceding that one.
Yeah, Canet trying to lean on Via when clearly Via had seized the initiative. He had the inside line. So, yeah, Canet's sort of a self-inflicted wound there, really, because he briefly let Alonso come through as well, didn't he?
Yeah, Alonso's back ahead of him. Look, left-hand side of your screens. We're riding on board the Canet there on the timing tower left-hand side. You can see the Aspar bike up ahead of us. So Canet now down to 6th place. And as it stands, he's losing 10 points to Manu Gonzalez, but he could lose 15 yet.
Yeah, Dixon at the moment, we should emphasise, does have Via relatively under control. They both just set identical laps on lap 30, 141.4, which is just giving Dixon that sort of half a second breather. Via would have lost a little bit of time maybe as well with the move on Canet. That's fascinating. Intriguing, isn't it, this battle between Moreira and Gonzalez? There's not been a change in the lead for a good few laps now. You're just trying to wonder, when will Gonzalez feel that it's the stage of the race where it's time to send it? Which part of the track does he feel he's faster? Of course, you've got to make sure the move's clean. Yeah, and Dixon, well, he's talked about what an awesome ride he was having, and he's just finding at 141.369, half a second quicker than Moreira. 6/10 faster than Gonzalez, but he's not out of contention. If this kind of swinging lap time continues, Dixon is going to be creeping his way back into victory contention.
Yeah, I'd like to know what's going on with Moreira here. Is he just doing a pace that he's comfortable and happy with, knowing that overtaking is so difficult, or is he starting to struggle a little bit? Maybe it's the latter, because Gonzalez pulls up alongside. He squeezes Moreira onto the outside of the racetrack. This lead is mine, he says. The World Championship leader hits the front.
Moreira, what have you got? So Manu Gonzalez has decided to pick his way through on the brakes then into turn 5. Gonzalez hits the front. This could be really big, really significant in terms of the World Championship. We haven't seen Gonzalez on the top step of the podium since the Italian Grand Prix in Mugello 5 Grand Prix ago. That's a drought by his 2025 standards, but he's at the front now here in Hungary.
The only one win in the last 7 for Manu Gonzalez, and Dixon's taking more time out of him on this lap. To the second sector, Dixon's only 1.1 behind Moreira. He started the lap 1.6 seconds behind him. Look, you can see from the overhead shot, the chase group, they're well and truly chasing.
Yeah, and that's the vital thing. Dixon's pace
is being matched as well by the likes of Via, Alonso, Kinet and Co. So they're all getting sucked back towards this podium battle as well. So Gonzalez then has posed the big question to Diogo Moreira. I'm going to lead. What have you got? Can you run my pace now then? Was Gonzalez just having to keep his powder dry and make sure he was managing the tyres, keep some life in the Pirellis for this late attack? Well, we are about to find out. Lap 16 underway at 22. Gonzalez over the line led by just over 3/10. Moreira's back into 42s now. Of course, that did include a moment where he's passed into turn 5, which wouldn't have helped him go any quicker, but he could have some big problems here, yeah. Moreira, if he continues to lap at that sort of pace, he might be struggling to hold on to second place, never mind chasing down Gonzalez. And with Kinet now back in 6th place, is this potentially a decisive, seismic day in the Moto2 World Championship battle? Is this the day that Manny Gonzalez truly seizes control of it? Kinet's really struggling to form of late, isn't it? There's only been the one win for Kinet in opening 13 Grand Prix. He's certainly not going to be winning today, as he's been podiumless in the last 3. It's not really championship winning form, isn't it, right now, as far as the 44 is concerned. This could be a real statement victory as far as Gonzalez is concerned. Of course, the DNF last weekend in Austria, courtesy of that unlucky hold radiator, he was punished big time by Moreira's victory. But you feel that this would be Matt Gonzalez just resting back a little bit of that momentum if he's able to hold on for the win here today. Ethan Guevara has pitted and retired, by the way. I suspect the pain just way too much for Ethan Guevara. He's now retired from this Grand Prix. We're looking at another former Aspar Moto3 World Champion in David Alonso, who said he got the desire get a little bit ahead of him last weekend when he was chasing after victory in Austria. If he stays patient here, he might still be rewarded with a place on the podium. Further down, Brandon Gorberg, who started an excellent second. He's been going the wrong way as Alonso on the 80 bike has just set a 1:40.964. And now he's got through quickly on his former Moto3 phone Via. Now this is Alonso charging towards the podium here. This has been sensational pace. He did this, didn't he, last time out in Spielberg, and they got a little bit carried away. They got a little bit impatient. I'm sure that's going to be in the back of his mind right now as he now really tries to hunt down Dixon. Fair play to Moreira, because until Alonso went over the line, Moreira had responded with the fastest lap of the Grand Prix. Suddenly pumped in a 1:41.137. We've already described him this year as quite tenacious in Moto2. He never knows when he's beaten, and he ain't beaten yet. And some lap is tipped by Alonso. 1:40.964. Of course, he's pretty close with Jake Dixon. They were allies previously for Aspar in Moto2 and Moto3. They've got a real tight relationship. Oh, Moreira. He's just making sure, well, Gonzalez will hear that bright blue Italtrans racing machine behind him at the moment. There's no room for error right now as far as Gonzalez is concerned. He's certainly getting no respite from Moreira. The value of track position around this kind of circuit is so important. Gonzalez, I think, will be much happier being where he is now than following Moreira. You've got the track position. It's up to Moreira now to force the issue, to find a way back through into the lead of this Grand Prix that he's got. When we come across the line now in a corner's time, 5 more laps to find a way back through on Manu Gonzalez. Hard to believe with Dixon's performance so far in this Grand Prix that he was 20th on the grid and 20th at the checkered flag 7 days ago in Spielberg, in what was arguably one of the toughest Grand Prix of his entire career. He has been quickly transferred. Just shows, he said pre-weekend, it's just time to turn the page, forget about Austria. It's a clean slate, blank canvas. Let's just try and move on, and he certainly has done. On board then with Gonzalez as he powers now through the left-hander of turn 4. Just one of 2 shorts. Right now! I think that was the big time. And that was a massive moment, wasn't it? For Manu Gonzalez, he's going to just about hold on to the lead, isn't he? As they break now hard on the front end into turn 5. Well, how hard is he stretching that rear tyre? That's how hard. He is so super cool normally, but that will have caught his attention. He's now got some problems because Moreira's got to run at him through 7 and 8. He's going to have a big opportunity now into turn 9. Does Moreira see this as the big opportunity? Does he see this as the moment that he has to attack Gonzalez while he's vulnerable?
Do Dixon, Alonso and Vire also see this as their opportunity to get themselves back into victory contention. I think Moreira had no chance. Look at that moment there for Gonzalez on the exit of 4. He was on the curbs, he was out of the seat, he was like a bucking bronco, wasn't it, underneath the Spaniard. I just wondered whether Moreira wasn't able to attack, keep the momentum down on the brakes in the turn 5, because he had to just chop the throttle himself, but Gonzalez was out of shape ahead of him.
Gonzalez was able to protect the inside line too into turn 5. It cost the leading pair 4/10 of a second initially, but through the third sector, Dixon has taken 6/10 out of the top 2. We've got a 5-rider fight for victory now.
From the back of the pack to the front of the pack potentially right now then for Dixon in the space of just 7 days. He'd be a professional Grand Prix motorcycle racer. Over the line we go then. 4 laps to go as Alonso comes from a long way back. He's got the inside line on Dixon. He levels the Brit then in the heavy braking zone for turn 1. We saw this, didn't we, last weekend in Spielberg. Alonso's late race pace was sensational. He just made that crucial late mistake going into turn 9. He's well on course here for his second Moto2 podium.
Was he 11th? Was he on the first lap after he had that poor start from 8th on the grid? He comes through to win from there. He will banish the myth that he can't overtake in Balaton Park.
He could win this. And now he's got a bit of clear track ahead of him, having got through quickly on both Fire and Dixon, up into P3 from Alonso. He produced so many classy performances in Moto3 over the last couple of years. Well, it is pure class once again from the Colombian. He starts to charge his way through to Gonzalez and Moreira.
Yeah, that will occupy Moreira's mind, of course, and it might be good news for Gonzalez if Moreira has to pay a little bit of attention to his fellow South American who's chasing him at a vaccinated not second and third. Gonzalez, of course, you can see how hard he's pushing, trying to retain the lead, but it might just suit him if Moreira has to pay a little bit of attention to what's behind rather than just focusing purely on attack.
Maribel to swap in the World Championship. He's up to 14th place finally. In fact, he's just got a long lap penalty for exceeding track limits. As we see then now, Gonzalez. Look how much Alonso's put into Dixon in that battle for 3rd place. That's going to be an advantage. And he's got about half a second. He is over half a second going through sector 3. So having got through on Dixon, he's dispensed quickly of the Brit.
Yeah, Dixon lost the rear coming out of turn 12 and 13. The penultimate chicane on the lap and lost all his momentum on the way out. We've got riders on the very limits of their tyres here. And Alonso might be about to mug both of the championship frontrunners here.
Oh, this is unbelievable by Alonso. It's David versus 2 Moto2 Goliaths at the moment at the front of this Grand Prix. Gonzalez from Moreira as they now power through turn 4. This is where Gonzalez had the big scare a couple of laps ago. And there is no question, make no mistake, Alonso, he could win this battle here in Hungary.
When David Alonso fixes his problems on new tyres, Moto2 has got a major problem in the form of the Colombian. That is his big weakness still in his rookie season, which is why he can't qualify at the front, and that's why he's weak in the first lap or 2 of the Grand Prix. Once he's onto older tyres, as you can see here, he is unmatched in Moto2.
Catching Moreira and Gonzalez is one thing, passing them is another, particularly around arguably the hardest circuit on the Grand Prix calendar now to make moves. Alonso, though, has made light work of getting through up into 3rd place. And this, for so long here in Balaton, has been a 2-rider showdown for the victory. Well, that is now 3.
Tell you what, the Aspar team will be cheering on David Alonso, but someone else will be cheering him on in Harry Connect, because he can really do with Alonso here, getting in amongst this and taking what would be 4 points away from Moreira and potentially 5 points away from Manu Gonzalez, because it's a damaging day at the moment for Connect, and his only hope here is the 80 of Alonso.
Gonzalez has been very good in that last chicane through 15 and 16. He starts clawing time away from Moreira. And here comes Alonso once again from a long way back. He made that move on Dixon. Surely he's going to run in. Oh, he almost wipes out the front. He is all action, isn't he? Spectacular to watch his David Alonso. And he has got through. Moves on Dixon into the 3rd corner. Carbon copy attack now on Diogo Moreira. Alonso up into 2nd. One more victim left for him.
Has he got time though? He's got a lap and a half to catch and pass the World Championship leader in Moto2. And of course the team will only have this opportunity to tell Manu Gonzalez there's the number 80, not the number 10 that's right behind you.
He's all in.
This is win it or bin it for Alonso. He nearly binned it. Unfortunate turn one at the start of this lap. Is he going to win it? This has been nothing short of sensational by the rookie. And just his 14th start in Moto 2. Wow. Just wow. The team are telling him, look, the opponent you need to be worrying about is not Diogo Moreira any longer. It's David Alonso. And Gonzalez will reading out his dashboard and saying, what? He's doing 141.1 from the penultimate lap? Yeah, just like Marc Marquez and Aldeguer. MotoGP in Spielberg. Last weekend, Mark was caught by surprise. And when he realised there was an outsider posing some big threat. Alonso, I don't think anybody really thought, having started this Grand Prix down in 8th place, he was outside the top 10. And I think he was going to be figuring in this battle. We've seen already, haven't we? The place where Alonso attacks is into turn one. He passed Canet there. He passed Moreira there. And he's right on the rear tyre of Manuel Gonzalez. One more lap for the championship leader to hang on. Last lap underway, and it's a massive lap in terms of the championship. Alonso is going to be close enough to make his signature move on the brakes into the first corner. And when he's trying once again, he almost touched the front going down into turn one. Through two we go. He's trying to get on the inside now of Gonzalez. No way through there. He's getting inventive. He's trying to get creative here, isn't he, Alonso? Sasaki has crashed out late on here in Hungary. But it's Gonzalez. It's Alonso. It's Moreira in for the win here in Balaton. Moreira will be hoping that Alonso does make a move. It might well help him in the last stages of this Grand Prix. For so long in Moto 3, David Alonso was the master of final lap comeback. Can he prove that again to take his first Moto 2 victory? How on earth is he getting anything out of that running tyre right now? He has used and abused it to its absolute maximum. If Moreira's going to win this Hungarian Grand Prix, here comes Alonso. He's going to hit the front for the first time on this last lap. He's going super tight through those chicanes. Gonzalez is going to drop back down to third place. He got it all wrong going into 9 and 10. Plus a little bit of flying by Alonso's move. And David Alonso once again is going to potentially be the Alonso in Moto 2 for the first time. And he now leads into 12 and 13. This kid is off the scale good. He is closing in on a maiden Moto2 victory at a circuit that is one of the toughest on the calendar for overtaking. He was 11th on the first lap. He's about to end the Grand Prix as a Moto2 winner. Gonzalez is gone. Oh, he's not going to win. Alonso's made a massive mistake though. Going into the final chicane. One corner left. Was he on the green? Potentially going through that final chicane. Look at it, how they go through. A brace. Oh, there's contact between Gonzalez and Moreira. And out of all of it, it is David Alonso who wins a heart-stopping Moto2 race here in Balaton Park. Unbelievable. I think he'll be fine, by the way, for going on the green on the final. He clearly lost time. He nearly lost a lot. But David Alonso has truly arrived in Moto2. The record breaker in Moto3 over the last couple of seasons. He is now an intermediate class winner. Alonso goes ballistic in Balaton. That was amazing. First Colombian to win a Moto2 race. How on earth did he do that? Brilliant moves on Dixon late on at the first corner to get third. A lovely move to get second from Moreira. And then he was super aggressive on the last lap. One of the best last laps you will ever see in Moto2. Look at this. Into the turn 9 and 10 chicane we go. Oh, Gonzalez on the inside curve lost all of his exit momentum. That allowed Moreira to charge back on through. Yeah, and then of course, 3 corners further round, Alonso then goes in hot into the final chicane. So this is out of turn 11. Alonso gets safely through 12, 13 and 14, and he nearly blew it into 15 and 16, which then put Moreira and Gonzalez all over him. They were 3 wide coming out of the final corner, and then Gonzalez had to shut off, otherwise Moreira was going to put him into the pit wall. This was the moment where it nearly all fell through Alonso's grasp again. Into turn 15 we go, and he's sailing way wide. Just keeps it inside the curve. If he shortcutted that, he lost it all. Moreira had to shut off. Gonzalez was on top of the pair of them, and somehow, with 3/10 of a second covering the top 3, as Moreira and Gonzalez made contact across the line, Alonso takes an unbelievable victory. He deserved it. He deserved that one. That was right out of the top drawer. Moto2 at its very, very best. Absolutely stunning spectacle. What entertainment. Are you not
entertained after watching that unbelievable battle. He's got a bit of time for some off-roading as well to celebrate what was his first Moto2 victory. Well, this kid has always given us a sense that he's something extra special. He's a superstar talent, and he's done it once again. A record-breaking winner last time out, 2024 in Moto3, 14 wins. He took when he decimated the field in the lightweight world championship last year, and he has picked off late on three of the best Moto2 riders in history. Picks of Moreira and Gonzalez, just phenomenal, absolutely incredible. Moreira takes second, which is a big result for him in terms of the championship. He is ahead of his closest rivals in the standings, both Gonzalez and Canet, who limped home in sixth place. Good ride that by Moreira. But David Alonso, take a bow. Yet more history going the way of the Colombian in a first Hungarian Moto2 race we've ever witnessed. One which will live with us for an awful long time. Simply stunning.
He's 19 years of age, and that is already his 19th Grand Prix victory. The first 18, of course, of those in Moto3. They'll be loving that one in South America, won't they? In the very early hours of the morning, I guess. They'll be just waking up and having their breakfast back in Brazil and in Colombia. A South American 1-2 with David Alonso tipping Diogo Moreira, who did somehow take some points off Manu Gonzalez. That's the damage from the contact, and that was out at the final corner, meters from the finish line.
Yeah, how close do you want it? 3/10 of a second between our top three. This was out of the final corner. Big contact between both Gonzalez and Moreira. Well, he'll feel like he's got short change on that last lap, Gonzalez. He was leading on the start of that lap 22. He comes over and takes the checker flag in third place. He'll be frustrated, he'll be disappointed. But take nothing away from David Alonso. Just phenomenal. What a rider. What a talent. To immediately as well recover from the big setback of 7 days ago where he dumped it out of a nailed-on podium last time out at the Red Bull Ring in Spielberg. Always great, isn't it, to see a rider capture his first win in a new category. And he's going to enjoy this one. Well, he was a serial winner. He won for fun in the Moto3 World Championship. And he's going to certainly enjoy the moment as it starts to sink in. David Alonso, a Moto2 Grand Prix winner in a classic here in Balaton.
You can see why they call him the baby goat, can't you? Because that was a performance that any of the goats at Grand Prix Racing would be happy to claim as their own. His first Moto2 victory. He is the 8th different winner of 2025. In terms of the World Championship, which kind of feels like a secondary story today, Manu Gonzalez does extend his World Championship lead to 25 points over Aaron Canet. He basically wins back the points that he lost last weekend in Austria with the stone through his radiator. Diogo Moreira is now 6 points behind Canet and 31 off the World Championship lead. It is still very much a three-way battle in the World Championship. This man in the end will be, I think he'll be buying David Alonso a drink later on to thank him for taking the points away from Moreira and Gonzalez. David Alonso doing him a major turn today. Canet does hang on to second place in the World Championship and in many respects limited the damage. He came across the line in sixth place. What an incredible finish. What an incredible day we've had already in Moto2. And well, for so long he was in second, and then for so long it looked like he was going to come out of this as the winner. In the end, he has to finish in third place. Outside of the first 2 or 3 laps when Jake Dixon was leading, he wasn't out of the top 2, was he? Until the very last lap. And clearly, particularly pleased with Diogo Moreira's defence of second place on the run to the finish line. But they are racing for the ultimate prize in Grand Prix racing. They're racing for a World Championship. Diogo Moreira was not going to let that second place go easily. But David Alonso, the kid, has arrived big time in Moto2. The rookie season, which started with injury, he injured his shoulder all the way back in pre-season testing, was nowhere near fully fit when the season began. He's now a winner. The World Championship lead, though, still belongs to Manu Gonzalez. Third for him today. He's talking to Jack.
Well, Manu, another brilliant ride. You had that huge moment with 5 laps to go, and then to be leading on the final lap. Just talk us through your emotions right now.
Well, it was a very difficult race because this track is so narrow, so when it's more narrow, you lose a lot of time there. In the last laps, it was difficult for me to brake and stop the bike, so this was difficult then for the battle, no? But yeah, I'm happy. I'm still in the podium in a track where we suffer. To be here is always a good thing, but we need to continue working to improve in this area. But yeah, I'm happy to be here. Let's keep working and let's keep pushing. Top job, well done. Thank you.
That's all you can do. Keep working, keep pushing. Not a bad day by any stretch of the imagination as far as Manu Gonzalez is concerned, but to finish third in a Grand Prix where you start the last lap leading, I think there's plenty to ponder. Contemplating a case of what might have been 16 very, very important points in the World Championship, adding to podiums in Thailand, Argentina, Qatar, Jerez, Le Mans, Magellan and Assen. Well, it was an unbelievable last lap. It went all the way down to the wire. Diogo Moreira second from pole position in the Manitou Classic. Either Jack.
Diego, another top ride. You closed in on Manu in the World Championship. Firstly, you were right behind him when he had that massive moment, and when David ran wide into the final chicane, did you think all of my Christmases have come at once?
Yeah, I think we make the perfect strategy. At the beginning, I was pushing a lot to try to make a lap at the beginning, and was I think the key for make this race. So yeah, I'm happy. And now we need to enjoy and keep like this because we have 8 races to go. So let's continue. Great ride, well done. Thank you.
Yeah, another great ride. We might be looking back on this 20 points he's collected here in Balaton as a pivotal moment in Diogo Moreira's championship charge. Still third in the standings, but he's taken another massive chunk of points out of Connect. Just 6 now, the gap between those two. In second and third in the rankings. Not a great day for 4th place, Barry Baltus. Baltus for his 12th at the checkered flag. He has to do a long lap penalty in that as well, but we're about to hear from what I'm sure is an ecstatic, a jubilant David Alonso, with one of the best Moto2 rides you will ever see from outside the top 10 to his first victory in Moto2, the first Colombian ever to do so. He's with Jack.
David, you are a Moto2 winner for the first time, and wow, did you have to do it the hard way today? Outside of the top 10 on the first lap, how on earth did you manage to pull that off?
Honestly, to be here long time ago, for me it's incredible because I am working hard, not easy moments, a lot of days crying a lot, but then it's what we love, this sport. One day we cry, but another, the next day we want to get on the bike again. So this race, I really bad I need to know how to make good style with the Moto3, I don't know how, but I just was so focused on the race, like I don't know how many laps were. I just see when it's 3 laps to go and 1 lap to go. I was like really focused on myself, like living my own dream. Just trying to know many mistakes, see the guy in front, not two more riders. And in the 2 laps to go, I see that today could be the great day. So I say, let's go for it. Let's put all in and yeah, here we are. I don't know what to say. Well, one thing, Javi, reserva mesa que nos vamos al Chuchi 99. Thank you so much, all people.
Congratulations, David.
I love David Alonso. I absolutely love David Alonso. What a rider, what a character. What a last lap he produced. What a 22 laps he produced. I'm sure you enjoyed it watching at home. The crowd were on their feet from lap 1 to lap 22 here at Balaton Park. Just so much drama, so much happened for us to cover off on that final lap. This was the key moment then into the 9-10 chicane. He was leading, wasn't he, on Manu Gonzalez. Moreira came through into second place, a second which he would hold on to. This was all the drama coming out of the final corner. That's how close it got for Gonzalez. Almost had his front tyre washed out there on that short drag to the finish line. But just look what it means to the Spa team. They know how good David Alonso is. They've lived his dream throughout Moto 3. And there he kisses the fairing, kisses the number 80. Colombian fans here in Hungary, well, they certainly enjoyed their afternoon in the sunshine as David Alonso, the first Colombian to win in Moto 2. First South American, what a story that is. The first South American 1-2 in Moto 2 history. Colombia leading home Brazil. There's going to be a few parties, we know, in that part of the world moving into Sunday.
Well, as mentioned earlier on, it was far from the easiest start to his Moto2 career for David Alonso. Of course, moved into this class with so much expected of him, given the way he wrapped up the Moto3 World Championship and won everything in sight in the second half of last season. We didn't see him finish in the top 10 of a Moto2 race until he nearly won at Silverstone. Finished on the podium. He dislocated his shoulder in January. He didn't really understand the fastest way to tackle Moto2 in the early parts of the season. Was finishing outside the points in his first couple of Grand Prix. But once it clicked, boy, did it click for David Alonso. We might have seen him win a week ago in Austria had he not crashed towards the end of the Grand Prix. And given how he finished today, I think we would have seen him win because he was so incredible in the latter stages today. He was overtaking riders from miles back at a circuit that, well, we were led to believe you can't overtake around. Nobody told David Alonso today. Manu Gonzalez, though, led on to the final lap, and it's now 1 win in 8 for Manu Gas. But in terms of the World Championship, which I think is really all he cares about, it is a good day. He does extend his World Championship lead to 25 points. Diogo Moreira, without question, is a part of this three-way battle for the World Championship. Just 6 points behind Canet now, 31 behind Gonzalez. And he might not be a World Championship contender just yet, but he will be in the future. David Alonso, with a vintage Alonso display. He was the master of last lap battles last year in Moto 3, and he wins another last lap strap here in Moto 2. Any constructor prize will be presented, of course, to the Aspar team, who celebrated a second place last weekend for Danny Holgado. A victory for them today. Third place, Manu Gonzalez adds to his pretty healthy podium tally this season, a 9th podium of the season for him. Third place. Perhaps not what he was hoping for when the final lap began, but that could be a useful 16-point haul when we deliver the final analysis in Valencia. Diogo Moreira. Well, I think we can firmly say that the Germany-Czechia double-header misery is firmly behind him. 45 points to a possible 50 since returning from the summer break. And he's a genuine threat for the World Championship in the 8 races that remain. But today, it's not a day for the Brazilian, it's a day for the Colombian. The South American stunner, David Alonso, is a Moto2 winner. And we get set now to hear a national anthem that we became very familiar with last year, the Colombian national anthem.
Alonso becomes the 60th different rider to win in the Moto2 World Championship history. The first rookie to win in Moto2 since Pedro Acosta. He is going to be one of the big contenders for title glory in 2026, isn't he? No wonder he's got a massive smile on his face. That was a brilliant introduction. Here in Balaton for Moto2, the 8th closest top 15 in Moto2 World Championship history, with Dan Alonso, your winner. What a final lap. What a rider David Alonso is. He takes his 19th career win, but crucially his first in Moto2. Diogo Moreira and Manu Gonzalez on the podium after they made contact meters from the line. Jake Dixon came to within a second of winning in the end in fourth after his amazing start. Via Pitt, Chinet Huerta, Salach, Holgado and Ivan Ortola. Points for Marcos Ramirez, Barry Baltus despite a long lap penalty. Gonta van den Gorberg, who started from the front row, faded to 13th. Albert Arenas from deep on the grid, 14th, and Tony Arbolino takes a solitary point ahead of the returning Sergio Garcia. Manu Gonzalez's World Championship lead then back out to the 25 points it was before Austria last weekend. Diogo Moreira is 6 points further back. 31 covered the top three. Constructor standings, Kalex on to 333 points today. 4 plates with the best of for Boscoscuro today, courtesy of Jake Dixon. Team standings, Fancy Racing 29 ahead now of Intact GP, although it wasn't the best day for the current series leaders. What an amazing finish that was in Moto2. MotoGP has got a lot to live up to. We'll start our build-up to the Hungarian Grand Prix in around 30 seconds' time. After a 33-year wait, Hungary's passionate fans are ready to roll on their MotoGP heroes at the new Balaton Park circuit, flanked by the sunny slopes of the Balaton Highlands. Picturesque lakeside towns and beaches galore make this part of Western Hungary a stunning summer holiday destination. Who will be the hero in the Grand Prix of Hungary? It's time to race in MotoGP. 4.08 kilometres in length, 2.53 miles, 17 corners, 7 of them right, and 10 of them left. That is the new Balaton Park circuit in Western Hungary. First Grand Prix of Hungary since 1992. Hosted World Superbikes here in July. A tight first sector, particularly in turns 1 and 2. There was drama there in the 13-lap sprint yesterday. Good overtaking opportunity down on the braking zone into turn 5. 75th different circuit to host a MotoGP race since it all began 76 long years ago. Last new track before Balaton, of course, with India all the way back in 2023. 1, 5, 9, 10, 15, 16. So the first MotoGP race action in over 3 decades took place in yesterday's 13-lap sprint. Drama in the tight first corners. Fabio Quattararo on the 30, inside part of the circuit. Just avoided Fabio Di Giannantonio and Marco Bezzecchi. Unfortunately, he did collect Enea Bastianini, who further around on a dramatic opening lap then took out Frenchman Johann Zarco. Pedro Acosta, who crashed early on in the day in Q2 without a point scoring contention at turn 4. And at the checkered flag once again. That has been the pattern, the story of Sprint Saturdays throughout 2025. Marc Marquez was simply on a different level. Untouchable once again was the 32-year-old Spaniard as he wrapped up sprint win number 13 of the season so far. And today, as we go double the distance, Marc Marquez hones in on his 7th successive double victory. He's 152 points clear in the MotoGP World Championship, starting from his 8th pole position of the campaign, 74th in his Grand Prix career. A win here this afternoon will be already his 10th of this incredible first season with the factory Ducati team, and that would be for the 3rd time in his career in MotoGP that Marc has won 10 in a single season, closing in on his own all-time record of wins in the Premier Class, 13 all the way back 11 years ago in 2014. It's 2014, the last time we saw Marc Marquez in such golden winning form. It's 13 wins in a row now for the number 93. Last time he was beaten was on the Sunday race action, all the way back in late May now at the British Grand Prix at Silverstone. But can he win on what is yet another anti-clockwise track? 33 of his previous 71 victories have come on anti-clockwise circuits where he has been so strong down the years. That has Marc Marquez. Big favourite coming into this 26-lap Grand Prix of Hungary. He's on a front row which features 2 Italians, Marco Bezzecchi and Fabio Di Giannantonio. He was joined on the sprint podium yesterday by 2 Italians. It was an excellent Saturday for Pertamina Enduro VR46 Racing as Di Giannantonio took 2nd place ahead of his teammate Frankie Morbidelli. Good Saturday as well for the factory Hondas, as both Luca Marini and Joan Mir, for the first time in the sprint era, we had 2 Hondas finish inside the top 6. Marini 4th, Joan Mir in 6th place. Under blazing sunshine and nigh on perfect conditions for this Michelin Grand Prix of Hungary. We'll be racing in about 40 minutes time to see if anybody can stop Marc Marquez from taking another giant leap towards MotoGP glory. In the company of Matt Burton, Lewis Sotheby in the commentary box with Jack Appleyard down in pit lane. So far, Lewis, there's no spoilers in this commentary box, but there's been much anticipation, much hype around our first trip to Hungary in over 3 decades. And what we've seen so far, we have not been disappointed. Brilliant Moto3 action, brilliant Moto2 action, both decided on the last lap at the last corner. Let's hope for more of the same in MotoGP. We will be keeping our fingers crossed. 2 unbelievable Grand Prix to bring you already, but the main event is still to come. The MotoGP battle coming up over 26 laps of Balaton Park, and well, there are no foregone conclusions in Grand Prix racing, even if Marc Marquez has made it feel differently in recent times. The sprint yesterday saw all sorts of lap 1 drama. Marc Marquez was just inches away, really, from being taken out himself into turn 1, so there is still plenty for Marc Marquez to overcome here today if he's to extend that incredible winning run as Hungary gets set to see the main event of MotoGP go racing here over a Grand Prix for the first time since 1992. Marc Marquez has not won 7 Grand Prix in a row since 2014, of course, where he opened his account that year with victories in the opening 10 Grand Prix. That could be the 22nd different circuit he has prevailed at in MotoGP. One rider, perhaps the only rider that really, he certainly felt like the closest challenger to Marc throughout the weekend until this happened in qualifying yesterday. Monumental get-off for Pedro Acosta. And of course, a thumbs up from
brilliant camera operator Joao, who met Pedro Acosta late on. That was a real big scare, wasn't it, as that factory KTM went barrel rolling at high speed through what is a very long gravel track. And brilliant by Pedro Acosta and the factory KTM team to invite Joao to the garage. It's another thumbs up. Let's hope his Sunday afternoon is a rather more trouble-free affair than his Saturday morning here in Hungary. Full respect, though, to Red Bull KTM for inviting Joao to their box. And I think he got a little bit of a souvenir, a signee slider from Pedro Acosta. That was one of 3 crashes this weekend for Pedro Acosta. A weekend here in Hungary that promised to deliver so much. But as yet has delivered very little, Lewis, because as we mentioned, Friday and Saturday morning in particular, he certainly felt like Mark's biggest challenger was going to be Pedro Acosta.
Yeah, and as always, here in 2025, it comes down to qualifying for Pedro Acosta. You just saw a shot there of Hungarian motorcycle racing royalty Gabor Talmashi getting ready to head out on a parade lap. You can hear the unmistakable sound behind us of the 125 bike that he won the World Championship on back in 2007. He is, as mentioned, royalty in this part of the world. In many respects, one of the reasons that motorcycle racing is so popular here in Hungary is down to that man.
Oh, this brings says, let's stand up on the back of your neck, hearing that 2-stroke singing down towards the first corner. Yeah, unfortunately, Gabor Talmashi never got the chance to, of course, race in front of his home crowd. I remember for years and years and years when he was really in his prime, in his pomp, the Hungarian fans used to go in there tens of thousands to the Czech Grand Prix. In Brno, there's probably at one stage more Hungarian fans in Brno than there were Czech fans. Such was the popularity of Gabor Talmashi. A special moment for him as he gets to do the parade lap here. A special Saturday, as we mentioned, for VR46 Racing. Fabio De Gianantonio second, Frankie Morbidelli third. A good day for those 2 Italians. A dreadful day once again for another high-profile Italian, Pecco Bagnaia. You can't sugarcoat it. A dreadful weekend all around for the 28-year-old on the factory Ducati, who limped home at the checker flag at the end of that 13-lap sprint. 13th place, almost 15 seconds behind his teammate Marc Marquez. I'm sure they're going to run with that the sort of radical new setup on the GP25 once again this afternoon. But Bagnaia in a lot of bother, Lewis.
And it feels like Bagnaia is quite keen to see the back of Peloton Park, although he is certainly not going to give up. That is just not in his nature. But it was another tough moment for him this morning. He didn't look too happy either in the morning warm-up session. This was the battle between the VR46 Ducatis yesterday over second and third, and Gianantonio winning that early arm wrestle on the first lap of the sprint, and that was a crucial battle, really, because that secured in second place. Morbidelli accepting in the end that he didn't have the pace to go with either his teammate nor Marc Marquez over the 13-lap distance. But a 2-3 nonetheless for VR46, and each of them taking their second sprint podiums of the season.
Yeah, and that will be a big fillip as far as De Gianantonio is concerned, because the 26-year-old has struggled for form of late, particularly on Sundays. At DNF, when he was second and very well placed, of course, in the German Grand Prix at the Sachsenring, pre-summer break. A real average return to form, or return to action after our holidays in Brno when he was 16th. And then, of course, he was out of contention with a barbecue exit with a big spectacular engine failure in Spielberg. So no points in the last 3 Grand Prix for Digia. No points in the sprint yesterday for Bagnaia, and this was adding to his woes in this morning's warm-up session. He'd already had his number 1 bike go kaput with a gearbox issue. This was on his second bike when he botched the practice start, and it's all just starting to boil to the surface, isn't it? The anger and frustration, which he's normally so adept at hiding, so good at masking. Well, you just get a sense there. He's not a rider that sort of tends to lose his cool publicly, but yeah, these seemingly endless list of problems look like they are starting to get on top of Bagnaia.
Just nearly went through the screen of his Ducati this morning. He'd already had some issues on his bike at the start of that session. We understand it was some sort of gearbox issue on that Ducati, and then as you saw there, he couldn't get the bike off the line either when he practiced a start. And of course, we only have to go back to last weekend for Bagnaia having problems off the line and dropping way down the field in the Austrian Grand Prix sprint.
Well,
He's broken records and set milestones galore, hasn't he, in his Grand Prix career? There's another one, the first rider ever to win 6 successive MotoGP races for 2 different manufacturers. Of course, he was the talisman for HRT for so many years, and now he is the undisputed A-list star inside the factory Ducati garage. There was an excellent sprint yesterday for our reigning world champion, Jorge Martin, who it seems, week by week, day by day, session by session, is really coming to terms with that factory Aprilia. He excelled in that 13-lap sprint yesterday, did the Martinator, starting from a worst ever grid position in MotoGP down in 17th place. But he fought his way through to 9th. It was a battle that he had with Pedro Acosta, which saw Acosta sort of get too impatient, and he crashed out of contention. So a first sprint point of the season as far as Martin is concerned. Work to do today, they're coming from 17. I think another top 10, a double top 10, will represent more than a weekend's solid work here for the Spaniards. Well, if there's some good news, he's already had some, because he's been promoted to 16th on the grid today with Jack Miller's 3-place grid penalty. 2 riders dropping 3 places on the grid from where they started the sprint yesterday. They are Jack Miller, as mentioned, back to 17th, and Alex Marquez, second in the World Championship, of course, who qualified down in 11th, picked up a 3-place grid penalty in the same instant when both Alex Marquez and Jack Miller got in the way of Pecco Bagnaia. Of course, we also have Enea Bastianini and Fabio Quartararo with 2 and 1 long lap penalties respectively to serve from the second lap. Yeah, penalties galore so far this weekend. Fabio Quartararo for his first offence. Nobody needs to tell Fabio that he got it all wrong on the inside, run down to that tight first corner. Dangerous situation on the opening lap. First offence. The outcome will be a long lap penalty trip for Fabio in this Grand Prix. There he is on the left-hand side of your picture, starting from the back of the second row in 6th place. A good launch away, wasn't it? As Fabio is having a look at this himself now, at the replay on the dirty line. As soon as he squeezed a handful of brake, he was out of control on that Yamaha. So fortunate not to take out both the Gian Antonio and Bezzecchi. He's having a really good lap at it right now. He said as soon as he saw the Gian Antonio cutting to the inside line, which of course the Italian was perfectly entitled to do, Fabio would just release the brakes and started praying. Unfortunately, the rider he did make contact with was Enea Bastianini. As he said, just that dirty inside line. He realised he was in a spot of bother, released the brakes, and it was just hope for the best. Marc Marquez was also almost caught up in that early melee. So a long lap penalty coming the way of Fabio in this Grand Prix. Martin could hear the Yamaha whistling behind him as he rounded turn 1, blissfully unaware of just how much chaos has been caused behind him. As we said yesterday, though, Fabio Quartararo really not that kind of rider. Doesn't usually get involved in those kind of incidents, but he does pay the price in the form of a long lap penalty today. And you'd think the long lap penalty he'll serve, and the 2 that Enea Bastianini's going to have to serve, because he was on a second defence for causing an accident, should play to the hands of Fabian Aldeguer there, who you saw on screens. The riders on row 3 of the grid, Acosta, Aldeguer and Luca Marini, of course, came through to 4th place in the sprint yesterday, will surely be straight ahead of those 2 riders up ahead of them, a row ahead of them on the grid with long lap penalties, so perhaps they won't need to be quite so aggressive on the opening lap. Honda upgrades are working a treat, aren't they, right now, as far as Luca Marini and Joan Mir are concerned. Electronics tweaks and some aero improvements in Spielberg. And now a new chassis, which was also rolled out in Austria, was raced by both Marini and Mir in yesterday's sprint. 28-year-old Italian Luca Marini. That was his best sprint since Qatar 2023, certainly head and shoulders his best sprint for Honda. And after all of his recent woes, Joan Mir really has started to hit some top form again. 6 in the Grand Prix in Spielberg last time out, 6 over the line in that sprint yesterday. Let's come amazing on your screen of Alex Marquez's incoming penalty, slow on line during practice. This was his melee with Miller and Bagnaia. He was already unhappy with Fabio Di Gianantonio before this unfolded, and As he approaches turn 1 here, he begins to gesticulate in the direction. He's only shaking his head, look. Gesticulating at Fabio Di Gianantonio. Then at Jack Miller, who comes up alongside him, and they both get in the way of Pecco Bagnaia. So Pedro Acosta then goes from 7th place on the grid, and with riders who are serving long lap penalties up ahead of him, surely an opportunity to move forward. Let's get some pre-race thoughts from his team boss, Aki Ayo, who joins Jack.
Yeah, it does indeed. This feels like a huge opportunity for Pedro to salvage something from a weekend that on Friday, Aki, looked incredibly promising. With a couple of riders on that second row having to do long lap penalties, what are the tactics going to be in the opening laps?
Yes, of course, there is some, let's say, penalty point and everything, which is a little bit, let's say, confusing our plans. But of course, the whole weekend has been positive. Yesterday, really same, so we hope at least bit better luck today for the first corners, for the first lap, and I think there is potential for really good results.
If you come away from this weekend without a podium finish, will that feel like a missed opportunity?
It's too early to talk about this now. Let's do the race and see what we can do. But as I repeat so many times, important is this general improvement and trend to get closer and closer to the top.
Pedro,
That's the point.
Pedro mentioned yesterday in that qualifying crash, he lost a set of front forks that he felt were giving him a little bit more feeling, and the bike felt a little bit different in the sprint. What can you tell us about that?
Yes, there is some different specs what we have played a little bit in the last races, and of course, rider always miss some part it's not available now. The same part is again available in the next race, but I don't think that's the key point now. That for sure, more important is to survive well from the first corners and first lap, and have a solid race.
Thanks, Aki. Good luck.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to Aki Ayo. Yeah, Pedro Acosta. How big of the duty has he missed? Well, I'll ultimately be able to answer that in around about an hour and a half's time, because we haven't had the 26 lap Grand Prix yet, and he might still be able to recover the situation, but it certainly felt from Friday that he had pace to be starting a little bit higher on the grid than 7th place, and of course by starting 7th it did put him on the outside in the middle of all those early problems. Let's get an update from a technical point of view, and we join Jack.
Yeah, just a very small thing that I've noticed on both Pedro Acosta and Brad Binder's machine. They've been jumping about throughout the course of the weekend, but they are going to race them. A lot of you at home will know about the Stegosaurus wings on the rear of the bike. Well, both Pedro and Brad for this one have got slightly bigger ones. They've almost doubled in size, which obviously is going to, I would imagine, hope to offer just a little bit more traction under braking. So they have been jumping about all weekend, all 4 bikes actually. Some trying them, then deciding to go for what they were used to. So interesting that the factory guys for the Grand Prix are going to opt for those brand new, slightly bigger rear wings.
Thanks as always, Jack. Good spot there down in pit lane. We'll keep a close eye on the progress of both Acosta and Brad Binder. Here is Joan Mearden, as we mentioned. Excellent when the luck has gone his way, and he's been able to avoid troubles and dramas on the factory Honda. He's been pretty impressive and pretty fast of late. 6 over the line in the Grand Prix last weekend in Spielberg. That was only his 2nd Grand Prix top 6 in 47 for Honda. His first on a Sunday since India in 2023. And he's backed it up. He's got some momentum. First sprint top 6 on RC213V here. Yes, there's. We got a quick glimpse there at the vast Lake Balaton, one of the biggest lakes in Central Europe. Water sport lovers' paradise out there. There's been sailing, surfing, swimming, you name it. It's been happening on Lake Balaton this weekend. It's certainly one of Hungary's top holiday hot spots. Nobody hotter right now, though, than Marc Marquez in the MotoGP World Championship as the riders filter out of pit lane as Marc chases his 7th successive victory. A 7th, a consecutive double. Can anybody lay a glove on 93? It certainly has been plain sailing for him so far in 2025, right from the opening Saturday of the season in Buriram, where he opened his account on Ducati debut with a maximum 12 World Championship points. He's only lost 1 sprint since then. And that was when he followed his brother home at Silverstone. The only weekend this year where we've not seen Marc Marquez take victory either on a Saturday or on a Sunday. He's already got his 13th sprint win to his name with this season in 2025.
With his major opposition, you feel, on pure pace back on the third row of the grid. Marc Marquez will be laser focused on just getting the perfect start, getting himself around turn one, staying out of any melees in those early stages. But we have seen already, without spoiling in too much from Moto 3 and Moto 2, that you can make overtakes around this Boulton Park circuit. It certainly isn't easy to pass around here, but potentially some drama might fall away in the latter stages if riders begin to run out of tyres, and that certainly appears to be the case in the two races we've seen already today. Some riders on the absolute edge of grip in the latter stages, so Marc Marquez might look like the overwhelming favourite, and of course he is, but there are 26 laps of hard work still to come before we can claim a 7th consecutive double. There is double MotoGP World Champion, Pecco Bagnaia. Just taking advantage of a run through pit lane. He had a poor morning water session. Let's be frankly honest, it's been a poor weekend by his exceptionally high standards. There is the proof. 84 points less than at the same stage in 2024. It's just all gone pear-shaped, hasn't it, for Pecco coming into this Michelin Grand Prix of Hungary. Halfway through round 14, 209 points behind his teammate Marc Marquez at 57. They're behind Alex in the battle for second place right now in the championship. Well, as we mentioned, recent upgrades really are starting to steer HRC back towards the front of Grand Prix racing, back to where they feel they'll belong. A double top six in the sprint yesterday for Marini and Mir. Can they match it this afternoon? Let's get the thoughts of the boss, Alberto Fuge.
Alberto, what a really positive weekend it's been so far for Honda. Double top six yesterday. Great result for Luca in particular. Just how pleased are you with the obvious progress that's been on show?
Well, it's been good since Friday. Both drivers are trying maximum. They are making a big effort. And we are also trying to improve, as we said in Japan in February, you know, that after the break we expected some catch up or improvement, and yeah, we are slowly getting there, and yeah, we are happy. I mean, Honda's working very hard, and the guys are working in the teams really, really hard, and the riders are doing maximum. So this is what normally all the professionals team do. They try everything they have and possible can to get the results.
You can see last time out in Austria, the new aerodynamics package, new chassis as well. How much of a step has that allowed the bike to take?
I would say that we cannot just say it's this or that. I mean, also to be fair, to be honest, this track suits quite well the Honda character, you know? It's a track where you change the direction a lot. And in this type of tracks, if you see the history, Honda has always been strong. But yeah, I mean, of course we are progressing. We are trying new things, new aero, new chassis, swing. I mean, we are trying to do what we can, and yeah, things are slowly getting there.
Just finally on Luca, after that big crash in Suzuka, the way he's been able to bounce back, the result in Germany, and then backing it up yesterday as well. What does that say about his character?
Well, he's a very calm guy. He makes steps in a very precise way, and I've never seen him nervous. So he understood his injury. At some point it was a little bit not nice, let's say. He understood, he stood calm, he recovered, he came back, he took his time, and I can say that he's a really, really smart guy and cool, and yeah, now he's improved his level, clearly. So yeah, let's hope he can today be a little bit lucky at turn one, like all of them, and see if he can do it.
Thanks, Alberto. Have a good race.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Honda boss Alberto Puig, as we're just running through the grid. This, of course, could change. It is the initial information we have received from Michelin, our official tyre supplier. At the moment, and I stress at the moment, Marc Marquez is the only rider on the front row. The information we have right now is on the medium front, medium rear tyre. Both Marco Bezzecchi, Fabio Di Gianantonio, as it stands right now, with 20 minutes or so to lights out, they are medium front, soft rear tyre. That could change. Quartararo, another rider we saw there with the medium rear tyre, so too Luca Marini, Pecco Bagnaia, also on the medium rear tyre. He's coming from 13th place
on the grid. Those temperatures aren't exactly scorching hot, but we are bathed in beautiful sunshine here at Balaton Park. Still a decent gust of wind. It has caused one or two problems as we've gone through the weekend, and when it's quite a wide open circuit, and of course being so close to quite a large body of water, you do tend to see the wind pick up in these sorts of areas, but it feels like it's going to take a serious following wind for the competition to chase down Marc Marquez today.
That looks like a very pleasant afternoon on the boat, doesn't it, in the middle of the vast Lake Balaton. And when we say vast, we mean vast. A shoreline apparently of near on 200 kilometres. At its widest point, it's 9 kilometres. It's a pretty impressive body of water which neighbours this Balaton Park circuit. As we gear up then, and the countdown continues towards the first Hungarian Grand Prix in over 3 decades. You just saw there on the graphic Marco Bezzecchi. The last time we ventured out onto pastures new in India, he was the victor on that occasion. Then, of course, he was on the VR46 Ducati. He did it in some dominant style as well, did Bez. Pole position, and he absolutely destroyed the field in the Grand Prix of India to win by over 8 seconds. Those at the checker flag in the sprint yesterday, 7th. Of course, after he had to take avoiding action of all the drama unfolding on his inside as Quattararo came charging through and flipped an Air Bastianini.
And yeah, that run to turn 1, you feel is going to have such a big bearing on what we see in this Grand Prix today. And will Fabio Di Giannantonio and Marco Bezzecchi in the front row of the grid, alongside Marc Marquez, will they have perhaps a slight advantage off the line with that soft rear tyre on, just getting the Ducati and the Aprilia respectively hooked up off the line, and that blast down to turn 1? Is that potentially an opportunity for them to see some early track position on Marc Marquez? Marc Marquez clearly so confident in terms of his prospects today. Did you then from the front row starting third, and Jack's got an update on it?
Yeah, I'm not sure if Fabio Di Giannantonio's bike might just have a bit of a technical problem on the grid here, because the laptop is out, it's plugged in. There are 3 or 4 different electronic engineers just trying to look at it, including 2 from the factory team themselves. So clearly something isn't right for Digi here. I tried to grab a word with Pablo Nieto, who went to check with some of the FIM staff, I imagine, on what the rules precisely are, in case they have to take Digi's bike off the grid here. I'm hoping to try grab a word with Pablo in a second once he's free, but something just isn't right for Digi.
Well, the pit lane exit is now closed, so if they do push Digi's bike off the grid at this stage, he won't be allowed to leave the pit lane until they start the warm-up lap, which will see him take a double long lap penalty and start from his grid position. So they do have a little bit of time. They've got around about 10 minutes or so. Let's get the very latest from VR46. Pablo Nieto's with Jack.
Pablo, it looks like there's a problem for Fabio here. Just bring us up to speed. What's happening?
Yeah, we are taking everything what's happened because he feels something strange in the lap to go into the grid.
You were just checking with the rules, I imagine. Is there a possibility he has to come off the grid?
Of course, but you will have a penalty, so we have to check everything to try to start from here.
Thanks, Pablo.
Thank you.
Like as if there's not enough high pressure around in these intense moments as we count down towards the start of this Grand Prix. Let's hope, as far as VR46 Racing, Ducati, and in particular Fabio Di Giannantonio are concerned, that they can rectify whatever that issue was he felt on the sighting lap. We were just talking, weren't we, not that long ago, about how tough his recent Sundays have been. He's gone pointless in the last 3, his worst runs since 2022. And he won't want to be making it 4 successive Grand Prix without a point through no fault of his own. So yeah, a bit of drama then on the back of the front row of the grid.
Which Marc Marquez will be blissfully unaware of as he strides back onto the grid, having sat in his Ducati box for a few minutes just for a bit of peace, quiet and sanctuary, staying away from the hustle and bustle and the many people that you can see from overhead on the grid. Pedro Acosta has done the same, and he now walks back onto the grid and of course has to walk over to the third row of the grid to find his KTM. And will he take perhaps a different approach at the start? Will he prefer to be up on the inside down to turn 1? He might not have a choice, but clearly being on the outside into turn 1 yesterday was the worst place to be. That was where all the chaos ended up. It's been an eventful weekend for Acosta. 3 falls, although he has not finished outside the top 4 in the last 2 in Brno and the Red Bull Ring. That impressive recent run was halted abruptly by the crash in the sprint yesterday. And Anna, keep an eye on Fermin Aldeguer's late race pace because it was sensational, wasn't it, last weekend in Austria? Alex Marquez coming from 14th on the grid after his grid penalty. What are the prospects for the Grazzini boys? Let's get the thoughts of the boss, Michele Massini.
Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be more than a few eyes on the number 54 on this one, Michele, after what he was able to do last weekend in Austria with a penalty for Fabio and an air. It looks like potentially an issue for Didier on the grid as well. This presents a big opportunity again for me.
I think yes, because we shown also another big step, another improvement this morning during the warm-up. So we will try, first of all, to try to gain some position at the beginning because we know that the pace is very, very good.
Didier's bike, by the way, in the background, that they're just warming up to try and test that electronic problem. On Alex as well, obviously a massive challenge from back there on the 5th row of the grid. How much is it just about seeing the checkered flag and moving on to Barcelona?
Yeah, it will be very difficult, so we will see if at the end we can gain some position, try at least to finish at least in the 8th position or better, because we have the speed, but you know, it is a very tight and difficult circuit to overtake the other riders, so we'll see.
Thanks, Michele.
Welcome.
Yes, thanks, Jack. Thanks to Michele Massini. We can hear in the background now. They're flying into life, aren't they, Fabio, for Gian Antonio Ducati, to see if they have successfully diagnosed this issue. The Gian Antonio, clearly you can see he's hopped off of that GP25. Let's get some shade and just let his mechanics, let his crew, let the Ducati engineers go about their work in trying to make sure that those issues that he felt on the side lap are rectified. Let's just hope that Didier is going to be able to start this 26 lap race from that front row. You won't see him on the grid at the moment. He's just sort of sat close to where the factory Ducati pit canopy is. Alberto Puig, well, he would have been seriously impressed with Luca Marini's display in the sprint yesterday. And that Puig there, well, he's been there, done it, and seen it as a rider and a team manager, hasn't he, for so many years. Just some final instructions going from Puig to Marini. This is MotoGP Technical Director Danny Aldridge in the blue shirt there, just having a long chat with VR46 Racing boss Pablo Nieto. I think he was just seeking clarification on the rules there, was if we move the bike off the grid, Danny, what happens next?
2 long lap penalties will be he'll still be able to start from his grid position. He will leave the pit lane at the end of the warm-up, or the end of the start of the warm-up lap, join the grid, start from the front row of the grid, but take 2 long lap penalties. That is if his bike leaves the grid. Of course, if his bike doesn't leave the grid, he won't have to. Let's listen in. I think they're giving Gian Antonio the choice there, aren't they? Which of the 2 would you rather do, did you?
What a nightmare. What a nightmare situation as far as Fabio Gian Antonio is concerned. Let's go straight back down to Jack on the grid.
Yeah, you're absolutely right in what you were saying. Pablo Nieto was just giving the 2 options to Didier. He explained the 2 options to Ucho as well, saying, what do we want to do, guys? We either wheel this bike off the grid now and take the safe bet that we can't fix this problem, we just go onto a bike that we know will work, or we do the warm-up lap, we check if it's okay, and then if it's not right, we have to change on the warm-up lap and we come down pit lane. It looks as though the VR46 team are prepared for either alternative.
Yeah, great stuff. Thanks very much, Jack, for all about just keeping his cool and keeping his composure right now, isn't it, for Fabio Di Gian Antonio? Worst possible scenario, isn't it, going into a high-pressure situation like the build-up to MotoGP races. We're going to be keeping a very, very close eye on number 49. Don't worry, Jack down in pit lane and all of us in the commentary box as well. Fermin Aldeguer then, 5th over the line in the sprint yesterday. Threatened, didn't he? Threatened 4th, maybe better, but just could not find a way through on the late-breaking factory Honda of Luca Marini. Another top 6 finish though for Aldeguer. That's his 6th sprint top 6 of the season so far, as the debates and the choices and the decisions, well, they have to be taken very, very soon, don't they? The Gian Antonio just gives a little bit of a nod to one of his VR46 crew. Oh, what a nightmare. What a nightmare.
We're going to take a pause though now for the national anthem conducted by the Hungarian Air Force Band. So the Hungarian Air Force Band conducts. First time we've heard the Hungarian national anthem at a Grand Prix in Hungary. That's since 1992. Here comes the Hungarian flag being dropped onto the circuit. Let's go quickly though back down to Jack for the latest video drama.
Yeah, Pablo Nieto, just explaining to Danny Aldridge what the plan is. The laptop has been unplugged. The race tyres have gone into this bike on the grid. There's a little bit of confidence they might have been able to solve it, but he is just informing to Didier that if the problem still persists on the warm-up lap, the second bike will be ready to go.
Thanks, Jack. So Fabio Di Giannantonio, we hope, will start from the front row of the grid, but he might yet have to start this Grand Prix from the pit lane. We will be watching him very, very closely as he goes round on the warm-up lap. The warm-up lap begins, by the way, in 6 minutes' time, so they really are running it up to the wire down at VR46, and how difficult is it going to be, whatever happens here, for Fabio Di Giannantonio to keep his head clear and just focus on the job at hand. There must be so many thoughts and so many concerns going through his mind right now. He sits back on top. His number 49, his VR46 Ducati, which he took to second place in the Tissot Sprint yesterday. Lucio Salucci there with a little handshake just to try and keep Fabio Di Giannantonio calm. But this was him on his way to the grid. Yeah, clearly, Di Giannantonio, who's looking relatively cool and relaxed there, is his spare bike. Should he require it for this 26-lap Grand Prix of Hungary. But it was a touring sighting lap, wasn't it, from Digi when he identified there was a potential issue. And let's go and get the thoughts of our pretty boss, Paolo Bonora. Marco Bezzecchi on the front row, looking to continue his recent purple patch for Benoit Martin in the sprint points finishes for the first time yesterday. Well, what can the brilliant duo do, Jack?
Well, I'm sure Marco's first plan is just to avoid any problems at turn one like yesterday. And in terms of tyre choice, just talk us through the decision that you've had to make.
Yeah, you're right. The corner one is the most critical point of the sequence, in particular during the launch. So it's necessary to take with in a very good way that corner and stay out of any problem, because we show a very good race pace, and we hope during today with a different temperature on the tarmac that we can see different behavior of the race. And we hope also that Jorge, after the positive comment of this morning, that show a good race pace as well. Thanks, Paolo. Good luck. Thanks.
Yeah, that's an excellent point made by Paolo Bonora. Jorge Martin was third fastest in this morning's warm-up session. So we're keeping a close eye on the Martinator trying to work his way through the pack. Marco Bezzecchi, victorious, of course, in the British Grand Prix at Silverstone. He's followed that up recently with 3 podiums in his last 4 Grand Prix starts. In Assen, in Brno, and in the Red Bull Ring, where on all 3 occasions he posed a pretty big threat to the domination of Marc Marquez. He was doing so also as well in the Sachsenring, wasn't he, when he crashed out of second place, as did Fabio Di Giannantonio. Danny Aldridge, MotoGP technical director there, once again locked in some pretty in-depth discussions with VR46 boss Pablo Nieto. Trying to get your mind on the job, get your focus in the zone must be really tough right now for Fabio Di Giannantonio. Unsure of which motorcycle is going to be starting this Grand Prix and where he's going to be starting it from.
Well, he'll have to make a clear decision before he comes to the grid. You don't want there's going to be any kind of indecision. If you're going to come to the grid, you're stuck with that bike now until the end of the Grand Prix. And of course, if that bike's not running properly, that end could come rather soon once the race gets underway. So Fabio Di Giannantonio, of course, would want to do everything to start from third on the grid, having qualified so well and finished the sprint in second place yesterday. And around a track such as this, if you're starting from the pit lane, it's a remote hope of scoring points, let alone getting on the podium.
So the grid starts to clear for the first time since 1992. MotoGP is going to roar into life here in Balaton Park. Will that front row shortly feature Fabio Di Giannantonio with all of his pre-race technical issues? A big headache for Digia. Third on the grid. Second place, second fastest in Q2, Marco Bezzecchi, winner of our last first-time MotoGP battle over in India at the end of 2023, but looking to complete a magnificent 7th successive double victory from pole is Marc Marquez. The MotoGP World Championship is in its 76th year. And for the 75th time, we come to a different Grand Prix venue. We are in Hungary. We are at the Balaton Park circuit for our first race action in this part of Central Europe in 33 long years, where a Hungarian crowd are expectant to see if Marc Marquez can extend this incredible, undefeated recent run. 7 sprint wins in a row, 6 Grand Prix wins in a row, 13 on the spin for the runaway World Championship leader. And he will start this 26th lap Michelin Grand Prix of Hungary from pole position, the 102nd pole of Marc's Grand Prix career. On the warm-up lap, at least the riders have made it safely through turns 1 and 2. It's going to be all eyes on that tricky first sector after the early drama yesterday involving Fabio Quartararo, who, just a reminder, has a long lap penalty to serve in this Grand Prix after his contact with Enea Bastianini in that first corner. Enea himself, well, he has a double long lap penalty coming his way in this Grand Prix of Hungary after he clattered into the back of LCR Honda rider Johann Zarco. 152 points already is the massive World Championship lead that Marc Marquez has built as we keep a close eye on Fabio Di Gianantonio for a very good reason. If you've been with us throughout the whole of our race build-up, well, Di Gianantonio and his VR46 Ducati crew, they have been frantically working on his GP25 after he identified an issue. There was a warning light came up on his dashboard on the sighting lap, and that has seen doubts about Fabio Di Gianantonio ahead of this Grand Prix. Clearly they're warming up the second bike. I think that's in anticipation of whether he is ready or wants to or requires to come into pit lane to swap bikes. Yeah, Fabio Di Gianantonio, I would assume, hasn't already made that decision before he left the grid. The team will have obviously given him the option. If you go to the grid, then you have to stick with the bike that you're on. But if you do not think that this bike is good to go, come straight up pit lane. Yeah. He is coming up pit lane. He put his left flag out there. He was signalling to the riders behind him. He dropped all the way to the back of the field. So this is massive pre-race drama as far as Pertamina and Durabia 46 Racing are concerned. And poor old Fabio Di Gianantonio, he is going to hop onto the second bike. He's going to start this Grand Prix of Hungary from pit lane. We have a vacant space then now on the front row. Sadly missing Di Gianantonio, who should have been starting in P3. One bike, straight onto the other. He will have to wait for a green light at the end of pit lane before he can go. We've got the green flag clearing at the back then. Pre-race drama here in Hungary. Di Gianantonio off the front row. But we're lights out and racing then here in MotoGP in Hungary for the first time in 33 years. Marco Bezzecchi's going to try and be aggressive on the inside of Marc Marquez into that first corner. They all concertina up. Are they all safely through? There's a bit of bumping and barging, but they have all made it safely through. And big contact there. Bezzecchi had snatched the lead on that tight run through turn 2. There's contact there between 72 and 93. Marc Marquez back to third place then, so we do have a VR46 Ducati in second place, but it is Frankie Morbidelli. Then it is Marc Marquez in third. Morbidelli both, but look at the KTM's attacking. Acosta and Bastianini going either side of Marini. It's aggressive early on by Bastianini. So Marc Marquez, he made the dream start, didn't he, in the sprint? Yes, they avoided all the early trouble going through turn 1. He made a really good start, though. Again here, today, he's back in third place after the early run with Bez. Checo Bagnaia is up to 7th place already, although that might become 8th now. Here comes out again, up the inside, but Marco Bezzecchi, if you want an opportunity to win this Hungarian Grand Prix, get your head down and go for it, because he's got an advantage, and he's got Frankie Morbidelli between himself and Marc Marquez. Straight away as well, Jorge Martin's been dynamite off the line. He's already up inside the top 10 as well. A 9th place halfway around. Bastianini's gone down, and that was awful. You could see him look to his left-hand side. He knew he was going to come careering back onto the racing line. He had his heart in his mouth. And of course, the bad news for Enea is he's not going to serve the double on that penalty unless he can remount, which will then carry on over into the Catalan Grand Prix. Yeah, he's got to get up and running and serve those penalties, so he's out of the way. Martin's also passed Bagnaia. Of course, they were dodging Bastianini's KTM, but Bezzecchi's lead is 4/10 of a second over Morbidelli. Marc Marquez third, and what a start for Pedro Acosta, just what he would have hoped for on this first lap. Acosta already up into P4. That was a scary moment, wasn't it, for Bastianini and all those riders who somehow threaded their bikes through the eye of the needle. Somebody's done to Alex Marquez. Alex Marquez is on the floor. He's gone down at one. Of course, he's also got a point. Served a penalty off the grid. And of course, having made no real progress on that first lap, he was still back in 13th. Alex Marquez down at 1. Into the first corner he goes. Didn't come out the other side of it. Marc Marquez, MotoGP World Champion in Misano. Anybody that's going to be potentially what we could be facing in just a couple of rounds' time. Let's go down to Jack for a Bez update.
Yeah, importantly, the team told him plus 0.5 Morbidelli, so Bezzecchi knows that Marc Marquez isn't behind him, and he's got a massive opportunity here if he can get into his rhythm early.
Yeah, motor on, that's the message clear then to Bez. Thanks very much, Jack. Further down the field, we've got Marini on course for back-to-back top sixes. Fabio Quartararo, of course, who has to serve a long lap penalty. And Bastianini, I've not seen anything that's notified us that he has rejoined this Grand Prix, so a real tough weekend for the Beast. Out on the first lap of the sprint and slamming into back of Jones Arco, and out on the first lap of the Grand Prix.
Yeah, he didn't come round at the end of the first lap. The last rider that did come round, of course, is Fabio Di Gianantonio, and poor Digia. He is 10 seconds off the back of the field and 15 off the race lead.
This is going to be the early contact involving Marco Bezzecchi and the pole starter Marc Marquez. On board with the 73 then of Bez. Morbidelli was aggressive on the inside, wasn't he? That's pushed Acosta wide. And then already, Bezzecchi got his way through, hadn't he? On Mark, and then Mark just ploughed into the back of the factory at Aprilia. And now with Morbidelli.
Oh, no gap there, Mark. You're not going to get through the inside of there. And in the end, it cost him second place to Frankie Morbidelli. I'm surprised that Marc Marquez put his nose in that kind of position, getting the pace we know he has.
Yeah, Marini had to really check up the rating behind the 93 bike as well. So Bez with Morbidelli acting as a bit of a barrier at the moment between him and Marc Marquez, and as Jack said, the team have been already instructed Bez to crack on here, and we'll try and make an early break, and he's doing it at 1:38.484 is the fastest lap of the Grand Prix so far. About a tenth quicker than Morbidelli in second, 3 tenths faster than Marc.
It's 8 tenths of a second already through the next sector.
Martin.
Martin coming through on Luca Marini. That is for 6th place. Jorge Martin has already gained 10 places, and we're only halfway around the 3rd lap.
Nobody told Jorge Martin that this Balaton Park circuit was notoriously hard to overtake on. This has been absolutely sensational work early on by Martin, already up into the top 6, streaking away quickly from Marini behind him. I don't know how much drama Joan Mir had early on with some of the probably with the Bastianini incident on lap 1, because Mir's down in 16th place at the moment. He lost a whole bunch of places. 6 in the sprint yesterday was Mir.
Alex Marquez did pick his bike up and continue just to try and score some points later on as Frankie Morbidelli, rear tyre skipping out, stepping up off the ground as he tries to get his 21 bike stopped into turn 1. And he at the moment, of course, he's racing for himself, but at the moment he's the best friend of Marco Bezzecchi.
Successive best laps of the Grand Prix so far for Bez. Down now to a 1:38.190. I suppose the only sort of question mark, a big question mark that we might be posing as far as Bez is concerned later in this Grand Prix is how much early on with this early onslaught is he going to take potentially out of his soft rear tyre. The only rider right now in the top 4 that is not on the soft rear is World Champion leader Marc Marquez, and that surely will come to Marc and be a big advantage for him in the second half, latter stages of this Grand Prix.
Yellow flags have come out again. I think it's Ralph Fernandez's name that has just disappeared down the left-hand side of the screen. It's not been a great weekend in treats for the Trackhouse team. Joan Mir is down with Ralph Fernandez, so both riders down, and let's hope that Joan Mir hasn't been involved in another incident that wasn't his fault. Quartararo through for the long lap penalty. Bagnaia and amongst others go through, and Quartararo rejoins up behind Chip Miller on the Pramac Yamaha, so that is 13th place.
He's like a trouble magnet, isn't he? Poor old Joan Mir. Was it his fault? Was it Fernandez's fault? Were they down in a separate instance? Ralph Fernandez is trying to, well, he has remounted the track out of Aprilia. Now let's have a look at this one further back in the field.
Just separate accidents, don't they? They both go down together at the same corner, so certainly no one's fault but each other's for having their own accidents. You can see Mir already ready to thump the tarmac. Fastest back for the Grand Prix for Marco Bezzecchi, 1:38.095. He's 3 tenths quicker than Morbidelli, and the gap to Marc Marquez from Bez, 1.2 seconds.
3 on the spin now for Bez in terms of fastest laps of this Grand Prix. He really is trying to make hay while the sun's shining on that soft rear tyre, isn't he? Just to try and build a gap that he can then potentially stage manage in the second half of this Grand Prix. I don't think Mark's really panicking just at this stage. He will know. He will have been told by his Ducati crew that you're the only one at the moment that's on that medium rear tyre. Just let it come to you. Don't stop taking any risks early on. Just wait for that medium rear tyre to get up to temperature. Those guys that are pushing on the soft potentially may encounter some late grip issues. That's what he's going to be banking on, but first and foremost, he's going to find a way through on Morbidelli, and right on cue, he does. Going into 8 and 9 then, and Marc Marquez then. And now he does start to think about honing in on Bezzecchi. Marc up to second.
Yeah, certainly wasn't in the realms of panicking just yet, but a move he had to get done. He couldn't stay behind Morbidelli's Ducati for much longer if he could help it. So Marco Bezzecchi's initial breathing space amounted to around about 1.1 seconds over Marc Marquez, and Bez will now be getting the instruction on his pit board and on his dash. It's now 93 behind you.
Yeah, that's like he's seen on a regular basis of late, hasn't he? Marco Bezzecchi plus 0.93. Ralph Fernandez has pitted on the track out of Brilliant, and likewise Joan Mir. They were both able to remount after their separate crashes on the last lap.
lot of stones on the track there, aren't there, as they came through turn 8 and 9. And as soon as Marc Marquez has worked his way through on Frankie Morbidelli, with clear air to work with ahead of him, a bit of open real estate ahead to Bezzecchi, a 1:37.994. He's dropped the pace instantly, in a flash. Marc finds the first 1:37 in this Grand Prix, wasting precious little time to build some pressure on Bez. Jack Miller has gone down. That's the second rider already we've seen down at turn 1 in this Grand Prix. Alex Marquez a couple laps ago. Now Jack Miller, who was running in 11th place. So the Prima Yamaha is now at the back of the field, if not out altogether. Yeah, and just look how quickly Marquez completely dispensed with Morbidelli. Morbidelli's got a bigger issue. He's coming from Pedro Acosta, who's trying to find a way through here into 8 and 9. Morbidelli just keeps the door slammed firmly shut. But this has been another excellent ride so far from Acosta. He's got so much time on his hands here, 3.5 laps to go. He made himself yesterday. He ran out of patience in that battle for 9th in the sprint. You do feel that today he's going to be exercising a little bit more caution as he tries to get through on Morbidelli. Acosta near enough matched Marc Marquez's lap time last time around. He did a 38.0, only half a tenth slower than Marc Marquez went, which is kind of backing up the theory we had on Friday, wasn't it? That it was Acosta with the pace to challenge Marc Marquez this weekend. So Acosta will now be wanting to try and get past Morbidelli quickly and hope that by the time he gets there, Bezzecchi is still holding Marc Marquez back. Martin still in a stunning 6th place. The #1 liveried factory Aprilia. Marquez now getting quicker and quicker and quicker. 37.9 on lap 5, a 37.8 now on lap 6. And he's just gobbling up the ground to Bezzecchi directly ahead of him. Look at this now. What was an advantage that Bez had of over a second when Marc forced his way through on Morbidelli into second. That has just completely gone in the space of 2 laps. You did see the brief issue there of Enea Bastianini. He has actually gone out back on track again, and I assume that is purely to serve his double long lap penalty. He does not want to have to carry that over to Barcelona in a couple of weeks. Yeah, smart move that by the Tech 3 KTM team. Get that one done and dusted. Already, this kind of has an air of inevitability about it, doesn't it? Because Marquez has made such light work of getting to Bezzecchi. Acosta has got through to 3rd place on Morbidelli, who just has not got the pace to go with the 2 ahead of him. Acosta then does move up into 3rd place. Can he do anything about getting his claws into the 2 directly ahead of him now on circuit? Well, the gap between them is around about 1.7 seconds, as you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, so that's not going to be closed down quickly by Pedro Acosta. But how much longer is Marc Marquez going to be prepared to stare at the rear of Aprilia? Spent a lot of time looking at it last weekend, didn't he, in Austria? It took him until around about 2/3 distance before he finally shook off the challenge of Marco Bezzecchi. How long can Bez put up a resistance this time? He has led laps in the last 3 Grand Prix weekends as Marco Bezzecchi, but he's looking really, really vulnerable right now on that factory Aprilia. So vulnerable that Marquez hits the front then for the 3rd time. That wasn't going to work out. Martin just charging in that little bit too hot on the brakes into turn 1. Bezzecchi would have heard that move coming and thought, well, if you're braking that lane, mate, when I'm braking late as I am, you're only going to go one way. And that's to the curve on the outside. So it's Bez briefly then back at the front, but he knows it's coming. Mark says, you've had your fun. Now it's time for me to take control of this Grand Prix. Now we go into turn 5. Marquez levels Bez once again in that heavy braking. Then Bezzecchi comes straight back on through. And listen to the crowd, they're on their feet. This is what Hungary fans have missed for so many years. That's twice then now on this lap 7, lap 8 that we have seen Bez and Marquez exchange overtakes for the lead. Shows how difficult it is, doesn't it? No matter how good you are, no matter how late you're able to brake, it is not easy to overtake, particularly someone riding as well and braking as late as Marco Bezzecchi. Let's see what that's doing to the gap between this pair and Pedro Acosta, who started the lap 1.9 seconds behind the top 2. Through the second sector, it's already down to 1.3 between Marc Marquez and Pedro Acosta. Second back to 3rd. Acosta will be saying, hey, give us a bit more of this and I might be able to join this battle. Yeah, and Marc Marquez will be wary if he sees that gap coming down between himself and Acosta. He'll know, he'll just poured over the lap by lap analysis, and he'd have recognised on Friday and Saturday morning that Acosta was certainly as good, if not better, on occasions around this Balaton Park circuit here this weekend.
that we're on that now. 18 laps to go. It's Bezzecchi that is still leading. He's running that tight inside line through the curve. Through turn 1, there's no way through there now this time around for Mark. Through 2 now, this is where the two of them had the big contact on the very first lap, when it's fair to say that Mark got a little bit over-ambitious on the inside.
So we're doing 38.4 to 38.5. Bezzecchi and Marquez while they were swapping the lead. Pedro Acosta did 38.0 last time round, gained 4/10. Mark's not close enough this time to pull up alongside Marco Bezzecchi, and it wasn't exactly a lunge, was it? It wasn't exactly a dive bomb from Marc Marquez. It looked like he had it all under control, but Bezzecchi is braking as late as he dares, and Marc Marquez is only finding out, if I brake later than that, I can't make the corner.
What about our 3 most recent world champions? Martin getting the better of that trio. Martin 6, Bagnaia is in 8. Quattararo after his long lap penalty served for his hit on Bastianini at the first corner in the sprint. He's down in 11th place. Martin rather is almost 8/10 of a second back of Aldeguer. Aldeguer, who once again, as the grip starts to fade, as those tyres start to deteriorate, he is starting to find some serious pace, down to 1:38.290 on that last lap. The only rider quicker out on circuit than Aldeguer was Acosta in 3rd.
Yeah, and Aldeguer will soon be zooming up to the rear tyre of Frankie Morbidelli for 4th place, and we've something right now in MotoGP in 2025. Keep your eyes on Fermin Aldeguer in the latter stages of the race. He is so good at managing his rear tyre through a Grand Prix. So Marc Marquez has had that initial dart, hasn't he? He's had those 2 attempts a couple of laps ago to get through on Marco Bezzecchi. Now he's keeping a bit more of a watching brief, perhaps with thoughts of tyre pressure as we get into the heart of this Grand Prix, and also well aware that he has got a harder compound of rear tyre on his Ducati than Bezzecchi's Aprilia.
Yeah, just look at this. We're getting a face full right now. We are on board camera of the 93. Bezzecchi will just be thinking, not him again. How many laps have I led in the last few Grand Prix? He's just had to come across line, see plus 0.93 on his pit board. You can just see, a bit like Martin did to Morbidelli once he made the move through into 2nd place. Likewise now, Acosta into 3rd. The Italian Morbidelli has had little in response. C6 in 4th place. In fact, Morbidelli's got some big trouble brewing behind him as well, because Aldeguer 3/10 faster on the previous lap. Aldeguer is dragging Martin along with him as well. 38.133 from Martin on that last lap. There's a top 5, maybe better here, top 4 as far as Martin concerned, which would feel like a win, considering where he's been so far in 2025.
Further evidence of the steps forward that Aprilia are making with their RSGP in 2025. And Bezzecchi is riding so well at the front of the race. Marc Marquez, that wasn't a feint and an overtake. He was way too far back on the way into turns 15 and 16, but this is the kind of circuit where it's just all about joining the dots, hitting your braking markers, just tick off every apex. If you stay on the racing line and you're able to put 3 laps together, it's so difficult to pass. But Marc Marquez got another very good run out of turn 17. Can he get up alongside and brake late enough this time to get through on Marco Bezzecchi? Bezzecchi tries to cut back underneath him, but Marc Marquez now has the inside line for turn 2.
Yeah, he's blocked the line going initially through 1 and then through 2. And so we are now lap 11 of 26, and it's Marc Marquez that has hit the front. You can just see there Acosta. He really is starting to hunt down Bezzecchi now in particular. You just wonder, Marquez has been seeing that gap reduced between himself and Acosta, and aware of how strong Acosta has been when he's been on 2 wheels so far this weekend. Mark's just thinking, well, I don't really want to be getting engaged or getting into any bother with Acosta. I know how fast he is, so now it's time to go head down mode. Well, isn't it for Marc Marquez, but he now leads here in Hungary.
Yeah, will we see that just injection of pace once again from Marc Marquez and dropping of the lap times to, of course, once he passed Morbidelli, got into 2nd place, he was straight into the 37s, a little bit wide, but he's able to square the corner off out of turn 11, punch it out with the power of the Ducati GP25, and street clear again of Marco Bezzecchi. Bezzecchi's now in a similar position than he was a week ago. Of course he wants to try and go with Marc Marquez, who wouldn't, but he does have a looming threat behind him too.
Yet last time out in Spielberg, he did so much the front running before he got passed by Marc Marquez, and it was a young charger from Spain who did him for 2nd place later. On that occasion, it was Aldeguer. This time around, it's Acosta, who's also now looking to making history repeating itself as far as Bez is concerned. Straight away, Having made the move right here in the first corner at the start of that last lap, Marc Marquez has just put 3/4 of a second into Bezzecchi.
It's Bezzecchi's lap time that I think will concern him pretty. He did at 39.1 last time around and lost a whole chunk of time to Acosta. This was the crash for Bastianini, who's right behind Marc Marquez. A scary one as he's immediately looking up to his left-hand side, and the riders behind doing a very good job as Acosta cuts underneath. Fortunately, he cut that down. You can see there it was Marini who was really delayed by that, as he had to go the long way around in Air Bastianini. He'll see it from Acosta's point of view. Marini goes over to the left as Bastianini is coming his way. A scary accident, which fortunately the Beast emerges from unscathed. Yeah, the Beast raging here in Balaton as well. Not very often that you see an Air lose his rag like that, but he's incensed, isn't he? Out of absolutely nowhere, it has taken less than 2 laps for Marc Marquez to establish a lead over Bezzecchi of a second. Like we said a few laps ago, the mindset's obviously, you've had your fun, mate, in the front of this Grand Prix. Now I'll take over, thank you very much, and take it from here, because this already is looking rather ominous, you have to say. Again, through sector 3, Mark's found another 2/10. It's up to 1.3 seconds, and there are more pressing matters for Bezzecchi to be dealing with, because he's only now 4/10 clear of Acosta in third. Could he potentially also come under late threat like last weekend from Femi Aldeguer? That looked a little unsettled, didn't it, for Frankie Morbidelli through the final corner. Marc Marquez has just put in a 1:37.6. He is 6/10 of a second quicker than Bezzecchi and half second clear of anybody. He's the only rider in the 1:37s. He has the front of the race all to himself.
Yeah, Bez, a 1:38.3. 2 laps to build a lead of 1.5 seconds. Yeah, this is the creme de la creme, the elite of the elite, the best of the best. And at the moment, Marc Marquez is just destroying the field. It's got to be soul destroying, hasn't it, right now, to try and work out a way to beat Marc Marquez. I mean, really, this season, the only person that's been capable of beating Marc is Marc himself. When he threw away a dead cert victory in Austin, he was firmly in early podium contention, wasn't he, at his home Grand Prix in Jerez, when he crashed out of contention. Since Silverstone, where he made a mistake early on before the red flags came out, since then, something clicked in his brain. He was like, I'm not going to keep making these unforced errors. I'm not going to keep making these mistakes. And he hasn't. He hasn't since.
His teammate now has made a mistake, we understand. This is Pecco Bagnaia, who is running in 8th place. He's a second and a half adrift of Luca Marini, and part of the reason he is so far behind is that. And of course, he's getting a good look behind to make sure he drops enough time so that he doesn't have to come through the long lap penalty loop. And that is why Binder and Pol Espargaro are right behind him.
Forward Fabio Di Gianantonio out on his second VR46 Ducati GP25. He's just on a 38.302. That has Digia, which is comparable with your top 3 at this stage of the race. Frankie Morbidelli has just put in his best lap of the Grand Prix so far, a 1:38.295. He needs it as well, because there's pressure building big time behind him in the shape of Aldeguer. Still doing low 1:38.
I think Aldeguer's gone down, he has. That's the second Gresini Ducati to go down. I think that's down at turn 1. Alex Marquez crashed there earlier on in the Grand Prix through the final corner. We're not watching Aldeguer there, we're watching something much further back, but it looks like Aldeguer has gone down at turn 1. That's his teammate that you're looking at. Aldeguer did come across the line running in 5th place, and he got to turn 1, but no further.
Make it a day to forget for Gresini Racing. As Aldeguer crashes out of 5th place, he was putting the pressure on Morbidelli. That now has pushed Martin up into 5th. Luca Marini now on course for a double top 6 after his 4th place heroics for Honda in the sprint yesterday.
Cabagnai's weekend has got worse, believe it or not. Long lap penalty. He clearly did not lose enough time through that shortcut. He's running in 8th place, and that is about to become 9th as he serves the long lap penalty. His weekend cannot end soon enough.
Long lap penalty to what's been a long weekend. To what's been a long season right now, hasn't it, for poor Pecco Bagnaia? Oh dear, talk about getting kicked while he's down. This is the battle for second. Out of your picture and long gone up the road is your race leader Mark, 1.7 seconds clear now. In fact, Secchi's going to have it all on, isn't he, to hold on to this second spot. It's Acosta behind him as they power out of turn 17. Over the line we go. 14 laps of 26 completed.
Mark's now just, having done those 2 laps in the 37s, he's just eased off. And that was the sort of 2 or 3 lap spurt that he felt he always had in his pocket. He's broken Bez, surely he's broken Acosta as well. And he's just now, Marc Marquez racing himself, just to test his focus and his concentration, a test which he has not failed too often in 2025.
I think his teammate has now served his long lap penalty. Bagnaia did a 41.0, so the 3 seconds he dropped would tally with a long lap penalty, unless he's been off the road again. But he's now back in 9th place, ahead of Fabio Quartararo, who himself has had to serve a long lap penalty already in this Grand Prix.
Acosta then now, all over the back of Bezzecchi. Just a quick reminder, of course, for all of you watching at home, you can vote for your rider of the race. Last weekend in Spielberg, after his late race heroics, it was quite rightly so. It was a good call by all of you watching at home. Fermin Aldeguer. Unfortunately, Aldeguer has crashed out of the top 6 here this afternoon. That mistake from Aldeguer, as mentioned, has put Martin up into 5th. Bad Binder now 7th. Plus Spargo doing a brilliant job deputising for the injured Maverick.
Race on the tyres you buy.
Well, pretty straight, but he's up against the fastest Grand Prix bike in history. Pedro Acosta's KTM. Acosta has the inside line now in the braking zone for the first corner. You feel like that was really Bezzecchi paying for the mistake he made going into turn 15 and 16. Acosta up in a second.
Yeah, moved at full place at turn 1, but really the damage was done 3 corners earlier when he went in hot to the chicane at 15. And Bezzecchi now, I think, needs to just batten down the hatches here. He's got a couple of seconds, 2.5 back to Frankie Morbidelli, who's running next up, just back of the picture in 4th place. We are still looking potentially at 3rd and 5th for the Factory Aprilia team, with Martin closing in quite quickly actually behind Frankie Morbidelli. Outside of Marc Marquez, and Brad Binder actually, who's doing 38.1s. Martin's as fast as anyone out there.
Yeah, that was Bez just in 2 hots, just trying to defend that 2nd place with all of his might, and unfortunately it would have cost him the momentum through the remainder of that 4th sector. And then Acosta using just the brute power of the KTM down the start-finish straight to able to just ease through on the Italian on the inside, picking his way through the chicane, turns 9 and 10. It's all easy as you like, isn't it, at the moment, as far as number 93, Marc Marquez, is concerned. This looks like a breeze in Balaton towards a 7th successive double victory in 2025. Out of the final corner we go. Lap 16 in the box of 26 for Mark, 2.7 seconds clear. He is of Acosta. Jack Miller's gone down the road. Second time in this Grand Prix for the Aussie, who has had an up and down weekend to say the least. The ups, well, they look like big, and the retention of his Prima Yamaha seat in 2026. The downs, where you just seen one of them on screens there as Miller goes crashing to the long lap penalty loop at turn 11.
Tell you what, annoy Acosta. He's just done a 38.0, having cleared Bezzecchi. He's not got too dissimilar pace to Marc Marquez. I mean, yes, Marc Marquez has been able to do mid-37s when he feels like it, but Pedro Acosta's pace is not too far off the 93. If only he'd been able to qualify somewhere near the 93, we might have had a race in it between the 2 Spaniards, perhaps the current leading light from a Spanish point of view, and perhaps the rider that will take over when Marc Marquez finally retires from MotoGP. Acosta, I think, as much as he's been happy with 2nd place, I think he's recognising already what a missed opportunity this weekend might have been.
There's been some real class rides further down this field. Certainly from Martin in 5th place. This is going to be his best on the factory Aprilia. Luca Marini on course for his first double top 6 on a factory Honda. And Alex Marquez, for sort of 3 or 4 races ago, he was pretty much telling the world's media it was mission impossible to stop Marc Marquez clinching this year's MotoGP World Championship. Well, if there was any flicker, and I say a very small flicker of hope that Alex could top a Marc in 2025, I think finally we can say this is game over in terms of the championship. Marc potentially scoring 25 points for yet another win. It will be his 10th of the season. It's the 3rd time in his career in MotoGP. He's going to be in victory numbers in double figures. And it's a rather frustrated stomp, isn't it? For Jack Miller back to the rear of the Pramac Yamaha garage. And with the 1 point at the moment being collected by Alex Marquez, another 24-point swing in favour of Marc potentially in this Hungarian Grand Prix. We're going to be going, we're looking at Mazzano on it potentially. Maybe ambitious to think Mazzano will be where he clinches the World Championship, but the way things are going, the Japanese Grand Prix Motegi, that will be where surely, if it stays as is, he's going to be World Champion in 2025. I think at the very least, he might go to Mazzano at this rate with a match point to win the championship. Perhaps a far-fetched one. His lead as it stands in the World Championship with Alex Marquez in 15th for one World Championship point would be 176 points. He needs to leave Mazzano 222 clear to win the World Championship there. And given the way the season has gone in the last 3 or 4 Grand Prix, you cannot completely rule that out. Yeah, it's a long shot, but this guy, anything can happen when he's out on circuit. Brad Binder, he's got some really good pace as we tip towards the 2nd third of this Grand Prix. He's down to the low 138. Good lap that last lap on lap 17 for Binder. 138.237. He's not behind at a 38.2 as well, just behind. That's why he's now right behind Paul Espargaro. Espargaro losing some pace. He's doing 39s now. Let's see what he does on this side. 38.6 last time for Paul Espargaro, but he's now coming under big pressure from a beleaguered Pecco Bagnaia, who's just trying to salvage any crumb of comfort he can from this weekend. He's battling for 8th place. It's not what Pecco Bagnaia comes to MotoGP weekends for, but it's the best he can fight for today. What about this? Music to the ears of Jorge Martin fans after an injury-ravaged 2025, where he had doubts about whether his career would be ended, whether he had the stomach for the fight. After multiple injuries, Martin at the moment has just fired in a 138.099. He's the fastest rider on circuit, half a second quicker than Marc, 4/10 faster than Pedro Acosta. Marco Bezzecchi doing another great job in 3rd place. Martin producing heroics though on the 2nd of those factory brilliant. Let's get the thoughts of the boss Massimo Rivola.
Massimo, fastest man on track, Jorge Martin. How proud of you to see that right now.
Not really quite impressive what he's doing. Let's see if he can do all the laps, because, also from the physical point of view, stuff. And this track is quite demanding. It's a bit of Mickey Mouse, and there's a lot of work to do when you ride this bike here. So, super good job so far. Let's see if he finishes. But for sure, I mean, the medium for him, I think it can be an advantage. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, he's fastest rider out on circuit. Thanks, Jack, and thanks to Massimo Rivola. Did just make a mistake there, didn't he, at Martin, as he went into 12 and 13, but we'll let him off that one because he's been absolutely superb. 16th to 5th. And he's starting to close in here on the Frankie Morbidelli. It could get even better as far as the Martin 8 is concerned.
An interesting point to bring into what we see in the remaining stages of this race. Talked about the tyre choices at the start of the Grand Prix. Marc Marquez on the medium rear tyre. Acosta, Bezzecchi and Morbidelli, 2nd, 3rd and 4th are on the soft rear tyre. Martin is also on the medium rear. He's come from 16th place on the grid at a circuit that is notoriously difficult to overtake. Don't pay too much attention to that long lap penalty for Fermin Aldeguer. He's way at the back of the field anyway in 17th place. That will cost him nothing. But Jorge Martin, it's not beyond the realms of possibility that he could still get onto the podium yet if he can pass Morbidelli quickly.
Faster on that last lap than Morbidelli in 4th, Martin in 5th. Not far shy of Mourinho 6th. Alex Rins on the factory Yamaha. He's down in 14th place at the moment, 2.5 seconds clear of Alex Marquez in 15th. Fabio Quartararo started the Grand Prix, of course, in 6th place. Made sure he kept himself out of any first corner drama, unlike in the sprint yesterday. With the long lap penalty he has served, Fabio at the moment is in 10th on the Monster Energy Yamaha. 2nd behind Bagnaia as it stands at the moment. Further down the order, this is 12th versus 13th. Johan Zarco has that 12th place, just moving through your shot there is the 88 bike of Miguel Oliveira. 11th at the moment for the Portuguese rider.
I mentioned Fermin Aldeguer and the long lap penalty inconsequential really, but his fans are serving. He's got amazing pace too. Had he not thrown his Ducati on the floor, Aldeguer just did a 137.9 at the back of the field last time around. So he's another rider that will be leaving Hungary thinking what might it be. He's kicking sand in their face right now, Marc Marquez. He's back in the 37s on lap 20 of 26. Marquez has just delivered the knockout blow, that is it. A 137.843 was never really in any doubt anyway, was it? But he's just now hammering home what was already a massive advantage. 4/10 faster on that last lap than Acosta, and now he's 3.3 seconds clear of the field. Only rider in the Grand Prix to do 37s. He has made it look easy once again. Yeah, the reception has mentioned about Aldeguer a moment ago. Jorge Martin has got a track limits warning that he has to pay a little bit of attention to in the remaining laps to come as he plots away past Frankie Morbidelli, but even if he does finish 5th from here, Jorge Martin to come from 16th on the grid to 5th place. Certainly will be figuring in your thoughts when you've cast your votes for rider of the race. He's closing in here on Morbidelli on the Ducati GP24 spec. Oh, Sharon Zarco, he'll be battered and bruised after getting slammed into by Bastianini in the sprint yesterday. That's a big get off the Zarcos, somewhat slowly and gingerly and a bit awkwardly stumbles away from the scene of the crime. This is him trying to hold off Ayagura for 12th place, and that is big. That's a real big crash for Zarco. Fastest crash you can have around this tight and technical Balaton Park circuit. So that's going to push Fabio Di Gianantonio now, after all of his pre-race tech gremlins, up into the point scoring places. Of course, Alex Marquez up to 2 World Championship points now in 14th place, although the damage was done to Alex Marquez's weekend on Friday when he got the 3-place grid penalty, but that wouldn't have been as big a problem had he qualified well. Qualified down in 11th place, which then became 14th on the grid for today's Grand Prix. And Alex Marquez has not been able to recover the damage. Marquez back into the mid-138s. It was almost like that lap 20. That was, well, this is how fast I can go if I need to. Martin on the inside of Morbidelli. This is getting better and better and better, isn't it? And for the reigning world champion, showing just why he's got that #1 plate on that factory Aprilia. Martin then now picks off Morbidelli, and he's up into P4. What a day for the factory Aprilia team. 3rd and 4th as it stands right now. A world champion's ride from Jorge Martin, make no mistake about that. He's probably going to have not enough time to chase down his teammate, Marco Bezzecchi, who's running in 3rd place. Bezzecchi's in the 39s though, so he might have to show a little bit more pace with his teammate coming at him in the latter stages. But from all the dark places that Jorge Martin has been so far this season, he is now back fully fit and showing us the class rider that we all knew he was. Said all weekend, once this guy can qualify on that factory Aprilia, you better watch out, because there's no doubt about it that he has got the confidence coursing back through the veins, and the belief, the trust is there with that RSGP. He's only going to get stronger as he gets more confidence and crucially more experience on top of that. He's missed so much seat time. 6,000 kilometres he is behind his rivals in terms of track time in 2025. He still said the one weakness, the key area that he's missing is just an explosive one-lap pace that he was always so good at on the Pramac Ducati down the years. Well, once he finds that, there's no question he's going to be in the fight for the podium, if not better. As we head to Barcelona next, where Jorge Martin clinched the World Championship at the Solidarity Grand Prix at the end of last year. Some good memories on his return to Barcelona in a couple of weeks as Frankie Morbidelli continues to drop back towards the pack behind him. He's waved goodbye to 4th place. Jorge Martin has taken that and ran at the field with it. He's now under pressure from Marini and from Brad Binder, who is closing in on this pair too. Binder just behind Marini. You can see him there in the back of the picture. 5th, 6th and 7th. In the top 6 so far this year for Luca Marini on his return from the Suzuka 8-hour nightmare at the Saxon Ring in Germany. But he was 4th in the sprint yesterday. Of course, he knows Frankie Morbidelli exceptionally well. Fermin Aldeguer is going to be ruining big style that he's crashed early on, isn't he? Because he's just set a 137.779. We know his strength, his big prowess, his pace on worn tyres. He's proving that once again. Problem for poor Aldeguer is he's 56 seconds behind Mark, 31 seconds almost behind the Gianantonio. A big case of what might have been for the 54. Yeah, 100%. He could have been in this battle for the podium as well. Let's check that time then. Martin only did take a 10th out of Bezzecchi last time. He's coming under some serious late race pressure. 3 laps remain. As soon as we saw this Balaton Park layout, as soon as we realised it was an anti-clockwise circuit, relatively stop and go, you always felt like the first rider that cropped into your head as a potential first winner in Hungary in over 30 years was Marc Marquez. He's about to join Sprindigos in a little bit hot there, doesn't he, in 7th place. Now, only 2 previous MotoGP winners in Hungary have been 2 of the best to ever do it. Mick Doohan in 1990, his first ever Grand Prix victories. Marini goes on the inside now. And Morbidelli, that's going to be close. You just knew that Morbidelli was going to lean on Marini there. He's cut the chicane, so he's going to have to lose that time.
Yeah, which I would assume would mean dropping behind Luca Marini again. I mean, I can understand why Morbidelli didn't want to give that one up, but Marini was fairly at the inside, and I think had every right to be given a bit of space there.
There's Matteo Flamini, crew chief to Frankie Morbidelli. Enjoyed them and success most recently, of course, with Marco Bezzecchi. He was the data engineer for so many years with the GOAT Valentino Rossi. Yeah, Mick Doohan and Eddie Lawson are only 2 Hungarian Grand Prix winners in the Premier class. And Marc Marquez, though, now less than 8 kilometres away from adding his name. This will be the 22nd different track that Marc Marquez has taken a victory in MotoGP. That's only 2 shy of the 24 held by Mick Doohan.
Surely this is a nailed-on long lap penalty for Frankie Morbidelli. He went straight across the chicane, and look how far. Yeah, he's been told actually not to take a long lap, but to drop 1 position. So Frankie Morbidelli will have to slot in behind Luca Marini, but that's not particularly easy to do, given how close Brad Binder is behind.
He had that with Biggio in Assen, didn't he, as well, at the chicane, where he was like, but why? he toughed it out. He toughed it out with Simon Gray, found the F1 MotoGP stewards before I think Simon reasoned with him and talked sense into him. Martin then, at the moment, of course, for 4th place, which, I mean, 4th isn't a win, obviously, but it's going to feel like a win, isn't it? As far as Jorge Martini is concerned, yeah. Morbidelli has got the message on his dash. He's going to drop in now behind the 10 bike of Marini. That was nicely done by Frankie, to be fair to him.
So Marini now up into 5th place, so the weekend is shaping up to be for him. On the factory Honda, a 4th and a 5th, if he can get through this final lap and a half safely. And given where he's been too, we talk about Martin's injury issues. Of course, there's been some injury problems for Luca Marini to deal with over the course of this season too.
Marc Marquez, in his best winning form since 2014. It looks nailed on, and he is going to make it a 7th successive double win. He starts at the final lap. 3.2 seconds clear. Pedro Acosta, he in turn, 2.7 seconds clear. Marco Bezzecchi, looks like we're going to get 2 factory Aprilias inside the top 4. As Bagnaia goes on the inside of Espargaro on the brakes into the first corner. Bagnaia after his long lap for a shortcut. Looks like he's going to rescue an 8th place here.
Yeah, he's keeping on fighting. Pecco Bagnaia will always do that. He will fight until the finish, but we're closing in on the finish of the chase for the MotoGP World Championship in 2025. It's felt over for quite some time, but the coronation, the ribbons have been put on the trophy, to use a footballing analogy. Marc Marquez might just be 2 more Grand Prix weekends away from clinching what has felt like at times an impossibility of a 7th MotoGP World Championship. A 7th consecutive double takes him another step closer.
Doubled in Aragon, Mugello, Assen, Sachsenring, Brno and the Red Bull Ring. And made that another double. Mine's a double, says Marc Marquez here in Hungary, as he's about to complete yet another pole sprint Grand Prix victory route here. He's coming now into the final sector, nearly 4 seconds clear of Pedro Acosta. It has looked so smooth. It has looked so easy as he comes through at the final corner now. It has been a breeze in Balaton for World Championship of Marc Marquez, as he does win for a 7th successive Grand Prix. Extends his winning run, his best in 11 years since 2014. An excellent 7th to 2nd for the fighting Pedro Acosta on the factory KTM. Marco Bezzecchi, who made the early running here in Hungary, takes 3rd place. Another excellent top 3 for Bez. Jorge Martin, 16th to 4th.
What a ride by the world champion. A double top 6 here in Balaton for Luca Marini. He's fourth in the sprint, fifth in the Grand Prix. Ordley takes 6. Binder, Potspargo, Bagnaia and Quattararo your top 10. Place for Agura, Oliveira wins. Alex Marquez 14th after his early fall at turn 1. Fabio Di Gianantonio for you. Heart goes out to Bigia. Should have been starting on the front row of the grid. Started from pit lane after some pre-race tech issues. He does pick up the final point on offer here in Hungary. But making his point, proving a big point once again, that there is nobody better right now in MotoGP than Marc Marquez. The 93 reigns supreme once again here. He won first MotoGP races in Austin in 2013 as Bagnaia runs wide in the battle for 8th place. On our first visit to Austin in 2013, our first visit to Termas in 2014, our first visit to Buriram in 2018. Your victor on those occasions was Marc Marquez. And our first visit to Hungary, he has been superb. He has been brilliant in Balaton. Pole position, sprint victory, Grand Prix victory. He is unstoppable. Simple as that. Even contact on the first lap could derail the unstoppable Marc Marquez runaway train in 2025. What a star though Jorge Martinez as we get ready to see him hand over the crown to Marc Marquez, which will come in the next 2 or 3 Grand Prix. Jorge Martin with a timely reminder, we're building, we're taking those steps forward, and he's getting ever closer to being back in the fight for victories once again. It will feel like one for Jorge Martin today, 16th to 4th. Yeah, absolutely brilliant, absolutely awesome. The 93, we are 93 grandstand here in Hungary rises to salute their master, their maestro, their hero, and at the moment, a rider who is just steamrolling towards that 9th World Championship success. Pedro Acosta there, just acknowledging our camera operator Chow on the outside of turn 8. That's a lovely touch from Acosta after his 2nd place. Let's get the thoughts of his crew chief, Paul Trevathan, who's with Jack.
Well, Paul, what a roller coaster weekend. He looks so strong on Friday, then the mistake on Saturday morning, but Pedro's really bounced back today.
Yeah, mate, we definitely made it hard for ourselves, you know. Yesterday, it's just great to put a weekend together and fulfill the promise, you know, and, yeah, it's tough, it's difficult out there, and we knew the track would be difficult to pass, but, how we rode today and timed the passing was fantastic.
A brilliant result, well done.
Yeah, really good result for Pedro Acosta, and yeah, who knows whether he'd qualified on the front row or not. It might still have been a 2nd place, but certainly rode well to overcome that crash yesterday morning. And from KTM's point of view, they're clearly taking steps closer as well, aren't they? Pedro Acosta has now been on the podium in 2 of the last 3 Grand Prix. His best result, of course, equal best in MotoGP. Paolo Bonora and the Aprilia crew salute their reigning world champion. Yeah, he is getting closer, he is getting stronger. And given that he's only ridden on that bike for 2 or 3 Grand Prix, a bike that at times he was quite keen to see the back of into next season, what a different story it is now for Jorge Martin, and might not have to wait until 2026 to see him winning on board that factory Aprilia. It could be a serious threat to this man in the latter stages of this season, with some Grand Prix to come that Jorge Martin has been so strong at over the years. It's difficult to find any kind of weakness right now for this man. Marc Marquez with 7 consecutive doubles. The bare statistics don't really do Marc Marquez justice, but we'll give you some of them anyway. He is now 2 away from a century of Grand Prix wins across all classes. That is win number 98, his 72nd in MotoGP. And of course, across sprints and Grand Prix this season, that is now win number 23. Yeah, 10 wins in Grand Prix in 2025. That's only the 14th time in MotoGP history that has happened. He was already in a very exclusive and elite club with Doohan, Rossi, Agostini, Bagnaia and Stoner. 3rd time he's made it into double figures in terms of wins in the Premier Class. It's been an excellent day. It's been a superb Sunday, hasn't it, for the Factory Aprilia team. They're taking on the podium once again. Roy Martin, 16th to 4th. Let's get the thoughts of the boss, Massimo Rivola.
Massimo, what a day that is for Aprilia. Just firstly on theirs, the momentum continues. Third in the World Championship, a real target now.
No. I think the target is to keep improving and to prepare next season in the best possible way. We have a target for Marco, clearly, but today we are double happy because we saw also the recovery of Jorge. We see Jorge, let's say, leading what Marco did a few months ago, starting from behind and recovering a lot. So can't wait to see two Aprilia in the front.
Well done.
Thank you.
Don't think it will be too long before we are regularly seeing two Aprilias at the front. A top job by Marco Bezzecchi. That's 3 podiums in 3 successive races in MotoGP for the first time in his career. First time since his Moto2 days back in 2021. Getting a great reception on his return to the factory Honda garage is Marini. He was only 0.8 of a second behind Martin at the checkered flag. 4th in the sprint, 5th in the Grand Prix for Marini. That's an outstanding weekend for him. Can't say the same unfortunately today for fellow Honda colleagues Zarco and Mir, who both crashed out. But it's win number 98 for Marc Marquez. And the records, well, they'll only keep tumbling, won't they? Fair to say, I think that this, despite all of his success, all those brilliant runs back in 2014 and 2019 in particular, 2019 when he didn't finish lower than 2nd that season, this still does feel like we are seeing the best version of Marc Marquez. And that was some early contact. This was the instant at turn 2 with Marco Bezzecchi. Marco Bezzecchi, Jack was telling us that he also lost some aero in this contact. Damage then to the right wing of Marc Marquez's factory Ducati. Yeah, you can just see some rear aero getting damage on the back of Bez's factory Aprilia. That was about as close, though, as anybody really got to Mark in that Grand Prix. 3 successive podiums then in 2025 for the informed Marco Bezzecchi. Let's get it started, Jack.
Marco, huge congratulations. The run continues, the momentum continues. 3rd in the World Championship draws closer. Just talk us through how you felt in the race and that first lap contact with Mark. It looks as though you lost some aero. How much of an impact did that have?
Well, I don't know, honestly. I think that was a fantastic race. I did my best. I gave everything I had because, to be honest, my pace was not enough the whole weekend. I needed the extra grip from the soft in braking, so I risked with the soft, but for us, maybe it was better the medium, but I didn't know if my speed could be the same or not, so I tried with the soft. I had to resist, but yeah, very happy overall with the result. Another good weekend. Thanks to the boys in the box and also the boys at home. And I want to dedicate this 3rd place to a dear friend of mine, Elios Campione. Buon compleanno.
Well done, great ride.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was a great ride from the 26-year-old Italian. Successive weekends, he's come through Q1, stuck it on the front row and scored a podium. That's that, just told you there, 3 consecutive MotoGP podiums for the first time in his career. He's taken the fight, at least at times, to the 93, isn't he, of Marc Marquez. That is podium number 14 in MotoGP now for Marco Bezzecchi. And he is putting up a real strong fight for 3rd, isn't he? In the standings, only 31 points now behind Bagnaia. Game on between our MotoGP trash talkers. We're going to hear, though, very, very shortly from Red Bull KTM Factory Racing's Pedro Acosta. That's an excellent ride by Acosta. After he got 7th podium finish. He had to do the hard way from 7th on the grid, and he's talking to Jack.
Well, Pedro, you had to do it the hard way today from the 3rd row of the grid, but wow, your pace was phenomenal. Just how happy are you to be back onto the podium once again?
I mean, super nice. The weekend felt quite okay on Friday, but then was becoming difficult, you know. But anyway, the team managed in a really nice way to bring me a new complete bike to really improve what we made yesterday in the sprint race. I just want to thank every of them because yesterday they was working until 2 a.m. in the morning to just bring two completely new bikes for this. I'm super proud of them. Also, I want to thank Carmelo Morales. I was around here yesterday. We was have a hard conversation, let's say, about my mistakes and how I was managing the emotion, let's say. And let's say today looks like I listened to him yesterday for this. I mean, I want to thank all KTM or Red Bull, him, also Danny that is watching from the TV, and all the guys that are trying to make the KTM project even better.
Brilliant ride. Well done.
Thank you.
Well, after that massive crash at Q2 in Turn 8 yesterday, his mechanics were burning the midnight oil up until 2 a.m. this morning. It was worth it, wasn't it? This was the move that Acosta made to get himself into the top three on Frankie Morbidelli, who eventually faded back to 6th place. And then it got better for Acosta. This was all because Marco Bezzecchi had got it a little bit wrong at the end of the previous lap in Sector 4, left himself susceptible to that move going into the first corner. Acosta duly obliged and took that 2nd place. This is a nice shot. This is post-race of him acknowledging our cameraman. Big smiles, big win here once again here in Balaton. He takes another massive step towards 2025 title glory. And your Hungarian Grand Prix with a Marc Marquez with Jack.
Mark, huge congratulations. That's the magnificent 7 in a row, but how close was it to disaster on that opening lap? Huge contract between yourself and Marco, and after that, I guess the tactics changed.
Yeah, on that first corner when I saw that Marco was inside, just I released the brakes and go wide because I don't want to have any issue in that first corner. But then in the second one, I expect that he will do more corner speed. And in fact, he kept the first gear, and I touched him behind. Luckily for both of us, I was able to save the crash, and he just continued his way. But from that point, the race changed a bit. I was passing that first laps, but then when I saw that the soft rear tire started to drop, I was with the medium. I started to attack, and yeah, I had a super good, super nice rhythm. I was flowing on the track, so super happy.
Another brilliant win. Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
Yes, and when Marc Marquez is in full flow, we know just how tough an opponent he is to beat at a different level, different league once again here today. And once again, quite rightly so after another dominant weekend. He is your rider of the race. It is the 93. Marc Marquez, bit of early drama, as he mentioned there, going through the first couple of corners, but from that moment onwards, I mean, come on, let's not kid ourselves, was it ever really in any doubt?
It's going to take a slightly bit more than a little iffy start for Marc Marquez and some contact into turn 2 to deny him at the moment, the form he is in. Sometimes you wonder whether he could start from the very back of the grid and still win Grand Prix with the form he is in. He does expect some challenges to come his way in the races that remain. Barcelona in a couple of weeks' time, which could potentially play into the hands of Aprilia. We know how strong they are around there. With the growing presence of Jorge Martin in 2025, there's a lot to be excited about from an Aprilia point of view. But this is the reference, this is the standard they all have to reach, and he is not going to stop around and wait for you.
14 rounds completed, 455 points collected by Marc Marquez. He's congratulated by Max Keyless and David Alonso, two riders who spent so much time behind the scenes training with Marc. He's their hero, he's their idol, he's their reference, he's the rider both want to be at some stage in the future. They've had pretty good days here as well in Hungary, to be fair to the two of them, without giving too much away. Marc Marquez then, victorious for the 7th Grand Prix in succession, extending this record-breaking run as a factory Ducati rider. Second best winning streak of his career. Only 9 times in Premier Class history now there have been longer winning runs. The record is 20 for Giacomo Agostini in 1968, 1969. I mean, let's be honest, we wouldn't be surprised actually if Marc got close.
He's got time.
I do that given just his authority, his dominance over the field right now. It wasn't easy. It's never easy, is it, to win in MotoGP? It's just the fact that Mark is so good right now. He's making it look easy. As he said, when he got into his rhythm, once he was through on Bears, he was just in that flow. He was in that zone where, when he is, you can't beat him. That's as simple as that.
Bene, bene, ecco. Ho provato questa mattina la media e io ho fatto 20esimo stamattina. Ho 21 penso. La media dietro. Cazzo, entravo in ingresso, boom. Puttana, all'inizio ci siamo sportellati, eh? Sì. Qui ti ho visto e dico dai, adesso freno e vado lungo, sennò avevo paura di tenerla dentro e... Cavolo, mi salta qui. Perché io ero lento alla 2. Ho visto che non aspettava con il passo. Anche tutti gli altri giri dopo la partenza non è che sono riuscito mai ad andare così tanto forte. No, stato vicino. Infatti ho sentito nel culo. Sì. La facevi prima anche. Sì. È caduto? Come è caduto? Non è il cordo all'interno, ma quando hai passato te, per sbaglio, per dare gas, sono rimasto col dito sul freno, proprio bloccato davanti, ormai ti centro pieno. Alla 10, no? No, alla 1. Non gli va arrivarsi, mi ingancio, come se. Anche per perdere un secondo. Sì, abbiamo fatto. Io che non ero inganciato. Oh! Cazzo, anch'io sono andato dritto qua. È mai passato subito dopo? Sì. Comunque era difficilissimo. Perché l'ha portato lungo? Ah, perché sicuramente non ha perso il... Ah, perché c'ho il callo? Sì. Bene. Com'era la soft alla fine? No, un disastro. Io quando mai passato te ho iniziato veramente a fare fatica molto. La media era come nuova. Io guarda, se in ingresso fosse andata bene l'avrei voluta usare anch'io, ma non mi trovavo. La pongo.
So the top three then have processed. Initially, what just unfolded over 26 laps here in our first Grand Prix of Hungary in nearly 35 years. The field trying to process just how on earth do you stop that Marc Marquez in MotoGP right now as our podium celebrations get underway here at Balaton Park.
And it all the familiar sight and sound to it, doesn't it? At the moment. Victory for Ducati. And a podium for Aprilia. Marco Bezzecchi, who, as mentioned, sends his run to 3 in a row. And 4 in the last 5 now, with his second place Bakanassen. Equaling the very best result of his MotoGP career so far. Pedro Acosta in second place. But if he wants to finally taste the maiden victory, he's got to beat this man, Marc Marquez, who can do no wrong. Right now, he can do nothing but win. He said before the Austrian Grand Prix weekend that he was obsessed with winning. And he is fulfilling that obsession big time right now. Congratulations then to Marco Bezzecchi, who takes his 14th MotoGP podium and 5th of the season. The Secretary of State for Sport and the Minister of Defence of Hungary, Adam Schmitz, is going to do the honours and present the winning constructor prize to Ducati before Bez gets his hands on the third place trophy. And you wouldn't say that it's all going perfect down at Ducati, with the next Ducati in 6th place today. And of course the problems were documented of Pecco Bagnaia this weekend. But we cannot stop winning. It's so much to smile about from an Aprilia point of view today. 3rd and 4th for Bezzecchi and Martin. 2nd place for Pedro Costa there. It is the Michelin Grand Prix of Hungary, so Piero Taramasso will present the 2nd place prize to Pedro Acosta. It's his 7th MotoGP podium. As the FAM President George Villegas does the honours, the porcelain trophy, in line with the traditions of Hungary. Mr. Marc Marquez, one step closer as the World Championship begins to draw ever near. "27 races now completed. Marc Marquez has been victorious with 28 races, I should say. Almost been a mass, wasn't it? 28 races completed then in 2025. And Marc Marquez has been so good. That is his 10th win on a Sunday. And now it is just a matter of time, isn't it, before he is crowned 2025 MotoGP World Champion. He heads to home turf and to the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya next time out with a 175-point lead in the World Championship. Michael Bezzecchi takes a big gulp of Cardo Prosecco. He is really starting to close in Pecco Bagnaia for third overall in the standings, isn't he? Really what? 31 points back. Have I got that one right, Lewis, in my appalling maths? 31 points between Bagnaia and Bezzecchi. That as a late win on a Sunday. 31 and closing between the two, as you say. Bezzecchi feels like he might well be the favourite for that one, the way it's going at the moment. And none of the numbers make pretty reading for Pecco Bagnaia right now. But that's a weekend for him to immediately erase from the memory and focus on the Grand Prix in a circuit that Pecco Bagnaia won at twice last year. So 14 rounds in the book so far in 2025. And we say goodbye Balaton Park. It has been great. We've really enjoyed our first visit to Hungary for the first time since 1992. Already confirmed, of course, on the provisional 2026 calendar. We are going to be back here next year. Marc Marquez will be most likely, more than likely, the reigning MotoGP World Champion. The factory Ducati rider just cannot stop winning, can he? An unbelievable run that started all the way back. Well, he hasn't been defeated since May the 25th, but it's August the 24th now. Such has been his dominance. He lifts aloft yet another race-winning trophy. He cracks open some more podium Prosecco for the 162nd time in his career, 123rd time in MotoGP. And it's home turf beckoning next for Marquez as we head back to Barcelona from Balaton to Barcelona, of course. The Circuit Rajoy Martin won last year's MotoGP World Championship. Surely it's going to be the venue where Marc Marquez takes another giant stride to dethroning the Martinator in 2025. We look forward to your company next time out in Catalonia. Marc Marquez then takes yet another victory. 23 for the season now for him. Pedro Acosta second, and equals the best of his MotoGP career so far. Marco Bezzecchi and Jorge Martin at 3-4-4 Aprilia. Luca Marini completing a fine weekend here in fifth. Frankie Morbidelli had to give up that big place in the last stages and had to settle for sixth. Pecco Bagnaia's weekend ended in ninth place. Alex Marquez 2 points for him in 14, exactly where he started. And Fabio Di Gianantonio cursing his luck. 1 point for him, and he had to give up his place on the front row and start from the pit lane. The Marc Marquez's World Championship lead, 175 points. The bare mats are these. He needs to extend his lead to 222, so that's a further 47 points added onto his advantage in the next 2 Grand Prix weekends. If he's successful with that, he will win the World Championship. If he extends his lead by a further 7 points in Barcelona, then he will get a match point in Misano.